Mute y ya estaría.
Vale. ¿Y uno cortito es como mute? Vale. Vale.
¿Vale?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Oh, okay. We're having a little bit of a delay with the registrations, as you might have noticed. People are beginning to make their way in. We're going to have the music playing. One of the theme songs for this morning will keep playing until we've got sufficient people in, probably 9:05, I'm hoping, or And luckily for us, our first speaker, our first keynote, has agreed to make his speech a little bit shorter to accommodate our morning delay. So hopefully we will stay on time. But please come on in, settle down, and listen to the music. Thank you.
So we asked you to pick some questions from the audience in the chat, but if you can just make sure to save like 2 minutes,
Yes,
so you can
I've
look
been
at the
told
survey
that.
before the coffee break.
Yes,
Right?
that's true.
Need to see how quickly we can get everybody into the room, please. Let's see, together we are one. How one can we be in getting into a room? Please move on in. We've got a lovely day ahead of us, but we've got a lot of things to do in the day, so let's get the energy going. Let's get everybody into the room as quickly as possible. There's a lot of talking, there's a lot of catching up to do. Most of you have seen each other a year ago. Some of you have seen more recent, and you've just got so much to talk about and so much to catch up on. And why? Because you've got a really, really amazing challenge that you're all dealing with. And so you're all united. Let's get everybody in. Music again. If we can just keep the music Together We Are One playing until everybody's in the room, we'll get We'll get it on, and until everybody knows they won, okay? The sooner we get together, we all know we won, okay? Earlier. We cannot wait anymore because our entire day will be behind. We're out of time, so we're going to start. And the beautiful words that you've been listening to for the last 10 minutes, 15 minutes, if you haven't remembered them by now, it's Together We Are One. Now, I think few of you thought that you would come to a science event and listen to Disney music. But there you go. Okay, Together We Are One. There are today gathered here about 140 partners from 28 different countries all together, united with one mission, and that mission is to combat, to fight or to overcome antimicrobial resistance. And you are united in your vision. Just 1 year ago, you actually met in your kickoff in Paris. 1 year ago, a short year ago. I'm going to ask you to reflect very quickly. What has all happened since that year? What have you all done? What challenges have you had to overcome in this 1 year? Now, I'm going to test you a little bit because when we do something and we do it well, we want to applaud ourselves for doing well. Now, not only are we about 400 people here today, 200 online, about 200 online and about 200 in person. Okay, that is a phenomenal. So I want to just welcome all of you. Welcome the online participants, welcome all of you. For our online participants, what I would like you to do is give yourself a little pat on the back for all the challenges you've overcome. For our people in today, I would like you to give yourselves a round of applause. Okay, whoa. Let's get the energy moving. Okay, that is like, I did something really well. Okay, I want to feel it. I want to feel the energy in the room where you're actually saying, we've done so much this last year. I want you to feel that. Okay, now let's hear that. Let's hear that applause. Whoa, okay. Now we're talking about a bit of energy in the room. Do you notice that? Are you going to keep this energy for the next 2 days? Oh, yeah. Okay. I hope so. Let's get the energy going. Now, before I hand over to Marie-Cécile Ploy, I've got 3 little housekeeping notes to make. And that the first one is timing. And now, of course, I'm 10 minutes late. Okay, but timing is absolutely essential. We have to finish in time today. So we are going to shorten things, and we're going to keep you intact in time. Now, there is no better way to do that than when you're in a football town to use football rules. And so our speakers will notice that there is no particular clock for you to see, but we've come up with a scheme. And when you are up speaking, Johan over here will he will wave about a green card, thank you, the green card when you're halfway through your speech. However, we then get to the warning, the yellow card. The yellow card is you've got between 2 minutes and 1 minute to finish off your speech. That depends on how long you've got. And we will wave it. Warning. Then comes the penalty time. Red. If you get the red card, you're going to be sent off stage. All right? Sent off field. With that, talking about football, I have another warning for everybody. On Thursday, any football fans? Right, oh, okay, right, okay. On Thursday, we have a football game, and it is Bilbao against Roma, all right? Ooh, what do we know about the supporters? Okay, so because of this, the city wants to keep everybody safe. They are going to be putting in extra security measures. There are going to be roads that are going to be blocked. There are going to be checks. Therefore, on Thursday, if you have a flight to catch, please, or if you have to get out of here quite quickly after our event, please speak to the local team, to the RIA. They will give you instructions as to what roads you can take and where to go. All right, so please do that as needed. So the next thing is Menti, and I've got the red card already. Very quickly, our Menti is, can you please bring up our Menti? We are using Menti for interaction. So let's test it over here. I would like everybody to scan that code, and if you can't scan it on here, there is in your little folder, there are the scans, the codes. And I would like you to practice by putting in one word, and that is, what is the word you associate with One Health? What is the word that you associate with One Health? Let's put it in there very quickly. Oh, this is slow. Let's see how quickly we can get it. There we go. Together, united, family, collaboration. Oh, I'm loving this. And to finish, as we see this coming, and as I've got penalty time, I am now going to invite our wonderful coordinator of EU-JAMRAI, Marie-Cécile, to open up the event. With the same energy.
Speak, it's better. Okay, so I start again. So I was wondering what was weird. Okay, so good morning, everyone. And I am delighted to welcome you today for this first annual meeting of the second European Joint Action on Antimicrobial Resistance and Healthcare-Associated Infections. EU-JAMRAI 2. Thank you for attending this special event, and a special thanks to the authorities of the Basque countries for hosting us. This meeting marks the first anniversary of the EU-JAMRAI 2, which is funded by the EU for Health program. EU-JAMRAI 2 follows the first EU-JAMRAI 1, which concluded in 2021. EU-JAMRAI 2 represents a significant step forward in the collective efforts to reduce the burden of AMR. We have gathered 128 partners from 30 countries. We collaborate closely with European agencies, international organizations, professional societies, and stakeholders. I thank you for responding to our request. A year ago, at the kickoff meeting in Paris, we presented our work plan to make Europe a model of best practices. Based on the 2023 Council recommendations on stepping up EU actions to combat AMR in a One Health approach, our ambition in the EU-JAMRAI 2 aims to reduce AMR while promoting One Health in all policies. To achieve this, our focus is on intersectoral One Health activities, capacity building, supporting national activities with close ties to member states and national action plan development and implementation, as well as education and training. Through these activities, we expect to achieve a sustainable collaboration between countries, training One Health professionals to meet AMS and IPC standards, improve access to antibiotics and AMR-related products, a One Health surveillance system to keep policies updated, enduring behavioral change intervention, and increase citizen engagement. Furthermore, human and healthcare must align with sustainable development. For this, we have included AMR surveillance in the environment to foster the responsible use of antimicrobials and biocides. To build a house, you must begin with a solid foundation to ensure its durability. Similarly, in this first year, we prioritize establishing a robust methodology as the cornerstone for effectively implementing actions into the national action plans. Today, the key actors of UJAMRAI 2 represent our foundations, the foundation of our initiative, and share the first concrete results. I want to thank all partners involved in this joint action. Your hard work during the first year has been invaluable. I also thank the leaders who organized the thematic sessions over these 2 days. You foster synergy. All countries participating in EU-JAMRAI have actively engaged in our work through workshops, webinars, country visits, etc. Our progress in this first year is closely linked to your continued commitment. I warmly thank all the coordination team, the local team, the communication team, and you, Val, for this the amazing organization of these 2 days. We are running in the time, so I don't give you names one by one, but I thank you warmly. And by working together across sectors and borders, human, animal, and environmental health, we are not just combating AMR, but safeguarding the very foundation of modern medicine. Every intervention we implement, every policy we refine, every life we protect through this joint action brings us closer to a world where antimicrobials remain effective for generations. Let this collaboration be a beacon of hope, prove that unity across sectors can turn the tide against AMR. And as I said in Paris, our motto was one for all and all for one. But today, let us add for every life in every nation. All together, united, we have the power to become a game changer, the power of being one. So together, we are not just building strategies, we are securing a future where health prevails. I wish you 2 productive working days, and now our meeting is officially open. Thank you very much. Over to you, Val.
You speak straight away, and this is from our minister from the Basque country, Minister of Health. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and very welcome to the city of Bilbao. I'm delighted because the symbol that you have, it is very supportive of our football team. As you may know, it is white and red, so please be aware that if you get the symbol, perhaps you are tempted to have some issues with the Roma supporters. So just to let you know. So thank you very much for coming here. Just a couple of things. You are nowadays in the Basque country. Probably you will be mixed with different type of languages. We speak both Basque and Spanish, and at least you need to go back with a couple of words in Basque language. So we say good morning, we say egunon. So nothing in common with that is said in Spanish, that is buenos días. So it is totally different language, as I said. So for my remarks, so distinguished colleagues, esteemed researchers and value partners, it is a great pleasure to welcome you all in Bilbao, in the Basque region, in the Basque country, for this pivotal gathering under the EU-JAMRAI 2 initiative. As Director of Health Research, Innovation and Assessment of the Ministry for Health of the Basque Government, and on behalf of the Vice Minister, Enrique Peiro, unfortunately, he was not able to come today, and he is a well-known epidemiologist in the community. He has been pretty much involved in PROA, he has been pretty much involved in WASH, and he was the head of public health of the Basque Health Service. So unfortunately, he was not. So you need to stand for the person that is instead of him. So I'm honored to open this meeting where we unite in a shared commitment, strengthening our collective response to antimicrobial resistance and safeguarding the future of public health. Healthcare authorities, as it is my case, play a crucial role in this fight. We are responsible not only for setting policies, but also for ensuring their effective implementation. It is our duty to integrate scientific evidence into health systems, promote responsible antimicrobial use, and invest in innovative solutions that protect both present and future generations. The Basque government is deeply committed to this mission, advancing policies that enhance infection prevention, strengthen surveillance systems, and improve public awareness. In the face of growing AMR threats, we cannot afford to work in silos, although we need to be very conscious of the context. Collaboration between healthcare authorities, researchers, clinicians, and policymakers is essential. Initiatives like EU-JAMRAI provide a vital platform to align strategies, share best practices, and reinforce the regulatory frameworks that drive responsible antimicrobial stewardship across Europe. The challenge ahead is significant, and perhaps with the new challenges that we are facing this year, much more, even having some responsibles in some big countries that are against vaccination and other type of things. But with a strong governance, coordinated action, and a firm commitment to public health, we can make a lasting impact. I encourage all of you to engage in meaningful discussions, explore innovative solutions, and reinforce the critical role that health authorities must play in tackling AMR. Thank you for your dedication, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring meeting. And I will conclude also with another 2 words in Basque, that is, thank you, eskerrik asko.
Thank you very much. Velina from the European Commission, can I invite you to come on up and do your speech? Are you doing it together? Okay. Yeah. Introduce yourselves, please. Oh, Julia, you are? Okay. Right.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Velina Pendulovska. I work in the Directorate General Health and Food Safety of the European Commission, and I'm together today with my colleague Julia Langer, also working for us. I would first like to thank Spain for hosting us here today. It's a lovely, lovely place, and it's wonderful to be able to meet all of you in face-to-face. And I would also like to thank France, of course, for being the coordinator of this call. We had a few slides to show you. The intention of my speech was to remind all of us, first of all, why we are doing this. I'm not sure whether we will get the slides. And what am I supposed to do?
Just point there, and the slides will move.
Well. Oh, okay, there we are. Okay, so there we are. So why are we doing this? So some of you may have seen already some of the information on the slides, but I'll try to skip through the policy things quickly. So, oh, next. No. Sorry, not working? No, still not? So this is a photo of our new Commissioner for Health, and the good news is that in the mission, the so-called mission letter that the President of the European Union gave to Mr. Farheli, is antimicrobial resistance is still a continued priority, and this is something that we had from the last Commission, and we're pleased to see that it is still a priority. Well, pleased is not the right way to put it, because it's still a threat. And it's important that we recognize it and that we keep a political momentum to tackle it. You know, sometimes it's referred to as a silent pandemic, but it shouldn't be the case. On this slide, I am showing back to the early 2000s when the community at the time started work on antimicrobial resistance, and to recall that we have had at EU-level initiatives to tackle it through a One Health approach. This is most notably our existing European One Health Action Plan from 2017, which is still valid. And the very last bullet here on this slide is the action that we took in 2023, so not so long ago from now, which is the Council recommendation. That was the latest, most significant policy initiative at EU level. And I have here on this slide the main areas of the Council recommendation. I will not read them out, you can do that for yourself, but I hope you see something that is very, very, how can I say, congruent with JAMRAI. Lo and behold, surprise, surprise. The main tenets that we have under the Council recommendation are, in fact, the work packages that you have in JAMRAI. And that is not surprising, that was intentional. Because for us, when we put the proposal for a Council recommendation, we also considered how we could help support the implementation of all these actions. And this was the investment on the EU for Health that we had with JAMRAI, which you are currently working on. And throughout the course of the day, we would be more than happy to hear where you stand on all the different work packages and activities. I give the floor now to Julia, also on the international front.
Hi, also a very warm welcome from me. It's a pleasure to be with you here in the beautiful Basque country. So as EU, obviously, we're also supporting member states and participating in the international developments on AMR. Last year was a really big year on the international scene with the UN high-level meeting on AMR in New York, and it saw the outcomes of a political declaration. And just to kind of highlight a few of those, countries committed to 10% reduction in global deaths based on the 2019 baseline levels. 70% of antibiotics should be coming from the aware access group. And 90% of countries should meet the WHO IPC requirements, and 80% of countries should be able to test and feed data into WHO's GLASS system. The UNGA declaration also foresaw a few follow-up actions, so we set the ground for the years to come, including the quadripartite to establish a new global action plan by 2026, the quadripartite to establish the independent panel, for there to be an implementation report, and for there to be a high-level meeting in 2029. So already compared to the last UNGA declaration, there's a very strong governance element and follow-up action. And this was also then followed up by the Jeddah Ministerial Conference in November last year. Here I just wanted to highlight a few of the other international developments that the EU is supporting. So one of them is our long-standing cooperation in the Transatlantic Task Force on AMR. So this is a cooperation initiative that was launched by the EU and the United States, and since grew to include Canada, Norway, and the UK. 2023, we hosted the in-person meeting. The current geopolitical situation is a little bit difficult, as you know. The US are keeping a low profile, but we're in touch with all the other countries. At EU level, we also have the EU Global Health Strategy, which includes AMR elements. And as EU, we are also participating in the G7 and G20, where there's a long track history of AMR in those paths. again, the Canadian presidency is having a bit of a low profile this year given the geopolitical situation. And South Africa has so far not included AMR in this year's health tract in the G20, but we have asked for it to be included. And I also want to acknowledge the ongoing negotiations for a pandemic agreement under the WHO. So EU is negotiating on behalf of the EU member states in Geneva. And okay, negotiations are ongoing. It's been a tough ride, but we do have one article on prevention and a subparagraph that includes AMR. And while the EU was maybe a bit more ambitious and wanted stronger provisions, we need to acknowledge that this would be the first legally binding provisions at international level that would go beyond, you know, political declarations. So we need to also highlight some of the successes there. Okay, so where do we stand at EU level? So just to kind of, I know ECDC will highlight a few elements later as well, but just to kind of show again that we have over 800,000 infections with antibiotic-resistant bacteria in the EU and EA. Over 35,000 deaths are attributable to AMR, and there's more than 1 million DALYs lost due to AMR. And more than 70% of those are linked to other healthcare-associated infections. And I know OECD will also be coming in later, but we are also supporting some of their work. And especially around the economic burden, we wanted to highlight that this is around 11.7 billion euros on the international scene. And also kind of one thing we also always want to highlight is that the cost of investing really does make a difference. So investing just 3.4 per capita per year will have significant improvements. So it's always important to highlight the cost savings that you can make by investing.
Thank you, Julia. So the issue is here. And I'm going to come now to where we stand when it comes to our targets. So 2 years in, after the Council recommended these targets, this is the state of play. And as you can see, it's a mixed picture. We have slight dip there when it comes to consumption. Hopefully we can get it up on the right track again. We are doing relatively well when it comes to MRSA. E. coli, resistant to third-generation cephalosporins, well, hopefully it can pick up, but look at the last one. The last one is carbapenem resistance. And we are going to be discussing this on Friday, in fact, in the Health Security Committee, because this is a serious threat. And we need to take further action. It has shot up 60%, and for some countries, it's triple digits increases. So we are sincerely hopeful that also through JAMRAI, we can help address this issue because it's very serious and it's there. And the very last bottom line is the target when it comes to the animal health side and where we are expecting new data. The methodology for collecting the data was changed, and we're expecting very soon the new data published by EMA. So the usual question that we get is, what is the Commission doing about it? Even though I have to say a large part of this ball, if you allow me to use another football analogy, is in your court, especially in public health. So we're looking forward to hear what you are doing also about it. But what is the Commission doing? What are we doing at EU level about it? So this is a lot of information on this slide. I've already been given the yellow signal that I should be quicker, so I won't read everything. But if I can just summarize a few developments. In public health in particular, we revised the health security legislation in the aftermath of COVID. And now AMR and healthcare-associated infections are part of the whole cycle of prevention, preparedness, and response planning that we have under at EU level, including the so-called public health emergency preparedness assessment visits that are carried out by ECDC. They are coming to all member states to look at capacities at national level, and AMR are part of that. So we hope this will also help to strengthen national level capacities. We have also established now for the first time public health EU reference laboratories in public health, and one of them is on AMR. It's already operational. On the animal health side, as I said, this is now the first year of reporting under the new rules, and there is work ongoing on legal acts to restrict certain uses of antimicrobials and measures for safer use, for more prudent use. We had also commissioned our agencies to produce a report on the threat of azoles when it comes to azole-resistant aspergillus, and that came out. Our agencies delivered. And last but not least, the environment. There is a lot of work already. There's work under the recast Urban Wastewater Directive, how to monitor AMR in wastewater, and other work going in other areas of environment. And I think my very last slide was to remind you of the funding that we have, and I'll stop here because I'm over the time limit. Thank you.
Referee at the moment. Thank you so much. I thought you went. Okay, all right. Thank you, Javier. Over to you. Let's hear from the World Organization of Animal Health.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Javier Yugueros Marcos, and apparently my family name, it's an old Basque word, so now you have a third word to retain, and it seems to mean new house, but it seems that I come somehow to my old house because I come originally from Spain. I'm speaking today on behalf of the quadripartite organizations, and as it was presented before, in October the 7th, 2024, the United Nations member states adopted a political declaration from the high-level meeting on antimicrobial resistance as part of their global health and foreign policy agenda during the General Assembly. That was the second political declaration of its kind, and it was intended to accelerate multisectorial progress at all levels through the One Health approach and sector-specific interventions. Today, 2025, the world is dramatically changing, and the multilateralism, the foreign policies and global health agendas are fading out. Recognition of urgent global health threats and development challenges, as well as the achievement of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, are under danger. So I do not want to just, as they say in French, plomber l'ambiance, but this is the reality where we are living, and we have to know that even if the world has changed, the situation on AMR has not changed a bit. Their situation remains a danger with drug-resistant pathogens bringing jeopardy to our health systems and to our societies. Our colleagues from the European Commission presented the numbers for Europe, but the situation in the world is not less dramatic, with drug-resistant bacteria today claiming 1 million lives per year, constantly since 2020 and 2019. And if nothing is changing, they could claim 39 million lives by 2050. They will reduce the life expectancy by 1.8 years in the next decade, and I was really worried when I saw the carbapenem figures that were shown by the European Commission, because even though we can say that 2050 is far, these figures are getting closer to that reality that we were designing for 2050, and yet they are here. The economic impact of AMR is also dramatic, with increased healthcare expenses at the global level around 780 billion per year. And for the first time in 2024, we published data from a study evaluating the economic impact from AMR in food-producing animals. And even though today AMR might not be seen as a problem with mortality in animals, is yet provoking economical losses that, if not addressed, they will reach a level of 870 billion between 2025 and 2050. Whenever I'm saying all these figures, I always get dizzy with billions, etc., but just retain the billion figure. Because these reports, some reports published last year, they have shown that targeted interventions could save 100 million lives. And when I say targeted interventions, I refer to targeted interventions combining the development of new antibiotics, but not only that, but also the access to safe water, sanitation, hygiene, to improve healthcare and vaccination, especially in low and middle income countries. Achieving a global reduction of 30% in the use of antimicrobials in animals will increase the global GDP by 110 billion. And there are many co-benefits by preventing and managing the pollution, including the cost savings due to addressing multiple threats at the same time. So, on behalf of the quadripartite, and in case you do not know the quadripartite, you can scan this QR code and get to know ourselves better. It's an alliance between 4 international organizations, FAO, UNEP, WHO, and WOA, and we use this alphabetical order to design ourselves. And on behalf of the quadripartite, I would like to really thank you, the JAMRAI 2 initiative, for their kind invitation, as well as to the Basque country for hosting us, Eskerrik asko. And we really thank you because of your commitment. In the international panorama or landscape that I have designed, it's really refreshing seeing this collaboration promoting interdisciplinary exchanges among countries, institutions, and sectors, as well as it's really encouraging to see your tireless efforts to safeguard the effectiveness of antimicrobials. When I say antimicrobials, or when we say antimicrobials, we usually talk about antibiotics, and nowadays we start to talk a little bit more about antifungals, but we do not have to forget that antivirals and antiparasitic drugs are under the same nature mechanism, and if we continue to use them irresponsibly, resistance will appear. So, sincerely, thank you. The commitments made in September, there are 45 commitments, if you have ever taken the time to count them. So 45 commitments with one ambitious goal, which is reducing the global mortality due to drug-resistant bacteria by 10% by 2030. And as it was mentioned before, all of them were reinforced by the 4th ministerial meeting that happened in Saudi Arabia in Jeddah. 45 is a long list, and I'm not going to name all of them. I'm just going to name 4, and I hope that this is going to trigger some sort of thoughts because of why is he mentioning this and not the other ones. So the ones that I want to mention are strengthening the health systems in humans and animals, including minimum requirements for infection prevention and control and biosecurity programs. Prevent and address the discharge of antimicrobials in the environment, foster the connection between the AMR national action plans and the national immunization strategies. It's not part of your work plan, but I encourage you to reconsider that, as well as strengthening the sustainable financing through existing structures. The why these 4 is because they emphasize the value of prevention, and prevention has been always reported by different reports, OECD, World Bank, etc., to be much more cost-effective than treatment, and the actions around prevention could save us trillions in terms of investment. Because these targets also foster the creation of synergies with other agendas. If you look at the top 10 mortality causes from WHO, you will not see AMR in any of those, but you will see that drug-resistant bacteria is a risk for all of them, including cancer. So synergies with other agendas, it's important, as well as the sustainable collaboration and financing systems. In terms of quadripartite activities, we have also a series of assignments, and we are already working on the update of the Global Action Plan by 2026. With some priority areas to be included, such as the environmental interventions to prevent and manage the dimensions on AMR, the alignment with sector-specific initiatives such as FAO's AMR Action Plan and Rhinofarm, UNEP's AMR priorities, WOA AMR strategies, as well as WHO strategic operational priorities for the health sector. We also want to emphasize the role of WASH, water access, hygiene and sanitation, IPC, farm biosecurity and husbandry, as well as the role of civil society, because it's important. Even though democracies around the world are also falling, the voice of civil society and those who vote, it's important. So if they understand what is at stake, they will really help this agenda. We are also going to emphasize the role of the multi-stakeholder partnership platform, which today gathers 250 members, and representing 35 from the human sector, 25 from the environmental sector, and 10% from social and economic sciences. I think many of you would be, and I see the living red card coming up. So, one second. I think you would be interested in knowing where we are in terms of setting the independent panel on evidence for action. So we have a work plan which is going to be unveiled, I think, by the end of this week. And the work has already started with a landscape analysis. It will continue with an open and transparent consultation of member states as well as different stakeholders. Modalities of consultations are still under definition, but this will lead to the development of key guidance document with ask for written inputs for launch by the end of the year.
Yes. Thank you.
No.
One last word.
One last word. Usually, I used to quote Alexander Fleming, but I think he will be already tired in his tomb about all the things that are said from him. So what I just want to say is, once again, thank you for all your efforts. Your 7 key priorities are very important, especially because of they are paving a road. And we really wish you strength, courage, patience, and perseverance, because the road and the journey will not be easy. We count on you for a sustained political advocacy, as well as engaged public awareness, and you can count on quadripartite partners to be part of your contributors.
Thank you very much. Normally, it's the women that say one word and then have 10, all right? Sometimes the men break the norm. All right, I'd like to now transition to our first session of the day, and I'm inviting to the stage Lucy, Sophie, Moira. Is there anybody I've forgotten? Heike. And Heike. All right.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lucie Collineau, and I'm a veterinary epidemiologist at ANSES, the French Food Safety Agency. And together with my colleague Sophia Nee from the Public Health Agency of Sweden, Heike Schmidt from RIVM, Netherlands, and Moira Kelly from Sensano, Belgium, it is our great pleasure to present our progress and future plans to progress towards One Health surveillance of AMR in Europe as part of EU-JAMRAI 2. We'll try it. Sorry, but this is not working. Okay. So we are talking on behalf of a group of 25 partner countries, and please bear in mind that we are working primarily at the national level. So our partners are stakeholders and target groups based at national governmental agencies, expert laboratories, and ministries, working in close collaboration with EU and UN agencies. Our overall objective is to reinforce the European strategy for One Health surveillance of AMR. More specifically, we aim to strengthen the national surveillance system on AMR in the human health sector, to achieve a full-scale implementation of the European AMR surveillance network in veterinary medicine called ESVET, set up a European AMR surveillance network in the environmental sector, ESENV, and develop a national annual One Health surveillance report in each participating member state. We are working on the umbrella of the Council recommendation on stepping up EU action to combat AMR in a One Health approach, which has been presented earlier by Velina. And there are 6 specific recommendations related to surveillance, and these have been translated into national action plans. And earlier this year, a framework was released to monitor the implementation of those recommendations. And we are hoping that our work will not only contribute to the implementation of those recommendations, but also facilitate the evaluation via specific outcome and output indicators. A lot of progress has been made in the recent years to progress towards One Health surveillance of AMR in the EU. And a very good example of this is the so-called JACA report that proposes a joint integrated analysis of antimicrobial consumption and resistance data in humans and animals. looking at statistical association, both within sector, which are the vertical arrows, but also between sectors, which are the horizontal arrows. This is a quite advanced level of integration that we are observing here, but there are also limitations in the way this JAMRAI is being conducted today. First, the data used in the human sector focus on bloodstream invasive infection from deceased humans, but this is only a subset of all resistant infection that we observe in humans. In the animal sector, the focus is on carriage of zoonotic and indicator bacteria from healthy animals, but we have no data from deceased animals that we could compare with those used in humans. A third important gap is environmental surveillance. Which is absent from this JAMRAI analysis, as you can see. And fourth, this integrated, I'm struggling with the pointer. This integrated analysis is being performed at European level, but in most countries, there are no similar analysis being performed at the national level. Some European countries have a One Health report for surveillance, but often you can see Chapter 1, human surveillance, Chapter 2, animal surveillance, and sometimes Chapter 3, environmental surveillance. But there is no such integrated analysis being done in most countries, so we think national integrated analysis of AMC and AMR is also of importance. So the 4 gaps which are highlighted here in red are those we're trying to cover in our JAMRAI 2 activities, and we'll present this in the coming slides. So this presentation is organized in 2 parts. The first part, if you can move to the previous slide, please. No, the previous one. Thank you. Okay, this presentation is organized in 2 parts. First, we'll focus on the 2 networks that we're trying to develop in the animal and environmental sector, so ESVET and ESENV. And the second part will be about human health and One Health surveillance. And at the end of each part, we'll have a panel discussion, and we'll also be able to take questions from the audience. So should you have any question on our presentation, please keep them for the panel session. Well, you will we'll have a chance to ask those questions. Okay, so now let's start with the first part about ESVET, a network for surveillance of AMR in deceased animals. As you're probably aware, surveillance of AMR in animals in the EU so far has been focusing on the food chain. There is a harmonized active monitoring coordinated by EFSA that focuses on indicator and zoonotic bacteria from healthy food-producing animals. And we think this monitoring is highly valuable to inform about foodborne AMR transmission and evaluate the exposure of the consumers to AMR. But this surveillance also comes with limitation. The first one is that active surveillance is expensive. So what we can afford today in the EU is approximately 160 isolates per bacteria and animal species every second year in poultry, pig, and cattle. However, we have no data about other animal species, and in particular, no data about companion animals, which are in close contact with humans, as you can see here. Third, while these data are important to evaluate exposure of the consumer, these data are of limited value to guide our veterinarians on how they should treat their animals, since we have little information about the resistance profile of the bacteria that are leading to animal infections. So we think an important gap in the European strategy for surveillance of AMR in animals is surveillance of deceased animals. And this not only matters for animal health, but it also matters for public health. Next slide, please. So a good example of this is the emergence of carbapenem-resistant enterobacteria in food producing and companion animals. As highlighted by Evelina earlier, this is an important public health hazard, which is rising in the EU, and there is growing evidence that it's also rising in both food producing and companion animals. And we think we need additional data to be able to assess the risk for public health. So recognizing this gap, an initiative was launched in JAMRAI 1 to create a new network for surveillance of AMR in veterinary medicine in the EU. The ambition is to parallel ESNet in the human sector and to close a gap on AMR surveillance in clinical isolates from animals. The idea is to complement the existing EFSA monitoring in the food chain, to support antimicrobial stewardship in veterinary medicine, add on the JACA pool of data, support risk assessment, and advise EU policy makers, and also monitoring of interventions, and ultimately to improve animal health and public health. So as part of JAMRAI 1, several achievements have been made to kickstart this network. First, we reviewed existing national surveillance systems, and as you can see on the map here on the right, in 2021, approximately half of the EU countries had a national surveillance system for AMR in animal pathogens in place. However, these were highly diverse. So looking on what those countries were monitoring, we defined a preliminary scope for this network, including 6 animal species: cattle, chicken, turkey, pigs, dogs, and cats, 11 bacterial species, and resistant profile of interest to both human and animal health. We agreed upon method and standard to be used in this network, and we conducted a pilot study. This pilot study was a proof of concept of what ESVET can achieve. 9 countries and 11 partners participated to this pilot study and shared available data over 2016-2020. We built a unique dataset of more than 140,000 isolates. And using this dataset, we were able to explore trends and variability within and between countries. An example is provided on this figure with E. coli resistant to aminopenicillins over 2016-2020. So each graph on this figure represents a different country, and each color a different animal species. Because we could access raw data, we were able to reinterpret the raw values with a common approach and common standards. And this was done at relatively low cost because this is passive surveillance, which are being generated for diagnostic purposes. However, passive surveillance also comes with limitations. The main one being data volume and representativeness, which was highly variable between countries. And there was also a lack of harmonization between partners in terms of methods being used, which could impair comparability. Another challenge was the lack of ECOFs for certain drug-bug combination of interest to ESVET that we will also need to address in the future. So recognizing those challenges, we built our work plan for JAMRAI 2. And the ambition is to make ESVET a full-scale initiative. So first, we expanded the network. So a growing number of countries have expressed their interest in participating to this network. So we now have 40 partners from 18 countries, almost double compared to JAMRAI 1. We aim to facilitate routine data collection, analysis, and reporting, improve harmonization and data comparability. We also want to sequence isolates to be able to evaluate to which extent they disseminate between countries, and explore also rare or emerging resistances. And we want to integrate within the EU AMR surveillance landscape. So what have we done in year 1 to progress towards those objectives? The first thing we did was to meet physically in Paris soon after the kickoff, because this is a network, so we need people to know each other and to build trust, I think, between us, so we can have a good collaboration. And then we worked towards routine and data collection, analysis, and reporting. First, we updated the ESVET scope. So now that we have more partners participating, we were able to expand to horses, sheep, and goats data. We developed an ESVET database and developed an WUNET module to facilitate the gathering of data with different formats. All partners have signed the data sharing agreement last month, so we were able to launch the first call for data in February 2025. We are drafting an ESVET manual to improve harmonization, and we are also defining customized ESVET MIC plates that will be used in the subsequent year to perform inter-laboratory proficiency testing. We have not started sequencing yet, but we have already selected those isolate and resistant profiles that we would like to sequence in year 2. And we have started establishing collaboration with EFSA, FAO INFAM program, which is an international program for AMR monitoring in food-producing animals, as well as the Animal Health and Welfare Partnership, SOR8, which is focusing on genomic surveillance of AMR in animals. So what are our next steps? These are the milestones for year 2. So as mentioned, we launched our first call for data last month. In May, we're going to have our second physical meeting in Denmark, Copenhagen, where we will also finalize our ESVET customized plates. In June this year, we will release our ESVET manual on the JAMRAI website. And in September, we will finalize our data collection round. So we will be able to start data analysis and interpretation. We are already thinking about year 3 and beyond to disseminate our results via report, an interactive dashboard, publication and policy brief, and we want to prepare also integration within European surveillance and sustainability. So this is my very last slide. Just to sum up how ESVET is contributing to those Council recommendations. Obviously, we'll cover a gap, which is surveillance of AMR in diseased animals, which we think is an important piece of the puzzle if we want to have a comprehensive surveillance system. Second, we think ESVET can provide data to support EFSA evaluating whether resistant bacteria of animal pathogen should be considered for inclusion in the animal health law and regulatory surveillance. And looking at the monitoring framework, we think surveillance in diseased animals should be considered as part of this evaluation of the extent to which surveillance of AMR in animals is being implemented in each member state. So I will stop here and then give the word to Heike, who will present about surveillance in the environment.
Yeah, many thanks. And I think it very much speaks to the One Healthness of JAMRAI that a presentation on the environment, on environmental surveillance, happens right within the first section of these very important 2 days. Oops. This is quicker than I thought. So there we go again. I'm situated at the National Institute for Public Health and the Environment in the Netherlands. And to set the stage for why we conduct or think about environmental surveillance, to start with the context, well, there is scientific consensus on several facts. First of all, that AMR is also found in the environment, in waters and soils, in different forms, resistance genes, resistant bacteria, and also resistant pathogens. Also, we know some of the anthropogenic pressures that affect the dynamics of AMR and the environment. For example, release of wastewater to receiving surface waters, or application of manure of farmed animals for fertilization of soils. And we also know that the environment can be a source, an origin for resistance determinants, but it can also represent a transmission route. So humans can also be exposed to the environment, for example, when recreating in surface water, and that can represent a transmission route that also leads to colonization of humans. So what role can environmental surveillance then play to help or to get more information about these facts? So we think that surveillance in the environment can contribute to better understanding the spread of AMR from animals and humans to the environment and also back to humans, and therefore can help estimating the human and animal health risks that are related with possible exposures. Unfortunately, the environment is still relatively new compared to the human and animal sector, so what we are faced with is a lack of harmonized approaches of how to conduct environmental surveillance. There are very few internationally harmonized examples. But still, there's a call for integrated surveillance that also includes the environment, as we saw in the Council recommendations and also by UNGA. So there we go with our overall goal for JAMRAI. Our goal is to define a common surveillance strategy that addresses the contribution of the environment to AMR within the One Health framework. First of all, this surveillance strategy would move from science to action, as we have seen that many initiatives have been taken place in the research sphere but have not yet been translated to governmental actions. So by jointly defining objectives, sampling strategies, and indicators for surveillance, we hope to bring that further to a coordinated approach. And that approach could then help countries when establishing their national action plans and considering environmental surveillance, because that's often an area where countries are struggling how to implement that. The second ambition is to also form a network, ESN, an environmental surveillance network. And why is that needed? As countries are really defining their strategies and trying to find ways how to include the environment. So what we want to establish is a community of practice that helps countries interacting and learning from each other's experience. That can also help integration with other sectors and networks where needed and where possible, because actually the environment is not an endpoint in itself. We always serve human and animal health in the end, so there needs to be a very close interaction with other sectors as well. How do we do that? We are currently receiving results of 2 questionnaires, quite extended questionnaires on what initiatives exist in Europe and also how future environmental surveillance could be shaped. Based on these questionnaires, we will use that within our group to form our own vision from scratch, to develop strategies and objectives. We will then consult other stakeholders to align with their requirements and ideas, and also to contribute to European regulations that currently are underway. We'll pilot those in a 1-year surveillance campaign where we use central elements and see how these can be implemented across countries. And then with separate activity, we also address antimicrobial usage, especially for antifungals, to know what kind of data we need on usage that is needed to answer questions about occurrence and development of resistance in the environment. Well, here we have actually a unique chance of devising a new surveillance system from scratch. So we can also ask fundamental questions. And these fundamental questions are, what are the actual purposes, the objectives we want to answer with environmental surveillance? And these can be manifold. Of course, detecting trends in the environment is one of them, but also wastewater-based surveillance is actually employed in many countries already. This is maybe not so much an environmental surveillance because it serves the goal as to act as a complementary approach for human surveillance, because it raises information about circulation of AMR in humans. But one might also think about using environmental surveillance to interrogate emergence of new forms of AMR, or to address efficiency of interventions such as advanced wastewater treatment, which is going to be implemented across Europe. Last but not least, and importantly, surveillance does not replace risk assessment, but can generate data that helps risks or exposure assessments when conducted on environments where human exposure actually happens, such as bathing waters. And importantly, the choice of these objectives is crucial because it determines what kind of sampling strategies should be taken, what kind of samples we have to collect, and also what kind of indicators we have to use, because sometimes these indicators have to have a very high public health relevance. If we think about wastewater surveillance, sometimes they have to be measurable in order to inform, for example, exposure assessments. And there has to be a very tight collaboration between the objectives and the choice of these indicators to have a optimally suited surveillance system. We do collaborate with other initiatives to this end. As said, we need input from the human and animal health sector. First of all, to see what kind of information needs they might have towards environmental surveillance, but also to have a structured discussion on what kind of indicators are of greatest value for them, for example, for wastewater-based surveillance. We also coordinate with activities at a very different level. For example, we integrate existing experience from the upcoming quadripartite guidance on integrated surveillance that will be helpful, but also from IONET initiative in which surveillance of AMR and surface water was piloted by EEA. So that is experience we can take on board. Furthermore, there's another joint action we very closely collaborate with, which is the joint action WISH, which is devoted to wastewater surveillance entirely on very different pathogens, among them AMR. And actually, we are now collaborating so far that we've joined meetings in which we think about choice of indicators and objectives of surveillance. So that's working very nicely. And the ultimate goal is, of course, to provide input that serves the implementation of regulation. And one of those important ones at the moment is the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive, because that directly requires member states to conduct wastewater surveillance. The next steps are now, with the result of the questionnaire, to come to a common approach, which is due this summer. And we use the rest of summer until autumn to then provide a detailed cookbook on how to conduct a pilot, which elements we want to pilot and with which methods. And we are starting to pilot joint environmental surveillance in autumn for about 1 year. And that gives us enough time to spend time on the evaluation of the outcome, evaluate different aspects of that surveillance system, and then use that to come forward with a joint environmental AMR surveillance approach. And again, the last slide, how does that serve countries in implementing Council recommendations? Well, the goal here is clearly to develop a system for surveillance of the environment and probably including wastewater. And the other one that is directly served is, as we already heard, the UNGA political declaration, which also asks for identifying appropriate methods for environmental surveillance to be integrated into national action plans. So I'm very much looking forward to the next year when we hopefully can inform you on the exact nature of what we're having in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Heike. So we'll now welcome our panelists for the first panel of this session. Could you please display the slide? Thank you. So we'll welcome our first panelist, Ernesto Liebana, who is a team leader at the Biological Hazard Panel at the European Food Safety Authority. We have also Caroline Woolley, who is an environmental specialist at the European Environment Agency. And we also have a panelist who is online. Hope he can hear us. Peter Oshkov, who is working at the Food Safety and Zoonotic Diseases Department of WHO Europe. So thanks for being here with us to discuss our progress about One Health surveillance of AMR in the EU. My first question will go to Ernesto Liebana. So Ernesto, my first question is, what are your expectations about veterinary and environmental surveillance? What content would you like to see to make this surveillance useful from your perspective?
Okay, good morning, everybody. Okay, good morning, everybody, and thank you. It's a pleasure to be here in my home country, and it's a pleasure to be here representing EFSA also for this important event. I'm aware we have very little time, so I was thinking about how to address this question. A lot of the things you said resonate very much with our vision in EFSA as risk assessors. But if I have to summarize the expectations we have, is really to aim for a comprehensive data collection. And for me, in veterinary surveillance, this means to have data from a wide range of bacteria. So, as you said, we cover already zoonotic and indicator microorganisms, but there is a clear gap on vet pathogens. And I think that's something that would bring an element that is missing for our risk assessments and then actions from risk manager point of view. I think it should increase also perhaps the range of bacterial species we survey for Harmonized methodology is very important. I think what you said, many countries are doing this type of surveillance in Europe, but unfortunately they use different methods, and it's difficult to put everything together and to compare across. Timely and real-time really reporting, so that we can know whether there are emerging issues, what the trends, identify early the trends of resistance in some of these things. And basically then integrating everything. You put on the screen the JAMRAI reports. I think is really a tremendous effort that over the years we have put to put all these data streams together and to give convincing evidence to the risk managers on the relations between use and resistance. So not to forget that these two things may go there hand to hand. So I think that would be very quickly my expectations. And I think it's important also, what I would like to see to make this really useful is also modern database tools, so meaning dashboards, maps, things that would allow real-time access to the data and not having to wait for reports necessarily every year. Because I think that gives a lot of power to be able to address questions at any given time. And I leave the environmental part for Caroline. Perhaps I would say something on the food environment later, but I think it's better that she addresses that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks a lot. Maybe I will ask you a first question, Ernesto, and right after that we'll give the mic to Caroline to complement. So my second question for Ernesto was, where do you see the added value of the ISVET and ISOF network compared to existing surveillance in Europe? And where do they fit within the EU surveillance landscape, in your opinion?
Yeah, I guess I will repeat myself again. The added value of ISVET in this case is to fill the gap that we have on a part of the veterinary surveillance. When I hear about animal health, this is not only animal health. I think you illustrated it very well with the carbapenemase resistance. This is about food safety, it's about exposure through the animal environment. So it's not only related to what makes animals sick, but we need the data also on those pathogens. And just by chance, this afternoon we will be adopting the opinion on carbapenemase producing Enterobacteriaceae in the food chain. So I think that document will bring a lot of new data and some insights and reflections about this problem. And I think what you said about the support for antimicrobial stewardship is critical. I think the most data we can generate to inform veterinarians on how to prescribe and use antibiotics, the better it is for everybody, because that's one of the key tools to decrease the usage of antibiotics in Europe, and there is an urgent need to have that. So I think ISVET will be really important for that. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks a lot for your input. And then Heike will continue.
Yeah. Caroline, again, welcome here and to raise an environmental voice. So the same question also to you. From your experience with surface water surveillance, what would be your expectations towards environmental surveillance? What kind of data would you profit from?
Hello, everybody. I'm Caroline Worley from the European Environment Agency. So when I talk about the EEA, I'm talking about that agency and not the economic area. Heike just gave us a little introduction about what's known about EMR in the environment area. It's very low at the moment. The capacity and capability among environmental scientists is rather low. We're really starting now. So the knowledge base that you've been building up over the last 20, 30 years, that's kind of been starting in the last 5 to 10 years in the environment area. And so when we're talking about environment, please, one of the things I want you to do is to be realistic and be patient. So Javier, in his talk, he said patience and perseverance. All right? When you talk, please engage with environment colleagues. So there's a lot of expertise in water monitoring. And if you think about drinking water and bathing water, there's a lot of effort goes in there to protect public health. All right? So there's willingness and an understanding about public health in some of our colleagues, but in terms of microbiological monitoring and AMR, it's not so strong. But we need that engagement and your help to them to develop that understanding. So that's the first thing. Please engage and help people understand, just as my colleagues around the room have helped me over the last few years. We've just been running with our IONET, which is a network of 38 countries. We had a voluntary pilot survey, which we ran with 10 countries over the last year. We met in June 2023 for the first time. We had to develop a whole process. So the analysis, what to analyse, where to analyse, the analysis, the methodology, the reporting. We had to develop all that and do something and trying to get a pilot study to be able to understand what to do. So almost a precursor to what's expected under the ESN approach. We learnt a lot, all right. From my perspective as a European level, I need harmonised data. I need you to be confident that the data are comparable. I need to have a set of data that are consistent. So if one lab reports that as a substance or a target, that another lab reporting the same thing is reporting the same target. So then we understand what's needed at European level, if there's an issue at European level or if it's a country level. There's a lot of parallels to be understood in terms of the environmental sphere, for example, water monitoring. And I think we can really help each other in understanding that. I'm not sure how much time I've got left, but Heike mentioned that the monitoring purpose, be really clear about that. We can see already in the water area that with the monitoring that's going to be required under the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive that's just been newly revised and come into force in January, that there's different interests. So if you're thinking about environmental surveillance, you're going to be you want to find something. There's no point having a massive program and not having anything there. But if you're thinking about health surveillance, you've got you need to know if something's there, some target. That's a different purpose. And the purpose drives what monitoring you're going to be doing. So be really clear when you're setting up your program of monitoring, what the purpose of that monitoring is, because that drives everything else. It drives where and what you're going to monitor. And I think, my overriding message is please engage with environment colleagues. They've got a lot of knowledge to share. And I look forward to further discussions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe that also helps for the second question, because the second question is, how far can networks like ESN help to bring that communication rolling? Is there any tip from your side, or what the role of such networks could be?
Yes, from my personal experience, I'm an environmental chemist. Okay, and most of the people you'll be dealing with are going to be from a chemistry or biological monitoring background, not microbiology. And it took me quite a while to understand that, because in chemistry you've got mass balance. Okay, if it goes in one end, you've got to find it at the other side. X equals X somehow. And microbiology doesn't work like that. And we're talking at that level. Okay, we are talking at that level. If you're dealing with chemists or these things, but microbiology really changes, as you all know, and that's really at that level, try and understand, get people to understand that this stuff isn't as stable as what they might have been used to. So that I would really start there.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. It's time to move to Peter. Welcome here. I don't know where to address you. I hope you can see me. So Peter, you are also engaged in One Health activities. What is your opinion on what kind of information you would seek from both veterinary and environmental surveillance, and what kind of data would bring us further for these domains?
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Sorry, I'm not able to be there with you in person. That would have been very nice, but happy that we made it work with the online connection. So yeah, thanks for the question. I think maybe first of all I should stress that I think it's a very important session we are having, and the veterinary and environmental surveillance of AMR is absolutely essential for understanding and also for mitigating the spread of resistant pathogens in the human-animal environment interface. So now, if you ask specifically more on the veterinary surveillance side, I think it's important to highlight that systematic monitoring of antimicrobial use and resistance trend in food producing and also companion animal is very important, and that should include some regular sampling of key bacteria that we know exist in that interface, Salmonella, E. coli, Campylobacter, for animals, for food products, and also for farm environments. So I think surveillance should cover the prescription of consumption patterns of antimicrobials to guide the responsible use and policy decision. In terms of the environmental surveillance, I agree with previous speakers and also Heike as the presenter that this is very new, And I think the focus should be on detecting AMR in both water, in soil, in waste streams, in high-risk areas. So that could be near farms, hospitals, wastewater treatment plants. Surveillance should track resistance genes and also bacterial strains using advanced methods like whole genome sequencing that can help identify the environmental hotspots and the pathways of resistance spread. So I think overall for AMR surveillance, it would be useful, for it to be useful, I think it must be harmonized across the sectors to allow for this cross-country comparisons. As also previous speakers have highlighted, the issue of real-time data sharing is important for timely intervention. We should also focus on linking AMR data with antimicrobial usage patterns to inform our risk assessments, and then engaging policymakers and stakeholders through some clear risk communication.
Yeah.
So that's probably the areas where I think these two areas of surveillance should be focusing.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Many thanks. Quite a to-do list for the environment, I hear. Thank you. Is there time for questions?
I don't think we really have time for questions at this moment, so I apologize for that. What we can do is later on, if people have questions, you put them onto Menti. Please do that. If you've got questions, there is the Menti code in your dossier, and so just file it in, put it in, and we will get back to you, okay? Or the team will get back to you. All right, can we move on to the next part of our presentation? And we invite Sophia and Moira onto the stage. Yes. You're going to the same. It's different people the next lot.
No, yes.
No, you can
please,
just stay. You can just stay. Yeah.
Yeah, please just stay. For the next panel, hello everyone. So let's just move straight into the next part about improving human and One Health surveillance, led by myself, Sophia, and my colleague Moira. So starting with the human health. So we work to strengthen the national surveillance systems on AMR in the human sector. And I have divided this talk into a now and, or our work into a now and a later part. And the focus of today is going to be the now part. So, and that is that we're performing an inventory on national AMR surveillance in JAMRAI countries. And the information we collect in this inventory is about the systems and the content of the systems. So it's not the surveillance data itself. So we're not here duplicating any of our international surveillance initiatives such as EARSnet or GLASS. Later on, we will use all this information and build roadmaps for surveillance and also work on capacity strengthening projects, but more on that another time. So why are we making this inventory? Well, basically right now we're missing a joint compilation of national surveillance systems and with information such as which AMR pathogens are under surveillance, how is that surveillance structured, and what is the data used for? And having this information in one place will really make it easier to collaborate. We will know how we are similar and where we differ. And there is a lot of data and information on this around, but nothing, it's very scattered, and it's not really in a way that allows for us to do joint publication and visualization, which is really what we want to do. So that's why we're making the inventory. What's then part of the inventory? Well, it's focused on microbiological surveillance of AMR, and you can see here to the sides the bacterial pathogens that's included in the inventory. I'm not going to read them out, and you can also see the culture materials that we've included. And what these pathogens have in common is that they all can cause healthcare-associated outbreaks. And we collect the information in a questionnaire, and the questionnaire we developed together with our partners, and we also had reference rounds with important key stakeholders like ECDC, WHO Europe, to get their input. And roughly we can divide the questionnaire information in 3 parts, where the first one is information on national recommendations in place affecting AMR surveillance. The second part is whole genome sequencing and how that is used for AMR surveillance. And also the third part, which is also the largest part, is on how the national surveillance is structured. And several of the questions also include a legal perspective, which is something we're also working on. The status for this work, so we sent the questionnaire out to the entire JAMRAI consortium, so not only the countries that are in our work, so 30 countries. So far we have answers from 23 of them. So thank you so much everyone that has filled both work to write and design this questionnaire, commented on it, and also filling it out, because it's quite a large questionnaire. So we're very happy, and this puts us in a really good place for what comes next and what we're doing now. Which is that we're right now working on visualizing this data in a joint dashboard. And this is not something being done, as I said, right now, so we don't have anything to show from this. So I will just give you some examples from what you will be able to see in this dashboard. So you will be able to see which AMR pathogens that are notifiable according to national legislations in the countries. So it means that what is under mandatory surveillance, but you will also be able to see what's under voluntary surveillance. You will be able to also see current national surveillance of AMR pathogens isolated from different culture materials, for instance, urine samples. And this is interesting since we're talking about expanding surveillance to know what is there and what is being done in different countries. You will also be able to see which partner countries that have different national recommendations in place, for instance, treatment guidance to the most common infections. So the target groups for this dashboard is really ourselves, we, the partners that are working on the dashboard. We should be able to go here and sort of get inspiration. What are we doing in our country? What is everyone else doing? And yeah, get inspiration. And another important target group is EU and UN agencies that are working on our international surveillance systems. And they should be able to go here and get a better understanding of what's going on in different countries and how does that relate to their work. Also, policy advisors is an important group that wants to sort of see how can we move things forward, what do we need to turn into policy in order to sort of get action in our own country. Some quick technical information. We are developing this using RShiny, which is an open source software, very popular among dashboarders. And we put together a working group with members from 8 different partner countries that are working on this together. The code will be open to the public via GitHub, so you can follow it there. And the first version will be online in June 2025, so stay tuned for that. I also want to mention quickly one of our great sources of inspiration, which is the TRACS dashboard. And many of you might have seen this. This is a dashboard led by the UN agencies. And this is a really, really great design of a dashboard and something we're looking a lot of for inspiration. So thanks a lot, TRACS, for building this dashboard. So then you might ask, why are you putting all this work into making a dashboard? Well, they have a way of making complex data understandable and easy to access. And we really, really need this for AMR because, as you all know, it very quickly becomes very complicated. It's a lot of pathogens, it's a lot of culture materials, and we just need to make it understandable somehow. It also increases the availability of key information that we know that many actors are interested in. And this is important for collective memory, but also for accountability. So this is information that we need to access over and over again. It's not something we can look at once and then understand. So it's important that it's easy to access. It also provides a baseline, which we think is really important, because we need this baseline in order to follow up. So if we want to develop, we need to know how are we developing and where are we going. And this is important also for sustainability. So talking about sustainability, what is then the long-term plan for this? So as we see JAMRAI, it's a development project. So we have these years to sort of make it as good as possible and to design the concept and the content. So we plan to complete 2 development cycles. So we are right now in the first cycle where we collect the data, we do the dashboard, we analyze, then we evaluate and make improvements and collect the data once more. Because it's really hard to get this right the first time around. So we really need to circle it one time to get it good. We are looking at different options for sustainability and long-term hosting and things like that, but right now we are just really focused at making it as good as possible, so it's worth sustaining for the future. So I want also just to put our work in a little bit of a larger context and talk about how we work to implement important policy documents with a focus on then, of course, the Council recommendation and the adjoining monitoring and evaluation study. So a lot of the indicators and recommendations in here are also part of the dashboard. So, and this is, for instance, the guidelines for treatment of common infections, but also the notifiable pathogens under national legislations and so on. So what we're building here is really a tool that can be used for many purposes, but among other things to follow up some of the really important indicators that are in the Council recommendation. And we think that JAMRAI is in a really good position to do that because we sit sort of right between action and implementation. And we hope that this, by building this place, we can sort of make sure that we are building the lines and implementing the right things. So, yeah, thanks. Over to you.
Thanks, Sophia. So you've just heard about how in EU-JAMRAI we're working to improve surveillance of AMR in the human, veterinary and environmental sector. And this next action is about how we're supporting countries in bringing together data from these three sectors to develop national integrated One Health surveillance of AMR. And so you might ask, if we have effective surveillance in each of the sectors, why do we need an integrated One Health surveillance? Well, the truth is that surveillance data is really fragmented. In most countries, you have lots of different actors who are all managing their own surveillance programs that have very distinct goals. And often each of these programs will produce a report each year. So on the left-hand side here, you can see just a selection of the reports that are produced each year in Belgium containing data about antimicrobial resistance and consumption. And each of these reports can be more than 30 pages long, so it can be a bit challenging to not only find the relevant data, but to get a clear overview of what's happening. So by bringing this most important data together into one space, you can get this clear overview, and you can make sort of a one-stop shop for stakeholders like policymakers who are really looking for the big picture of what's happening in terms of AMR in their country. But it has another important additional value, which is that obviously to produce these reports, you're not just bringing together the data, but you're also bringing together the people who make this data. And so you're forcing the collaboration of all of these different people. On the right-hand side here, you can see the members who contribute to our BELMAP One Health report in Belgium. And all of these people have different expertise and competencies. But by bringing all of these expertise together with having this clear overview of the data, you can agree together on unified recommendations and priorities. And that's really important because it supports, very effective not only communication about antimicrobial resistance, but also supports the development of antimicrobial resistance policy. But of course, it's not easy to build a network like this, so how are we hoping to support countries in doing this? Well, the first step is to know who's doing what and what data and programs are already active within each country. And that's what we've been doing in year one. So together with our participants, we developed a questionnaire where people, one coordinator in each country, could collect data on what programs are active and who's running them in their country, and also to collect some key information in terms of developing these One Health reports. So is the data open access? What sort of data is reported? Are they mandatory or voluntary? And I know you've already heard a lot about sort of inventories within AMR, so what's the added value of having one with a One Health perspective? Well, this mapping exercise has a much broader scope. So we're not just talking about a handful of the most critical bacteria antibiotics, we're really talking about all antimicrobials, all pathogens, and not just antimicrobial resistance data, but also consumption data across all sectors. And in forcing this sort of collection of data across the sectors, that's the first step in building this One Health network. We not only provided sort of a structure for the questionnaire, but we also provided a structure for the results. So on the right-hand side here, you can see this matrix that each country has produced about what programs are active in what settings and what sectors in terms of collecting data on antimicrobial resistance and consumption. But I'm not going to present any sort of overriding results combining all of the countries, because actually the point here is not to make a European-level network or a European-level data set. We're really about supporting each country in developing this network and report within their own system. And so whilst we provided a framework, each country was able to adapt this according to their national situation. But while we're working on a national level, we of course still want to learn from each other as part of this JAMRAI experience. So in February, we hosted a workshop in Brussels where we brought together all of these coordinators. And the first day was all about discussing the results of this mapping exercise. They were able to discuss the strengths and weaknesses of their surveillance landscape within that country. And it really gave us a clear overview of what One Health surveillance of AMR in Europe looks like at the moment. But of course, we don't want to just know what's happening now, we want to improve upon it. And day 2 was really about what do we want One Health surveillance to look like in the future. So we had presentations from organizations with established One Health reports. We had a panel discussion with policymakers to find out what sort of reporting is most useful and accessible for them. And we started having a discussion about selecting a small group of key indicators that each country hopefully will be able to eventually report on that gives this clear overview of the most important patterns in terms of AMR and AMC. So that's where we are now. Where are we hoping to go in the next couple of years? Well, this year is really all about building the One Health capacity within these countries. One of the tools we're using to do that is the One Health EpiCap tool, which I'll explain briefly in the next slide. And then years 3 and 4, we're really looking to develop within each country their One Health reports, so helping them to produce a One Health report for AMR and AMC. But of course, we want this report to be of added value. We don't just want to bring all of these individual reports together into one monster PDF. So we're looking at developing tools like interactive dashboards to see what degree of integrated analysis is possible. And like I said, to develop these handful of common indicators to try and make it, an accessible, useful, added value report. So this year, each of the panelists are going to be working at building their One Health network and the One Health capacity within their surveillance landscape, and that's really tough. So one of the tools that we're using is an application called the One Health EpiCap tool, and this is where the coordinator within each country is going to put together a panel of 8 to 12 panelists from across the sectors and hopefully across the range of stakeholders. And basically the tool supports discussion to allow all of these different panelists to come to a consensus in evaluating how effective in terms of One Health approach their surveillance system is in terms of organization, operation, and impact. And you put this consensus agreement together into the application, and it outputs a series of diagnostics about your surveillance system. And you can see an example of here on the right. And together with these diagnostics of what your strengths and weaknesses are and all of the discussion that allowed you to come to this consensus, you have an output of sort of concrete and actionable activities that you can do to build the One Health capacity and build collaboration, so hopefully strengthen the One Healthness of your surveillance system. And as my colleagues have said, these actions weren't developed in isolation. We're hoping to support countries in implementing European documentation. So within the Council recommendations, of course, to be able to close existing gaps, you have to know where they are. So hopefully with this mapping exercise and also bringing together the experts within a country, we'll be able to identify, or each country will be able to better identify where there are gaps in their data and work together to work out how to close them. And in supporting countries in producing a One Health AMR report and a One Health AMR surveillance system, we're directly helping them to achieve this output indicator and the recommendation for having an integrated surveillance of AMR and AMC across the different sectors within their country. So I can hand back over to Sophia.
Yes. So now we've given you so much information in both our sessions, so we just want to try to summarize this a little bit for you and show a little bit how the key actions of our work relate to these surveillance gaps that you might remember we talked about way back in the start. But if we're looking at clinical infections in animals, we have EARS-VET working on that. We're looking at environmental surveillance, then it's EARS-ON that is really on a good way to making this into an international network. We then have expanding surveillance in humans. This is definitely part of what we're doing, and in the dashboard we're building, you will be able to see information on how this looks in current state and what we can do from that. Also, what we just heard, the national analysis of AMR from a One Health perspective, we have this support work to see how we can support the building of a national One Health report in each country. Yes, so with that, we would like to go to our next panel discussion. So the second panel discussion will be focusing on how we direct the EU-JAMRAI 2 surveillance work to add value to the current surveillance landscape. And we already have Ernesto and Caroline here on stage, and Peter somewhere online, hopefully. But I also want to mention, can you please go back? Yes, I also want to mention, to welcome a few more panelists, starting with Dominic from ECDC, Ariane from the European Commission, and Velina, also from the European Commission. Please join us here. And these questions that we have, written to the panel, it's questions really that we are thinking a lot about and trying to address in our work. So we're very, very happy that you are all here today to help us with this, because it will be really, really useful for us in our future work. So we will start a bit with the human aspects and sort of discussing what aspects within human microbiological surveillance of AMR do you think is the most important to move forward? Starting with you, Dominic.
Thank you very much for the invitation. A lot of data, yes, I agree. But we're missing 3 countries. So your dashboard will miss 3 countries. Is it time to catch up with those, the train has started, but it's still okay to be on board the train, and so then you complete your dashboard? That would be my first, my small frustration and my small recommendation. As mentioned in the Council recommendation, we need to expand. We need to expand to more clinical samples. We need to expand to more pathogen species. And I think you will give us some information here. So that's a priority for everybody, and you will contribute to this. And then this will only be possible through electronic surveillance. I mean, remember the beginning of EARSnet, people were taking the data from their lab system, or will collect the data on bloodstream infections on paper forms, and then we'll enter the paper forms in WhoNet, and we'll produce a file, and that file could be sent to EARS and then to EARSnet. Now we need to do this with electronic surveillance. So at ECDC, we started working on both issues. I mean, we're reflecting the EARSnet Disease Network Coordinating Committee is reflecting on how we can have data on more types of clinical samples. There are plenty of pitfalls, and we're reflecting about it. And then we're also working on expanding to electronic surveillance. And then maybe my last point, or maybe two points. The first one is expanding to genomic surveillance. We need to do this. We started working with this at ECDC, but the challenge is really about linking the results. And we're not there. It's done for foodborne pathogens. It's done for Salmonella, for Campylobacter. It's not done yet for the pathogens under EARSnet and UJAMRAI. So I think it's a challenge, a different objective, different sampling frames, and we need to do this. And finally, I think we have not solved one major important problem. We're still mentioning AMR, MDROs, carbapenem-resistant organisms, CROs, carbapenem-resistant Enterobacterialis, CRE. Carbapenem is producing Enterobacterialis, CPE. And then we put this for each species, carbapenem-resistant Klebsiella pneumoniae, carbapenem-resistant... Well, this is confusing the decision makers. I mean, we just had this example right now with the rapid risk assessment of ECDC, as we decided to say on CRAs, and now there will be discussion with the Health Security Committee on Friday, and suppose we will still talk about CRAs, but the only data that we have there for carbapenem-resistant Klebsiella pneumoniae. Believe me, the decision makers don't know what they have to fight. And this is a question for all of us. If someone has a solution, please let us know. But we'll need to solve this at one point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So going also to you, Velina. from your perspective. So what do you think is the most important for us to move forward with?
Okay. Well, a lot was already said by Dominic. As you're, I guess all of you are aware, legally speaking, under the legislation that we have at EU level, it's ECDC that has the formal role of overseeing surveillance of AMR in human health. But what I can say from our perspective, and it builds on what was in the Council recommendation that you, of course, are mentioning, and from what you presented today, I think it's great to see that at national level, the developments that were in the Council, that we proposed in the Council recommendation, the Council agreed, are sort of helped also through JAMRAI. This is excellent. And what I can complement what we are doing at EU level, as I mentioned, we revised the regulation on serious cross-border health threats that govern surveillance of 50-odd communicable diseases at EU level, and we are actually in the process of revising that exact legal act, which is about what diseases are notifiable at EU level. And we're also strengthening through that. It's not adopted yet, so what I'm going to say here is what we as the Commission have proposed. Obviously, all the member states are yet to agree, but we would like to strengthen surveillance of AMR also through that legal act as well. We have streamlined the reporting a bit more. We have added consumption. That's a target, as I showed, of course, and as you all know, which was being reported to ECDC on a voluntary basis. We would like to bring it under the legal base that we have. We have added a new pathogen, that's Candida auris. I think resistance in fungals was also mentioned as a growing threat. And we have also tried to provide in the legal basis what Dominic mentioned, expanding the type of isolates, which you also mentioned very, very well, going in the same direction, beyond just cerebrospinal fluids and blood infections. And because with just those, we are essentially seeing the tip of the iceberg, and we would like to know more about where the threat lies. And I think I would agree with Dominic in what he just said, the very last point about how we communicate about all the wealth of information, and that also you will be collecting. I think I salute your efforts to try to put it in a dashboard to make it more easily understandable, because that is also a challenge. And hopefully now in the Health Security Committee on Friday, when decisions are taken about what do we do about it, okay, here we have detected it. There is the detecting, and the detection also has to be rapid. And that brings me something else that I said also in my speech, that we hope the new EORL, European Union Reference Laboratory on AMR, will also be, helping member states with expanding the capacities to rapidly detect. But then the question is, what do we do about it? And that answer is not always straightforward. And so the policymakers need to really understand where the issue lies. Where is it detected? Now, let's say Klebsiella mainly in hospitals, but if we talk about carbapenem-resistant E. coli, that changes the picture, and we need to think where is the intervention needed to be made. So yes, plenty of work also ahead of us too. I'll stop here, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And just to mention those countries that you mentioned, Dominic, that has not answered our questionnaire, it's still open, and we will be in touch. Thank you.
So we've sort of heard what the additional value of these different surveillances in the separate sectors, and I think now one of the questions that certainly within our task we've been asking is what's the added value of One Health surveillance of AMR, and what parts of a One Health surveillance report can be most useful. And so Ariana, if it's okay, I'd like to start from your perspective in terms of the AMR and Human Nutrition Unit of the European Commission. Where do you see the added value?
Thank you for the question. So I will start with the obvious, because it was said already many times, and it will be kind of a summary now, but obviously integrated surveillance, and from the Commission side we believe, will bring major benefits, because we have heard that early detection means faster responses, helping to control AMR before it spreads. A One Health approach gives us a full picture of how AMR moves between humans, animals, food and the environment. It encourages responsible use of antimicrobials in all sectors. Stronger evidence-based policies help to address AMR more effectively. It improves public health, food safety, food security. It protects the environment. It saves costs. It drives innovation. But having said that, we know that not all member states first may wish to set up integrated surveillance systems, or if they wish, they can not so easily. So, and this is understandable because these systems comes with many challenges. They are costly to establish and they require substantial resources to maintain, including dedicated multisectoral AMR teams. So this is why, at least at the Commission, we have started also some kind of help for the Member States by conducting a feasibility study on integrated surveillance. So it's a bit a step back of what JAMRAI is doing in a more long term, which is already also the implementation. So the study was launched in October 2024 and will end up already in August 2025. So it's a very short, focused study that we hope will contribute as much as possible to the work undergone in JAMRAI 2. So the study will focus on assessing the feasibility, how is it feasible to integrate One Health surveillance systems, the requirements that needs to be implemented, and the experiences of member states that have already developed integrated surveillance. So the expected outcome really is to identify the necessary elements for designing these systems and implementing those, the key success factors based on experience, and solutions to overcome the challenges of this system.
Thank you. And thank you also for giving that overview of the feasibility study, because I know some of you have probably been contacted as part of that, so it's nice to see how these are working together, and it's been great to communicate with your team and see how we can collaborate in both of these actions helping towards each other. And so it's nice to have this overview from a One Health perspective, but I think also, hopefully, One Health surveillance can provide additional value within each of the sectors. And so, Caroline, if it's okay, I'd like to hear from your perspective, from the environmental agency perspective, what potential additional value do you see, or what parts of a One Health report do you think, from your perspective, could be most useful?
Hello? Okay. Well, we're starting from a baseline of about 0 for data, so integration and all the rest of it is a good time to be starting because we don't have anything on AMR. But actually, listening to Dom and listening to the other talks and your plans under this programme of work, actually the European Environment Agency, our job, we're not a regulator, our job is to make information available to the public and to policymakers. And we get a lot of reporting of environment data from countries, nationally reported data, and we make it available. So I do understand the sort of issues you're facing, and it's really important that you get comparable data that are quality checked. So that's the data input side, and that means that when you make your dashboards, you've got comparable data. And one of the things there, I was thinking about this in relation to where chemicals analysis was in the 1980s, because I feel that's where we are with environmental data. All right, we need a library of substances. Okay, so when one lab over there says they're reporting a particular target, that another lab is reporting, and they're saying they're doing that target, and it's the same thing. And it's a bit like Don was saying, is if you've got lots of names for different things, it's not only confusing for policymakers, which is really important, because how do you make a decision if you've got 15 names for something that's slightly similar? You know, you haven't got a kind of unified target. So that's partly, so it's that side, you know, you need to agree what are the targets. And that's for the policymakers, but it's also for reporting, because if you've got 15 variants for reporting for 1 million things, that makes your data entry and all the rest of it really complicated. So I haven't got a solution, but in chemicals we have things like the chemical abstracts number, the CAS number, we have the ECHO number, and that's a reference. All right, and that's an analytical source. When labs are doing their analysis, they've got a standard and they can do that analysis there. So you need something like that that gives us confidence that all the different labs are doing a good job and you're all reporting the same substance. You also need certified reference materials so that you can be confident that in a chemicals term, the concentrations are the same, or reliable concentrations. Now, I understand those don't exist yet, but because of the development under the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive that needs to be monitoring by 2030 at large plants, the JRC, the Joint Research Centre, which is the European Commission's research arm, they're developing reference materials, so that will be doing that to support that. So one of the things will be to work with, I know some of you already are, but work in complement the JRC's work on AMR, because they're really ramping up. That will help accelerate progress. Yeah, and just to say that, I'm just going to one more bit area, because I think the parallels with the chemicals are quite similar, actually. So we had something called Dangerous Substances Directive, and countries report a few substances under that. And then under the Water Framework Directive, which came through in 2000, some substances were identified that were of European importance, and they're called priority substances, and all member states have to analyse those in all their surface water bodies. Okay, and there were 33 of them. That's being expanded now. But there were also below that, there were some substances that were important at national level or at regional level. Okay, so there's some that are important at European level, and we need to know about these European ones because those are the ones that need European action to be taken. Okay, so learning from that chemicals experience, I think there's a lot of parallels that you can work with here to say, this is what is important in this country or this region, but these are the ones we actually, all of us need to be aware of and get some sort of working up from that.
No, I completely agree with that, and it's certainly something we've been discussing, that as well as having these key indicators that are maybe agreed upon on a higher level, there definitely needs to be flexibility for countries to be able to have discussions within their own network and make priorities and indicators that are most relevant for their national situation. I completely agree. And so, Ernesto, maybe from an EFSA point of view, what sort of benefits or what added value do you see from One Health reports and One Health reports on AMR and AMC?
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to state the obvious again, but AMR emerges and moves across all these compartments we have heard that are within the One Health. Back many years in time, we saw many problems coming from the use of growth promotion in animals to human health. Nowadays, we're seeing some spillover events from humans back to the animals, and we have the environment, which is the connector for all these things. So it's fairly obvious, if we don't do One Health surveillance, we're never going to be able to understand the full flow and dynamics of resistance development. So we cannot afford to do this in small pockets. I think the risk assessments we do nowadays are normally together. More and more, we have to do these farm to fork or holistic risk assessments where we need data from all sectors. I think the old days of just doing something in your small area are long gone. We talked about how expensive this may be, but I see it differently because this is really efficient use of resources. We can learn from each other. Where a system is already in place, we can communicate to the other sectors, explain how things are done, reuse methodology, dashboards, use our collective memory to help each other. And I think that is really an outstanding thing that we can do. And it forces, anyway, to work in these multidisciplinary teams. Again, nowadays it's difficult to believe you can do something where you don't count on somebody with a human expertise or environmental expertise. If you do so, I think the outcome will be very challenged. So I think all those things are obvious benefits and added value to One Health.
Thank you. And Peter, we see you again. Just to say also to the audience here and online that the QR code on the right-hand side is where you can pose your own questions. So hopefully there will be some time at the end of the panel discussion to also answer some questions from you. If you have any burning questions, please put them into the Mentimeter. So Peter, maybe I can ask from a WHO perspective, for you, what do you see sort of the added value and what parts of a One Health report might be most useful in your opinion?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, along the lines of what other panel members have said, I think it's quite clear that a One Health approach to AMR surveillance is essential because AMR does not respect boundaries. Right? It's spread between humans, animals, food, and also the environment, and even across national borders. So integrating surveillance across all these sectors, we can detect emerging resistance trends, we can identify transmission pathways, and implement targeted interventions before AMR becomes a larger public health crisis. So now you're asking about the added value. I think that lies really within the ability to provide a more comprehensive understanding of AMR dynamics. So instead of having just, it's not that One Health surveillance is replacing sector-specific surveillance, but it adds an additional component. So instead of having isolated human, veterinary, and environmental data, we gain a more unified picture of resistance development and its spread across the three compartments. And that enables better policy decisions, optimized antimicrobial use, and more proactive containment measures. So to reduce the public health burden of AMR, I think the most valuable components that you were asking on One Health surveillance might be the issue of integrated data analysis. So linking antimicrobial use, resistance patterns across the sectors, human, animal, and environmental health sectors, is one valuable component. I think the risk-based reporting is another one. So really identifying the high-risk areas for targeted interventions, and that could be farms with excessive antibiotic use, or it could be wastewater sites where high resistance levels are identified. A third component could be around early warning systems, so leveraging on whole genome sequencing to track resistance genes and emerging threats in real time is an important thing. And also the transparent risk communication, so ensuring that policymakers, industry, and the public can receive these clear science-based recommendations from across the three sectors. So I think strengthening all these components, One Health AMR surveillance can really drive coordinated action to protect the health both of humans, animals, and the environment, and maybe also ensuring a more sustainable use of antimicrobials. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And Dominique, maybe we can come in from a human public health perspective as well. For you and for ECDC, what components of the One Health report do you think might be most useful in reducing the public health burden of AMR?
Maybe I will start building up on what Ernesto said. It's writing a One Health AMR report. But probably in many countries will be the first time that such a report is produced, forces people to work together, and this is essential. So having this common goal of producing one concrete output is very important. And I'm talking from experience, having worked many years in Denmark with the DanMap collaboration. It's essential. People learn to know each other, start working, understand where the differences are, and start solving them to produce a report. So essential, and I hope you, as part of an issue, JAMRAI, you will have many of those reports. And then that gives you a possibility to communicate, to raise awareness, because you have one output, so you can, and people will start talking about it in media. Very good. How can this reduce the burden of AMR? We have one common currency, it's called E. coli. E. coli is probably the best One Health pathogen. If you're talking about Salmonella, Campylobacter, yes, they're transmitted from animals to humans via food, but they're rarely responsible for healthcare-associated infections. If you're thinking about Streptococcus pneumoniae, it's a common pathogen for community infections, but it doesn't come from animals, and it's rarely responsible for, if it is responsible for healthcare-associated infections. E. coli is transversal. It's something we most likely acquire from food-producing animals, a major pathogen for community-acquired, in particular, urinary tract infections, and it is a small component of a healthcare-associated infection. So I would say, let's work on E. coli in all the sectors. We don't know much about the environment, but that may be a way for humans and animals to be contaminated. So I would say common currency, E. coli, and big focus in a One Health collaboration. Still, when we look at the burden, and the estimates that we've been doing at ECDC and also with OECD, the big burdens comes from healthcare-associated infections and from pathogens that have nothing to do with One Health. Because they are they may be in the hospital environment, but they're being transmitted in hospitals. So let's not forget our big fire, our emergency right now about carbapenem-resistant Enterobacterialis CRS, because this is the major contributor to the burden in human health, and it's increasing from year to year. Yeah. That's what our data show, and that's what the DG Santé has been showing. So, fine to work with One Health. Let's not forget about the current emergency.
No, thank you. I think that's really interesting. Also, yesterday, as part of workshops before this, we were discussing the development of indicators in the environmental surveillance and having this idea of what the common One Health indicators can be, but again, keeping it in perspective when considering public health burden is also really important. And Velina, maybe you can come in on that point from a human health security perspective. When looking at that data, what parts of the One Health report do you think could be most valuable? But of course, taking into account that a lot of the public health burden is maybe caused by pathogen drug combinations that actually aren't really so One Health based.
No, okay. Thank you once again. Well, a lot of the things were already said, and again, I probably come from a bit more from the policymaker risk management side. As I said, it's very, very useful to see where the threat lies. Where is it detected? Where is it really originating from? So where can we, do something about it? And depending, as Dominic was saying, depending on the pathogen, that will be very different. I guess the value that I'll speak about myself for the human health part, and I will give the example of the JAMRAI report, which was already mentioned, and it's thanks to the collaborative effort of our EU agencies. It is very, very useful to see, for example, let's say the use of antimicrobials in animals, how that may trickle down to humans. And as you are all aware, at EU level, on the animal health side, a lot of effort was done in the recent years with the ban of the use of antimicrobials for growth promotion that was mentioned by Ernesto as well, with the fact that we designated a list of antimicrobials that are now only to be used in human use, and so on and so forth. And these efforts continue also, as I presented this morning. This is something that could be done there. And where should we act on the human health side? So this is, again, what Dominic was saying, that there are efforts that we will inevitably have to do in hospitals. And all acknowledging the importance of One Health, we have to be, of course, clear that we don't have One Health hospitals. We don't have One Health labs even. We are processing this. So the efforts on One Health are absolutely, and I think you're going in the right direction to, as was already said, to forge on national level this collaboration and to be able to look into it, because indeed I'm aware that not all member states have One Health, let's say, integrated reports and analyses. But we should acknowledge that the constituent sort of parts of the One Health have to do their job first, so that we then be able to do the proper analysis and analyze the data through a One Health perspective, which is very, very valuable as well. And if I could add one last bit on the environment, because we're also involved in the work that was mentioned by the JRC on looking at this methodology for what do we actually monitor now in wastewater surveillance. I will draw the parallel with COVID. We were looking at COVID surveillance from wastewater, and that was a very, very valuable source to identify where are we having the outbreaks and what is happening and how can we attack it further. It was another very valuable source. So I'm looking forward to, once this reporting starts really taking place, to be another source of information on AMR. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Ernesto.
Minute, I would like to react to something I heard from my colleagues, which I agree with, but only partially. I understand the emergency and the stress should be given for some important pathogens right now in hospital settings mainly, but this is also One Health. I think every time something gets out of hand in one little pocket, it influences all the other pockets. And I totally agree. Carbapenem resistance, Klebsiella pneumoniae is probably right now one of our top priorities and should be addressed immediately. But we are seeing permeating of not only microorganisms. We have to remember we're not only talking about pathogens here. We're talking about genetic mobile elements, flow of genes, and all of this happens very quickly in this very complex environment. All we need is that the problem gets out of hands in food production animals. You will get that multiplied by 1,000 in a couple of years. So we have to address, of course, the emergencies immediately, but we have to keep a very close eye on how the rest of the, let's say, universe may be affected by these shoots. Yeah, thank you.
No, thank you very much.
This has been an amazing session.
question. Well done.
Well done. You've not only presented an amazing panel discussion, thank you for everybody, and you've caught up on a lot of the time. So I want to congratulate you as a team. Can we give them a hand? But it's not over, because they are going to take one or two questions so that we can still go and have coffee and get back in time. There are going to be one or two questions, and anything we don't get to now will be answered by the team afterwards. All right? Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So we have a couple of questions. One is about how to come across the problem of data sharing for One Health data collection and data protection, and also for animal pathogen surveillance. Who is going to pay for this?
In terms of the challenges of One Health data sharing, that is one of the things that we've been addressing in terms of when our coordinators have been performing this mapping exercise. We've collected data on the how the data is reported and whether it's open access or not. And of course, that really depends upon the country. So when we're looking at building national surveillance systems, for me in Belgium, it's very hard for me to address those challenges in another country. And so what we're trying to do is support each country in becoming aware of the situation, and hopefully maybe through our, the great thing about JAMRAI is we have groups working on so many different things. So maybe with the coordination teams, we can also look on putting those things into their national action plans and building to try to overcome some of those bridges by already having coordination and collaboration between different areas of expertise. In terms of who's going to pay for the human pathogen, animal pathogen, I don't know if anyone has any suggestion, certainly outside of my area of expertise.
Yeah, I think we might need to keep that question for another forum.
Sure. And then we also have a question from Ukraine. When collecting data about AMR burden in the One Health context, how crucial is it to investigate the circulation of bacteria between 3 sectors? So we have talked about, about the measuring E. coli, it's a common indicator in the 3 compartments.
I think one of at the moment, for a number of sectors, we really don't have any data in a lot of countries. So I think it's, in terms of working out how crucial it is, we first of all need to identify what those possible transmission pathways would be. And I think that's part of building this network and bringing all of these expertise and all of this data together is a first step towards that. But yeah, I don't know if from an environmental point of view, in terms of looking at the transmission between the environment and the other sectors, I think it's really part of the development in terms of working out what surveillance system we're going to set up. I don't know, Heike, if you can come and contribute. I think your expertise in that is...
Yeah, thanks. I would very much echo Dominic here. He says E. coli is the one to go for if you go for One Health surveillance. And indeed, if you think about true One Health surveillance and transmission between different compartments, then E. coli is the one where actually the knowledge we have so far has been generated on transmission, on specifically ESBL producing E. coli. We might have similar activities towards CPE if they occur in animals or in humans. So I very much agree. If we want to have, that's a personal view, but that is not yet backed up by my group, so no guarantee here, but there's quite a likelihood that if we want to really sample something across all sectors, then this might very well include E. coli. And that is also echoed, for example, in the WHO tricycle protocol, where the choice was only made for ESBL. E. coli as the indicator to start with. So more to come, but this is the initial answer.
And maybe if I can just add to that, because I saw there was a question from Ukraine about the integrated surveillance, and just to build on what Heike was saying, we are actually these days supporting an initiative in Ukraine in implementing the tricycle protocol, so looking specifically at ESBL producing E. coli in the 3 compartments. So just adding that to the answer to the question. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I think in terms of time, we have to move on. So as Val said, we will try to answer any other questions that have already come up. But if you wouldn't mind going on to the next slide. in our presentation. We'd also really like to hear from you and from the people attending online what you see as the added value and what parts of, especially in terms of the One Health report, what parts would be most valuable for you. So we'd love your input on developing our program, and hopefully then next year we can come and present to you how we've integrated all of your feedback into what we're doing. So if you could follow the QR code, or for those who are here today, it's also the middle QR code on the little piece of paper in your dossier, and we'd love to hear your opinion. But otherwise, I think it's time for coffee. So
Thank you very much. Panelists, a very valuable discussion. Thank you. Please, let's be back in the room. The music will start playing 5 minutes before 2:15. Therefore, at 2:15, we will start. It's not that we start coming into the room at 2:15, okay? That we're running late again, 5 minutes late. It is my absolute pleasure. Oh, look at that, the drawings that have been done by our drawer from our morning session. Just really want to say a special word to our drawer who's live drawing our event. Now, our session today that we're about to go into is IPC and, I beg your pardon? And it's stewardship. It's okay. It's stewardship is our current session answer. Yes, session 2, there you go. Improving implementation of IPC and AMS in a One Health perspective. I would like to call onto the stage Asher, who is, yes, Asher, who is going to do the presentation for us.
Thank you, Mel. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're ready for the next session, and on behalf of all my JAMRAI, AMS and IPC colleagues, I'd like to introduce our session on improving the implementation of AMS and IPC from a One Health perspective, and to share with you our work so far and our focus and next steps. But to begin our session, we'll show you a 2-minute video to introduce the importance of linking AMS and IPC. But first of all, a big thank you to our JAMRAI communication colleagues who have produced this video for us. So if somebody could put on the video.
AMS and IPC, why link them? Antimicrobial stewardship and infection prevention and control are essential interdependent strategies in reducing antimicrobial resistance. Their integration within a One Health framework acknowledges the interconnectedness of human, animal, and environmental health. AMR transcends sectoral boundaries, requiring a coordinated, multi-sectoral response to align policies, enhance collaboration, and ensure effective implementation of control measures. AMS promotes the prudent use of antimicrobials to prevent overuse and misuse, while IPC aims to prevent infections, reducing the need for antimicrobials and limiting the spread of resistant strains. Since both involve behavioural changes, a behaviour science perspective enhances their effectiveness. Linking AMS and IPC creates a synergistic approach that slows resistance development, improves health outcomes, and minimises the spread of resistance genes in the environment. Successful AMS-IPC collaboration depends on strong leadership, harmonised policies, and shared resources to optimise efficiency. Education and training are crucial, ensuring that professionals across human, veterinary, and environmental health understand each other's roles. Standardised approaches across sectors foster consistency and measurable AMR reduction. The impact of AMS and IPC collaboration is profound, preventing infections and ensuring prudent antimicrobial use slows resistance, reduces healthcare costs, and limits environmental contamination. A One Health approach strengthens AMS and IPC strategies, requiring collective action, standardised protocols, and cross-sector collaboration. By integrating policies and fostering long-term commitments, AMS and IPC together offer a powerful means to protect public health, animal welfare, and environmental sustainability in building a One Health world to reduce antimicrobial resistance.
So in conclusion, AMS and IPC are 2 essential independent strategies in reducing the antimicrobial resistance. By working together, they create a synergistic approach, and as we know, successful collaboration depends on strong leadership, harmonized policies, and shared resources. Ultimately, collaboration only works when everyone understands each other's perspectives and approaches. It also requires the willingness from authorities and sectors to work together, and this is hard work requiring ongoing cooperation, learning, and commitment. It demands a continuous effort from all stakeholders because standards and guidelines cannot do it alone. The importance of AMS and IPC collaboration is also reflected in the EU Council recommendation from June 2023. These recommendations stress the need for the cross-sector and cross-country collaboration, the prudent use of antimicrobials and high IPC standards. Education and training are crucial to equipping professionals with knowledge of AMR, IPC and the One Health approach. Our AMS and IPC JAMRAI activities aligns with these goals by fostering AMS-IPC collaboration involving the stakeholders, defining European standards and promoting the peer-to-peer programs and professional networks. By aligning with the EU recommendations, we contribute to a coordinated European response to AMR. Our work on AMS and IPC shares common goals across sectors to enforce implementation of core components and core competences. Together we focus on standardization, implementation support for concrete actions and knowledge exchange to create a structured approach in Europe. A key step is the development of standardized European frameworks with stakeholders, outlining requirements, recommendations and roadmaps. Effective AMS and IPC implementation requires tools, support systems, behavior change science, and peer-to-peer exchanges. And by utilizing these best practices and expertise with the maximum impact, institutions can enhance infection prevention and antimicrobial use and reduce the infections and AMR. So finally, collaboration, communication, and knowledge sharing are essential to advancing on our AMS and IPC objectives. Thank you. And now we are moving into our first panel discussion, which Val will take care of.
Thank you very much. All right, I would love to thank you very much for presenting for us. And I would like to invite the panelists and also connect our online Zoom. It's always lovely when you get to meet the panelists for the first time on stage. And so I'm now going to just quickly, as I say, I'm getting to meet all of you today, and you're getting to meet me. And on top of that, we've got a couple of people online. Now we're going to manage, I've been requested to manage this particular panel in a conversational tone. So we're going to have two parts, two questions. The first question that I am going to be addressing to you, and I would like you to think about it. I'm going to ask each of you to give a short answer, and then a little bit of back and forth for the first part. Okay, so I'm going to introduce the first question. Is anybody managing to connect our, yeah, there you go, our online panelists. Okay. What I'm asking is that after the first round, if you feel you would like to respond or answer to something, that you just indicate to me, all right? So the question that I have been asked to cover with you very specifically is, how do you specifically, you as an individual, create these synergies? You are working on policies and frameworks. What is it practically? How do you create the synergies between AMS and IPC? Okay, yes?
Well, if I can start, possibly I need to introduce myself and a little bit of my background. I do work for European Commission, the same Directorate General as Velina, Julia, and Ariane. However, I'm actually Directorate F, which is based in Ireland, and we are pretty much auditors, to be perfectly honest. So we haven't maybe got that much of first-hand experience in creating these synergies. It's more about observing what's going on in the countries that we visit, and that's the member states, and that's the third countries so far, and this actually aspect is the EU candidate countries. So I can tell you that we do have very good synergies, the One Health synergies, because apart from the audits, we also have been doing together with ECDC and Diamantis himself, One Health country visits, when we observe the synergies rather than create themselves. So I can talk from this experience rather than my own experience.
Okay, thank you, that's perfect. Yes?
Is
Is it on? Yes, no, sorry. Well, when I think of AMS and IPC, they are completely interdependent. So I think of it like if it was like a bottle of water, that you want to preserve the water and you put a lid on it, but there's a hole. So even if you put the lid on it, the hole still makes the water leak. So you really need both approaches if you want really to tackle antimicrobial resistance. So it's completely one dependent of the other. So how do you put together people that normally don't work together? So one of the main areas in which you have to work first to start with is to have joint training and education. So you have to put the people together, not in a Zoom meeting, physically work together so that they start speaking the same language. And that's crucial because some talk about infectious diseases, about what happens in animals or what happens in a hospital, etc. And the other are only focused on management practices, washing hands, etc. And it's very important that we see that one is completely dependent on the other and one needs the other. So it's not who is more important, it's going out of your comfort zone and speaking a common language. And this is probably one of the secrets where you start and seeing it. Also, yes, Jeroen, please.
I just wanted to add to that because I think indeed it's very important. This should be done together, and in hospitals people work together, right? I'm from clinical medicine. I'm actually an intensivist in background, but I do a lot of stewardship activities. And what I see is that you get into each other's working fields all the time. So it's important to assume those projects together. And I think one of the great examples that we see, and I'm here now on behalf of Drive AMS, and Drive AMS is a program in which we do capacity building on improving antibiotic use in hospitals, but we see more and more that the teams that follow the trainings that we do, the hospital teams that they choose subjects in which IPC is very much integrated in the problem. I'll give you an example. Postoperative prophylaxis. Who here has a problem with too long prescribing of antibiotics after surgery? Well, I can see your hands going up. It's a huge problem everywhere in Europe. It's probably the most important stewardship problem that we have. And it's a combined problem because postoperative prophylaxis really fits nicely with preventing postoperative infections, and that's the field of an IPC specialist. So we're looking at improving postoperative or perioperative care. It's about stewardship, but it's also about infection prevention. And the strongest part there is that we actually have outcomes in terms of hard outcomes of postoperative wound infections to see if our strategies that are improving antibiotic use and that are improving infection prevention actually work out. So this is exactly the example that we need to work together.
Okay. It's very nice that you bring this together now because it's operations, etc. in a hospital, but also in a veterinary hospital. So in the veterinary hospital, we have the same problem, that where there's too much prevention with antibiotics. Odontology is also a part that we normally don't touch, but it's very important. 7% of the antibiotics in Europe are prescribed by odontologists, and there also prevention is like the rule, is for everything. So there we have to bring also together this One Health concept. The same has happened that you think that you work in this field only the hospital. It's the same for veterinary hospitals, for veterinary surgeries, not only for small animal practice, but also for large animal practice. So it's really One Health perspective that we have here with AMS and IPC.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. So Gabriel Biagan, I'm an infection control specialist working in the Nantes University Hospital in the west of France, but I'm here on behalf of UKIC, which is the European Committee for Infection Control, part of ECMID, the European Society of Microbiology and Infectious Disease. Just to speak about the surgery, I think surgery is a very good domain field to speak about synergies. Because we're facing across the perioperative pathway a lot of fragmentation. So from the beginning till the end, a patient is going through different people, the anesthetist, the surgeon, and all operating staff, surgical staff as well. And there is fragmentation of all cares provided to one patient. And this fragmentation is, I think, disrupting the collaboration, potential collaboration for AMS, but also for IPC. But I have another example to give you about collaboration and synergy. It's the surveillance of healthcare-associated bloodstream infection. Just to give you a practical example of what we're doing currently in my hospital. And I would also add the micro in the loop microbiology lab. So we're speaking about IPC, AMS, but there is also the micro, which is another very important pillar of the collaboration. So what we're doing now is to start from the microbiology lab. So once you have a bloodstream infection from the micro, there is an information provided to the IPC team, but also to the AMS team. And they are both going to see the patient and the clinical staff. For one, the IPC to assess what is the portal of entry, to maybe highlight, a potential issue regarding catheters, regarding breach into care provided in one particular ward. And on the other hand, the AMS is looking at the treatment. But for the IPC, there is also the potential information about gaps in treatments that can feed the AMS part. And in the other way around, for a catheter and so on, there is also this information that can be transmitted to the IPC. So it's a very interesting, I think, topic, healthcare-associated bloodstream infection surveillance with a daily opportunity to meet with clinical staff and to speak with them for portal of entry, but also on other topics related to cares. So.
Okay. Can we maybe just give our online panelists a chance to step in here?
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Diamantis Plakouras. I work at ECDC. I'm a group lead for healthcare-associated infections. And at ECDC, I think this interaction and interdependency of both infection control and microbial resistance and microbial stewardship is reflected a lot in our work. We in the microbial resistance and healthcare-associated infections section, we cover both infection control and antimicrobial use and microbial stewardship. In surveillance, we do for healthcare-associated infections and especially the point prevalence surveys, we have both the prevalence of infections but also the antimicrobial use, and there are indicators for both of them, and there are recommendations that come out of this work that cover both stewardship and infection control. So I think it's very important to have them together. And in addition to that, in guidance, we have developed earlier on microbial steward role of infection, of the interdependency of the interaction with antimicrobial stewardship was emphasized, and currently we're working on European EU guidance for infection prevention and control, and there also it's very prominent that there needs to be interaction with antimicrobial stewardship. And I mean, this is also something that is very clearly stipulated by the third strategic objective of the WHO Global Strategy on Infection Prevention and Control. And in addition to that, and bringing in the One Health perspective, as Ivona already mentioned, we are doing joint country visits that are looking in both the animal and human health, and they are addressing both infection prevention and control and antimicrobial use. So in all these aspects, I think it is show that how important it is that there are synergies between these two. And I think this very nice video you showed in the beginning very nicely illustrates why this is important.
Thank you very much. I know you want to, I'm just wanting to check with you. Does that mean yellow for the first half or yellow for the full conversation?
Sorry, yes, I messed up. It's green.
It's still green, okay. I was just getting really nervous over here. Yes, can I have your answer?
I just wanted to shortly comment, and thank you, Diamantis. I think you're right. There's a lot of interaction between the two fields of interest. What I feel, if we look at capacity building programs to help implement stewardship programs or IPC programs, what we have in common there is indeed, and I think that's been very well described in the EU-JAMRAI project, we have behavioral science, because many of these aspects of both stewardship and IPC, they are about behavior change. It's about improving hand hygiene, but it's also about improving appropriate use. And that's where we find each other, because that methodology is very similar, and it's very much applicable to both these fields. So indeed, when we create capacity building programs, as it's done here in Work Package 8 and Work Package, 6 and 7, we have to really cover that we use these kind of methodologies to help people really change. And I think there's two aspects of it. First of this, using behavioral science. The other thing is, and I think that the Amants would definitely approve with that, it's measure and improve, right? So you can't improve if you don't measure. So we need to measure quality of use. We also need to measure quality of hand hygiene, and then see what our strategies actually are doing for that.
Ladies next. You can come afterwards.
I wanted to bring on the One Health a particular example, and here's a shout out to Sweden, because I have said to the large Swedish contingent here that I will mention our last visit. It's a One Health visit done together with ECDC on invitation, not an audit, a visit kind of to help. In that case, it was the review of the national strategies, but I want to go a bit deeper into IPC in general. Yesterday, I attended a workshop on IPC and AMS in animal health, and there was a lot of talk about what has to be done, what will be done, and how we will do it. We need to remember that some countries are more advanced than others, and there is nothing wrong with that. Some countries started much earlier. In particular, this particular example from Sweden goes back 20 years ago when we had, around 20 years ago, when there were first cases of MRSA, MRSP in dogs and then horses. The collaboration with the human side started. There was a guidance how to handle. And then further on, we had something quite exemplary. We had IPC nurse from the human side, the human health sector, working together with the veterinarian from the competent authority, a local competent authority, visiting practices and setting up this model for IPC in the veterinary settings. That resulted actually in legislation. It's the national legislation. It's obviously not applicable everywhere. It's like kind of a first example. But this collaboration obviously shows us that there's a lot of common issues, like mentioned the hand hygiene, use of protective equipment, use of medical devices, etc. It's a very different settings. But we kind of seen this could be working already. And then 10 years on from the legislation, there was a follow-up, and we know that Sweden is quite open about it. There were different issues still found, but this collaboration started very early, and it's a way to work forward, and now obviously kind of to fine-tune it as well. So we do need to learn from each other, and there's very good examples of One Health collaboration are already there.
Yes, because what is a hospital? You know, it's a place where the concentration of bacteria and transmission is highest. It's the same as a farm. In a farm, it's a concentration of individuals where also transmission of bacteria and pathogen is highest. So in both settings, so I understand that you work in the hospital, but in both settings, you can implement IPC measures. And it's exactly the same, you know, that you have to, instead of changing your code, you change your boots or whatever. But that's how we have been able in Spain and also the Netherlands to reduce 70% of antibiotic use. It's not because we are using reducing 70% and at the same time increasing the production. So the pig production in Spain is now #1 in Europe. So while reducing 70% of antibiotics, you have been able to increase production. How is that possible even? It's because the IPC measures are being so effective, and that is because you communicate, you talk about the bacteria, external biosafety, internal biosafety, and all these rules are essential then. So you can really, in fact, reduce antibiotics by increasing IPC measures in all settings, including human settings and animal settings. And of course, both of them related to the environment that I saw highlighted before that we can't forget. That's extremely important.
So our follow-up question, I'll let you, I'm just going to give you the follow-up question and then I'll let you answer. The follow-up question is really going to be very specific. What advice can you give to EU-JAMRAI? All right, so it's really going to be concrete advice. Online. You wanted to carry on.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I will come to your question, but first of all, I would like to say that because you asked first, what needs to be done in practice, and I think in practice, both the infection control and the stewardship programs, because we're talking about programs, we're talking about sets of activities with a specified aim, and they may have the aims are not totally the same, but in the area of AMR they converge, both for IPC and for stewardship. So they need to be coordinated, and they need to be they need to be having joint assessment of the situation based on shared data, and then I think, and the most important is that there needs to be a joint development of the strategies and the targets, because they both infection control and stewardship, they may be a bit more, one of these two approaches may be more suitable for some pathogens, but in the end they're both important. So to maximize efficiency, there needs to be full coordination. And I think there was also very nicely, I think we heard about the importance of capacity building, and especially the importance of changing behavior, because this is what is common in both. I mean, we don't lack the knowledge on what needs to be done. We know very well what needs to be done. What we lack is how to make things happen, how to make sure that the healthcare workers appropriately and consistently apply hand hygiene, how do we make sure that the prescribers use antibiotics only when necessary, and then they select the right antibiotic. This is what we lack. And in these two approaches that already were mentioned by Jeroen, first of all, behavioral change science, and also quality improvement approaches are what will be really effective to make sure that what needs to be done is done and is implemented. Now, and there, I think the work of, and I will coming now to your question, I think there the work of EU-JAMRAI to your work is really an excellent opportunity, because it is addressing all these areas. And it's not only in the work packages that have to do with stewardship and infection control, but it's also with the work packages that have to do with the national policies, the national action plans, that where there is the opportunity to make sure that both areas are addressed, are interconnected, and the synergies are advanced. So first of all, I think the first is to support the countries in advancing these synergies with a tailored, but there I think there is an opportunity to have a tailored approach based on the assessed needs, because these needs differ among the countries. Second, and this is something that is already, a lot of work is put in that, is to provide tools to support implementation based on behavioral change approaches. And the third one, I think, which is also very important, is to ensure that the competences of the infection control and the stewardship professionals includes competencies to develop and apply behavioral change approaches, so that in the end they are empowered to actually make things happen.
Super advice. Yes?
I would summarize it, in my point of view, in 3 points. Joint training and education, capacity building, behavioral change. I think this is extremely important. Second one, and we have not talked about, integrated governance. I think that's very important to put the people together, make a good structure, so that the governance is really perfectly defined, who has what role, and the decisions can be taken top down based on bottom up discussions. And the last one, we've not also talked about enough, but we have another half an hour, is data-driven decision making. So I think that we really have to collect all this data, and then using artificial intelligence, because we have many different places and many different data, and we have not talked enough about it, but I think that we have really to include all our behavioral change and all our data-driven decision-making with all this data, integrate them with artificial intelligence to be able even to predict, and dissemination and spread of different outbreaks in human medicine and also in animal medicine.
Thank you. 30 seconds or 45.
Yes, I'll be short. My major advice to EU-JAMRAI is don't reinvent the wheel. We have a lot of activities going on in Europe. I work with ESCMID a lot. If you're looking at networking, please look at ESCMID. ESCMID is the network for clinical, I'm looking at the human side here, but that's surely going to be these kind of organizations in the other parts. Look at what's going on there already. There's a lot of programs going on, capacity building programs. Please try to use the experience that's built up in all those activities, also from our own Drive AMS program, and build upon them. We're very open to work towards that, but don't reinvent the wheel.
Super.
Well, I was going pretty much to say the same. I think JAMRAI is already doing it. To a large extent, I saw a collection of guidance documents that have been published already by a number of member states on IPC, on AMS. Some of this, especially IPC, is kind of international. You know, you can use it in different settings. Obviously, it will be different for small animals, for large animals. With treatment guidelines, sometimes you have to, well, most likely you will need to look at the resistance situation in the country. However, there will be also some synergies. This is a base that you already have, and then you can always talk to your colleagues to get further. And I'll do some self-promotion here. As DG Sante, we have published the reports as well. So we published a report from Sweden when you will find much more details than what I managed to say. And we also have prudent use of animals reports from a large series done a number of years ago. If you struggle to find these reports, please give me a shout.
Thank you very much. Bruno, 15 seconds.
It's Gabriel, but
Bruno.
Doesn't matter. You can
okay.
call me Bruno. It will be the same.
I got the names wrong. There you go. A bit of humour, yeah.
You can call me Gabriel. Just to keep on time. I have one comment before giving some advice. In France, 80 to 90% of antibiotics are prescribed outside the hospital, and only focusing on hospital, there is still a lot to do in hospital, but focusing on hospital is missing a large piece of the puzzle, I think. Okay. So getting outside is very important. It's very challenging, very important. And to finish, another comment, we're often working hospital by hospital without connection across hospital, long-term care facilities and primary care. But AMR is following the patients, and the patient is going across different hospitals, across different sectors.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of our panelists. It's so wonderful to have you here. Your advice is well appreciated. I'm going to now invite Michael to take the stage and introduce the behavioral part of this session. I think you're on the next panel as well, aren't you? Oh, you're not on the panel? Thank you. You may leave the stage. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Michael Borge. I work as the lead for both IPC and stewardship in my hospital in Malta, which is Mater Dei. And I think what we've heard this morning is pretty clear, that antimicrobial resistance is getting worse, not better, in Europe. And this is quite evident from, as Velina mentioned this morning, from the latest updates from ECDC on the progress or otherwise of achieving the relatively modest AMR targets set by the Commission, and that's the CRE picture that was mentioned this morning. Practically every single country is in the red. And the reason for this, I believe, is quite obvious. The drivers of AMR, what we have already heard, namely IPC and stewardship in Europe, I would say globally, remain suboptimal. You only have to look at the latest results from the ECDC point prevalence survey of EU hospitals, where if you look at the alcohol rub use, this suggests that hand hygiene compliance is probably in the region of 25%. 15 years after the clean care is safer care, that's as much as we have got. If we look at, again, as Jerome mentioned, antibiotic prophylaxis and surgery in the majority of EU countries, EU hospitals, 50, 60, 70% of patients undergoing surgery get prophylaxis for well excess of 24 hours, which is the evidence-based recommendation. And again, as Gabriel mentioned, if we look at the Eurobarometer survey, Again, the last one, we find that more than half of antibiotics in ambulatory care in Europe are prescribed for colds, flu, sore throat, and COVID-19, all of which are primarily viral conditions. And we've heard already this morning, doctors know that these conditions are viral, yet they prescribe antibiotics. Healthcare workers in hospitals are well aware of the importance of hand hygiene, yet we struggle. So why is this the case? Well, I think, again, the evidence shows that if, again, you look at the AMR epidemiology, and we know how diverse it is in Europe, least in the north, increasing in the south and the center, and then massively exploding in the south and the east, the main factors that explain this difference are not medical, but they are behavioral, and primarily they are socio-cultural. So clearly, again, as has already been alluded in the panel, behavior change must be our focus. And it hasn't been in the past. Indeed, we, as part of our work package, we surveyed a number of participants in our first workshop, about 150, and asked them how many of them had actually been given training in behavior change as part of their specialization. The reply was 7%. So it's not surprising that we are struggling. So where do we need to go? Well, the vision we have, at least in our package, is that we need to enhance the use of behavior sciences, as Diamantis alluded earlier, to support the implementation of IPC, as well as stewardship, which my colleague Josera will be talking about after me, at the different levels of healthcare systems. And in IPC, we believe that this can be done by establishing a pool of IPC practitioners who are both trained and, most importantly, competent in implementation science, because then they can generate interventions informed by evidence-based behavior science and support what, again, Jerome mentioned earlier, effective IPC behavior change. So this is what we're doing in 7.4. We basically have 13 countries, and together with our colleagues in Finland, we are coordinating this behavior change in IPC proof of concept. So basically, each participating hospital from those 13 countries has identified a priority IPC behavior, which is different from an IPC practice, but that's something we can talk about later. And they are going to explore the barriers and the facilitators using, again, behavior science, primarily the theoretical domains framework and organizational cultural analysis. And once we have these, we will be using, again, well-established tools such as the COMBI model and the behavior change wheel, which base behavioral analysis on capability, on motivation, and on opportunity, so it's not just knowledge, as again Diamantis mentioned, in order to drive a pilot in their hospitals. So we started in October. We had a training workshop in Malta, and the reason we had the training workshop was exactly because most of the participants had had very little training in the subject. So we spent the whole day going through, and it wasn't enough, but that's as much as we had, understanding human behavior, how is it relevant to IPC, what are these cultural determinants that I mentioned that are driving AMR, especially in the south and the east of Europe, and introducing the different behavior change frameworks, so that on the second day, which was in person, the first day was hybrid with 150 people, but in the second day we concentrated on the actual personnel, and then we had hands-on work, interactive work, using the COMBI framework that I mentioned already to define IPC practices in behavioral terms, which is not easy, knowing how to select and specify your target behaviors, and key being identifying what needs to change. So since then, we've worked with our Finnish colleagues, and we have developed that key survey tool to identify barriers and facilitators, because that is the key of behavior change. Unless you know what your problems are, you can never address them. So we've worked, as I said again, it's the same theme, on those three key issues of capability, motivation, and opportunity, and have developed this framework tool, which is now going to be piloted and implemented by the participating hospitals. So basically, the survey will be run over the next couple of months, so that by the time we meet in Helsinki, we will have clear indications of where the areas we need to focus our behavior change efforts are. And in Helsinki, the idea is that we, as I said, will be identifying these behavior change intervention functions that we need to implement, characterize what policies need to be adopted, and critically, what intervention activities are needed using the behavior change wheel that I mentioned already. And we'll also have a half-day session on organizational culture, because at the end of the day, culture eats strategy for breakfast. And finally then, once that is in place, we will do the pilot, we will do the proof of concept, and for the subsequent 18 months, we will run the pilot intervention, looking at these priority behaviors, and critically, at the end, evaluate them to see if they really make a difference, and above all, what, if they didn't, was the main reason for it. Because knowing failure can sometimes be as important as knowing success. So, to conclude, I believe we need, and I'm passionate about this, we need a different approach. You know, Einstein says that insanity, or said, or at least was said to have said, that insanity is defined as doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Well, we've been doing surveys, we've been doing guidelines, we've been doing policies for the best part of 25 years, and it has got us nowhere. So we need to change our approach. And that approach, again, as the panel mentioned, has to focus on behavior change. And simply knowing and simply educating and simply giving data is not enough. It does not change behavior. If it did, no single doctor would smoke anywhere in the world. So, what do we need to do? We need to be driven by behavior change science. We need to have interventions that are multimodal, that are informed by social sciences, and this requires improved knowledge, skills, and competence amongst the frontline professionals and cultural awareness to adapt these behavior change tools to local circumstances. And on 9 minutes, I thank you very much.
Congratulations, it was well done. Thank you, Josera. And you're going to now do the AMS behavior. Thank you.
Everybody, it took us too long to learn or to be aware that behavior change is nuclear to antimicrobial stewardship. But it's obvious now that we look at it. If our mission is to contribute to improve antimicrobial use, we fail 30–50% of the times. And if we want to change prescriptions, prescriptions is the result of prescribing, and prescribing is a behavior. Indeed, it's a complex behavior. So if we want to change, if we want to improve, we have to accomplish change. So this is the reason why behavior change is so nuclear. And the problem is that it took us very long to learn this. But is this an easy nut to crack or not? Well, I like this paper. It's quite old, but it says, big truths. Changing physician behavior is considered by many to be an exercise in futility and an attainable goal intended only to produce premature aging in those seeking the change, and the more optimistic might describe the process as uniquely challenging. That's what we're facing. And if this is difficult, why don't we take a technical or scientific approach for behavior change regarding antimicrobial prescribing? We need to do it. We need to have a systematic approach to behavior change. So we know how we would like antimicrobials to be prescribed, yes, we know that. But then we need to know why appropriate care is not put into practice in real life. We need to understand which are the barriers and the facilitators. And then we have to tailor interventions, because one size doesn't fit all behaviors. So we need to define specific interventions. And then we have to measure, as Jeroen said. And all what is here in this square, in this box, is behavior change. Everything inside is behavior change. And again, I said, we need to be scientific on this. And we have not been trained on behavior change. Most of our doctors, nurses, other healthcare professionals, we have not received a training. And so we need the help of experts in behavior change. And this is a different discipline. It's not us, it's strange for us. So it has another methods. Even qualitative research is something that it's strange for us. So behavior change science is based in theories. There are many, many theories that try to explain the mechanisms of behavior change. They are transformed into models to make it easier to understand the theory, and then they are framed in a way that they are more easy to use on site. So, despite we knew that this is nuclear, and that it's important to have a scientific approach with a discipline that is not so familiar to us, this has been seldomly done in AMS and also in infection control. So that's why there is a task 6.4 and a task 7.4 on behavior change strategies for both AMS and IPC. And regarding AMS, we are trying to bring the behavioral science approach to the design and implementation of AMS interventions. That's what we are trying to accomplish. And to operationalize this mission, we have devised 4 different activities, which I will describe. Our first activity was to review the literature to see how many of these theories and models and frameworks have been used in behavior change. And although many papers on AMS have hints on behavioral science, but seldomly any formal models have been, models very seldomly have been applied into these interventions. So it was difficult, no? But what we decided after doing this review to choose COMBI model as our behavior change theory, model, and framework to bring to AMS. We believe that this is a comprehensive, well-integrated, and easy-to-understand framework to be brought to antimicrobial stewardship. It's general, yes, it's general. That's a virtue, but it's also a limitation. It needs to be contextualized to antimicrobial stewardship. And once we've decided this next step would be to develop a practical toolkit to help antimicrobial stewardship teams to implement behavior change in the daily activities for the design and implementation of interventions. To some extent, it's a kind of capacity building. So our aim was to create a digital toolkit, and in 2025, a digital toolkit, we thought it should have the look of an AI assistant for AMS stewards. We cannot bring a behavioral science expert to every AMS team, but we can put closer to these teams some concepts and some tools on on behavior change. So what we are trying to build is something. It's an open access online tool that is able to define and diagnose antimicrobial prescribing behaviors that help to identify barriers and facilitators, and that match these barriers and facilitators to the best interventions. And finally, that it helps teams to design interventions. And our idea is to do a retrieval augmented generation agent solution with a friendly format. And I mean, this is just even a pre-pilot. This is a concept, and with a knowledge base that it's been fed. And I've been playing with this just as a tool, being fed with a COMBI model, with some AMS principles, and it works quite well. I mean, it was just to check a feasibility, a concept. And it works, and I've tested with some people, and they like. And this is what we are now working on, is to put this into shape that can be accessible to all AMS teams. The third activity that we would like to do is to identify and prioritize the opportunities for approval of antimicrobial prescribing. We know that this is a lot of context dependent, but we have a lot of common ground. And if we prioritize the most relevant behaviors to be improved, and if we design model interventions that can be adapted to those different contexts, we will be saving time to many people. And we think that this is something important, as we don't have to reinvent the wheel, and we don't have to make people to work on the same things all the time in different places, if this can be worked centrally. And finally, the last activity that we plan is to design an online scalable education and training program on behavioral sciences principles applied to AMS, which we pretend to pilot before the EU-JAMRAI 2 ends, and it will integrate, of course, the toolkit that we are building. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, what we're going to do at this point is we've opened up to Menti. We have a couple of questions, I believe. Can we hear the questions?
Hello? Yeah. So we have a question. If behavior change is an essential component of IPC and AMS, is a one-day training enough, or how else can we achieve this?
One-day training is not enough. It's not enough, for sure. We need to work to incorporate, it depends, we have to do several things. We need to integrate behavioral changes principles in the curriculum of the medical doctors and nurses, and that we have to do that, for sure. And we have to put it into the beginning of the education. And that's one thing. And for example, we have the example of AMS, Drive AMS, which has, as Jerome said, longer than one-day course with programs and exercise that can be tutored, and there are several ways to do it, but one day is not enough.
And we also have still one more question from Els Bruins, Utrecht University. Can we change behavior without data on antimicrobial prescriptions, guidelines, infection prevalence?
Yes, we can change behavior, but we won't know very well if we are doing or not. So data, knowing the data is very important, having information, measuring, that's critical. And that's a critical problem that it's being tackled by other work packages here, as has been said, but it's one of the most difficult things. Even we don't have a common language. We don't have a common language to measure what we want to do, and we want to measure, and that's a big problem.
I think the key sentence I always make is, education does not change behavior, but behavior does not change without education. So, same thing, stewardship and IPC will not be changed simply by knowing the epidemiology, but knowing the epidemiology makes people understand why they need to change, and that is the first thing. The other thing I would just add very quickly to the previous question, we've always looked at IPC teams as being medical, nursing, allied health, epidemiologists, etc. I think, and I've been saying this now for the past decade, we need to also start to have behavioral scientists as part and parcel of IPC teams in hospitals.
Do we still have time for one more?
Watch out, we've got the photographs at this point. How many questions are there still?
Just one.
Can we do one last question? Okay, one last question, and then please don't leave. We're going to have photographs on the stage. I'll tell you now. Okay.
So the question is from Velina. How do you see the role and usefulness of guidelines at EU level for AMS and IPC?
For you, or?
It's from her.
It's from
Okay, now that's a very naughty question, Velina. I mean, let's be honest. I don't think, and I've been privileged to actually be invited to the guideline group by IPC, in IPC by ECDC. I'm pretty sure we're not going to change or to reinvent the wheel. There are guidelines coming out of our ears from CDC, from ESCMID, from WHO. So, I mean, IPC is IPC. And implementing IPC is the same, but the backgrounds to IPC are different. And the barriers to IPC are different. So I couldn't do yesterday's meeting because I was on the plane coming here. But if there's one thing I will contribute, it's to say, this is the key. You know, we need to understand how we can adapt to adopt. Because Sweden was mentioned. I was also in the Swedish country visit. I came back, and I was saying this in the break, and I said, I've just not been to a different country. I haven't been to a different planet. I've been to a different solar system. Because the culture in Sweden is completely different from the culture in my neck of the woods. And that's the key. We need to know how we adapt what has been successful. And my final point is AMR is a symptom, not a syndrome. It's a symptom of system dysfunction. Okay? So we cannot treat system dysfunction by all the systems that have worked where the systems are functional. You need to adapt it.
5 seconds.
Guidance is to AMS what education is to antimicrobial prescribing. It's not enough. It's not enough. We need larger and more powerful levers. We need other tools. I mean, guidance is necessary, but we need more things. We need co-funding, whatever. We need other tools that help to implement what the guidance, the EU guidance says.
Thank you very much. You can just stay on stage, okay? Because what we're going to do now is the only thing standing between us and lunch is a photograph. So, the quicker you can organize yourself, the better. The photographer has suggested that we make 3 lines on the stage. The first line, people will be sitting over here, all right? And then we're going to have two rows behind us. Let's do this as quickly as possible. Let's get up there, and then lunch is served. All right. this morning to rock and roll at lunchtime, but the energy and the vibe is high, and yes, the spirit is working together. It's been wonderful to see the energy in the room, to see the participation, to get the feedback from everybody about the value of the presentations you've been giving, and I hope that this will continue this afternoon. This afternoon we have another full program, and we are going to start off with the implementation, the improving implementation of AMS and IPC in One Health, and we're going to start off with the human health. I introduce Paula and Pepe to the stage. I got it right, did I? Paulo and Pepe. Thank you.
Speaker now? Okay, it's working on. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Kaixo, in Basque language. Today, we are going to discuss how to strengthen IPC and AMS collaboration across Europe, in contrast or similarly with an analogy from the Val mentioned early this morning as the football match that is going to be celebrating on Thursday. Between two competitive teams from Spain and Italy. We are two representatives from Spanish and Italian sectors from AMS and IPC, and we are going to present a vision of collaboration in contrast, not of a competition. My name is Pepe, José Luis, I'm scientific officer, and my colleague Fortunato Paolo, research director and medical doctor from the Instituto Superior de Sanidad. And we will go through our key initiatives and results. Oh, I'm sorry, it's working on. Yes, the first point. You can scan this QR code to do any question that you would like to ask to our at the end of the presentation. Our goal is to reinforce infection prevention and control, exactly, and antimicrobial stewardship as complementary strategies. Both domains have shared common objectives, such as reducing infection and preserving antimicrobial effectiveness, with the overall objective to make Europe a best practice region to support development and implementation on AMS and IPC, not only in human sector, in all the other sectors, like as a One Health approach for animal, environmental, and plant fields. In this map is highlight the European countries actively engaged in AMS and IPC initiatives. Some countries are exclusively or solely on IMS activities, others in IPC activities, but most of them that are highlighted in the light pink color or light orange integrate both approaches. Considering in overall 29 out of 30 EU members plus the non-European members participating in both activity, engaging 57 different institutions involving a large amount of partner expert efforts and closely working between key institutions, including national public health bodies, healthcare authorities, and professional societies. This is an important idea to take in mind that AMS and IPC strategies align with national policies and try to transmit that to the real ground needs at healthcare practitioner fields. This large participation is useful because also to keep in mind that not all the countries have the same starting point situation, and our work is not only possible, thanks to contributions, the support, the collaboration, and close work of diverse stakeholders that are represented in this slide. Policy makers, healthcare professionals, researchers, patient organizations. Their expertise is essential to designing effectiveness, intervention, and success our goals that we are going to show in the next slides. The overall goal is to reduce infections and antimicrobial resistance, to reduce the number, the burden, and the impact of the infection, preserving the effectiveness of antimicrobials, while ensuring the sustainability of healthcare intervention. To achieve this, we promote evidence-based strategy coming from the insight from the previous EU-JAMRAI results, and here focus on the new activities on capacity building, peer-to-peer learning and knowledge sharing, to implement a networking and competency framework. These elements will help to standardize, harmonize, and adapt each idiosyncrasy to in a flexible AMS and IPC best practices across Europe, as well as also including innovations and best practices. Here we represented our main goals that are strengthened AMS and IPC strategy. We focus on multiple key areas: reviewing existing training frameworks for IPC professionals, aligning with ACDC core competencies, facilitating mentorship and knowledge exchange. Our approach also includes some collecting and disseminating pilot project experiences and monitoring IPC implementation across different levels in the countries to help the local decision makers. Also aligned, to keep in mind, with the Council recommendation with the objective published in 2023. We are also focused on different levels of the community, on the hospital and long-term care facilities, as mentioned, for example, in the previous panel discussion from the EUKIC colleague, Gabriel, this morning. One of our objectives is to map the core elements and competencies, including in the National Action Plans on AMR and related strategies, establishing networking on AMS contact points across Europe to facilitate continuous follow-ups and exchange experience, and developing self-assessment toolkit for antimicrobial stewardship programs. And how to do that? Well, in January of this 2025 in Athens, we celebrate a workshop, and the discussion provides valuable insight for improving AMS governance and institutional supports, implementations, human and technical resource, evaluation interventions such as education and training and coordination strategy between the different healthcare levels that will be useful and used to identify the commonalities, commons and different elements for on hospital ASP as an initial step for developing a common framework for hospital ASP in European countries, as well in the future two workshops that we are going to celebrate in Madrid and in Ljubljana in this 2025. Our goals also include the development of innovative tools to strengthen AMS. These include preliminary versions, ongoing or completed surveys to identify core elements and core competencies outlined in the current national action plans on antimicrobial resistance, referring of each healthcare setting across Europe, as I mentioned previously, and the functional design of the peer-to-peer antimicrobial stewardship digital platform, which aims to host and implement these peer-to-peer programs for the promotion of good practices in AMS with experiences as mentors, reference centers, and experts in Europe. And I think that is the last slide. And
thank you. Now we will see the progresses regarding the IPC, IPC. In particular, we can say that regarding the reinforcement, the strength, the UN resources in terms of core elements and competencies, we have a preliminary version of a self-assessment tool to evaluate IPC core competencies. And also another important step is a survey to identify which are the partner needs. This is important to, as I said, to help to build human capacity on this. And here there is the space for collaboration with UKIC. Regarding instead the support for pilot project or innovative actions, we launched the survey to collect ordinary and innovative tools for IPC. This is a sort of collection of good practices in terms of new way to implement IPC. Finally, we are designing the idea of the self-evaluation system to understand what is the status of IPC core components implementation, not only at the national level, but try to give a tool for decision makers and policy makers analyzing data specifically at regional or local level. Finally, we are doing the systematic review for optimal blood culture practice. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's my mistake. Yes. Yes. Regarding the platform, we are now defining the platform for disseminating the existing tool and the platform that should monitor the implementation of IPC core components. But as it was said by Pepe, we need to underline the importance of one platform for mentoring online, giving resources to the participant, to the project. In Barcelona, the workshop that we did in December, we spoke a lot of topics, but mainly how to, we made a lot of networking to understand how to go from theory to practical actions in each of the tasks and objectives that I described. I would like to mention also an important topic that you will see at the end, the bottom on the right, that is also that we will make, we decided to have an interview one by one to the partners to understand the needs and how we can support them to, during the project. What is for both IPC and AMS in the next months? First, for AMS, there are 3 meetings. They are different among them because one is for hospitals meeting, antimicrobial stewardship programs in hospital, another one instead for the community, another one for long-term care facilities. This is important because we need to tune the programs for specific target. And also, we plan to design the platform and the peer-to-peer programs. For IPC, yes, we have to finalize our platform and our initiative. And I think that at the end of 2025, we will collect a lot of results. In conclusion, we need to decrease the number of infection. We need to increase the prevention. And the best, as we listened this morning, is to align IPC and AMS for the patient safety and the healthcare sustainability. We are focusing our efforts a lot on capacity building and training. Yes, as Michael Borg said today, is not enough. We have to change the way how these things are implemented. However, this is another important piece because training, at least, must be provided. We need also digital transformation. We need more tool to have data faster than before, and a new opportunity to monitor what is happening and how much we are prepared in our implementation. Next step is, yes, from theory to something of practical and result. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the no? Well, it looks like you did such a good job that nobody wants to ask any questions. Are there any questions directly from the audience? We have one question over here.
Can I just speak up?
There we go. Thanks. Ah, no, there we go. Never mind.
I'm just curious whether you were discussing competencies. What exactly are you going to do with devising the competencies? Because there's already been a lot of work done on competencies for prescribers, but also for AMS stewards. Is that also going to be part of this exercise?
About you said, I'm sorry, because I was managing the microphone, about the elements, the core elements you mentioned. If you can repeat the question, because...
You mentioned that you were going to develop competencies for prescribers. And I think there's already a lot of work done on competencies written up. So I was wondering, are you expanding those to other types of prescribers, or how are you going to do that?
No. What we had in mind is obviously collecting all the information that has done in the previous EU-JAMRAI, because a lot of information regarding surveys and information from the partners and the other action plans and healthcare authorities and governmental bodies involved in the previous project, and also collecting new data, because many years or a few years are moving exactly. And now we have information from the national action plans or recommendation that are inside on the national documents, and we would like to bring in that link or gap through the ground level practitioners and their daily activities in each setting, with the one of the insights from the workshop that we are celebrating. Because there are differences between the mandatory or the recommendation or anything that is in that document, to adapt them to each level, to each activity that should be done on the ground level. Also, it's important to keep in mind one point that I mentioned at the beginning of the intervention, that is not something that should be flexible to each situation, but because one point that you remarked many times during the intervention early this morning is about capacity building. And that's something very important to keep in mind, to develop a framework, how to adapt to each necessity or each situation that is in each country, on each region, and also for each one of them. So we have a large amount of experts from a policymaker and from the practitioners from different expertise to develop one of that document, and also collaborating with the stakeholders that are involved in AMS and also in IPC. So that's the way to do that.
Thank you. Is there time for one more question from the room? Yeah, okay. Anybody else in the room that would like to have a conversation on the topic, or do we move on? Are we going to gain some time here? It looks to me like we've got a well-informed audience and a rather tired audience. So we're going to give them a little bit of a break, and thank you very much for your presentations. Okay, well done, and thank you. All right, I'm going to call up the next team. Come on up. We started with human, now we're going to animals, animal health in IPC and AMS.
Thank you, Val. Well, this is Anna from Animal Healthcare in Flanders, in Belgium. She's working on infection prevention and control in animals. And I'm Isaura from Utrecht University in the Netherlands. And together with AMS, we're leading antimicrobial stewardship in animal health. Oh. Please feel free to scan this for questions for after our session. This was yesterday, and it was already mentioned during some discussion panels. We gathered with more than 80 people from approximately more than 30 institutions to discuss all the problems and solutions we came up from AMS and IPC programs. And on the right of the screen, you already see some format we used, because there were like this lectures from speakers, but the focus was mainly on active sessions. And we used a lot of post-its, a lot of stickers, and a lot of discussions to collect as many information as possible and to brainstorm together. But of course, we did not develop this workshop in one day. We started working together since the beginning of EU-JAMRAI. Well, just to start with the first joint action we did, that was the development of a questionnaire. The second was to discuss the methodology for the literature review. And officially, we started with monthly meetings. But soon we discovered that was not enough. So we started with drinking more coffee, but then weekly. So every Thursday at 10, we meet each other online. And we did that all, of course, also to prepare the workshop of yesterday. And because that was not enough, the best ideas come to life when you meet each other, like today. So that's why we also met each other in Brussels. And this was not the end, of course. We are going to present today the results of this last year, but Anna will present what we are going to do in the following years at the end of this presentation. And to give you also a glimpse of how the other colleagues, some of the colleagues look like, because we are, of course, with all our partners and a big team. Here you see also Maria and Julie. Yes.
And it's through these different communication channels that we address 4 collaborative cornerstones. So together, we'd like to further build a repository of guidelines and tools for AMS and IPC implementation in the animal health sector. We also like to further define core elements to really work out a framework and a set of standards for AMS and IPC, thereby also identification of enablers and barriers, and lastly, further develop an expert network in the field. So to focus on our first joint action, we developed a survey last year to gather more information on existing guidelines and tools circulating across numerous countries in Europe and worldwide that assist in the implementation of AMS and IPC in the sector. This was distributed via all our partners, and as you can see, it results in a wide range of tools available, with the majority being written guidelines and, on the other hand, digital applications. Think of software platforms such as, for example, a farm management software tool assisting a farmer in implementing IPC measures. The survey results also paint a picture of a very heterogeneous audience involved, so each adapting its approach to fit their specific needs. One can imagine that a farmer, a veterinarian, a breeder, they all have a different goal, depending on whether they're working with companion animals, food-producing animals, and what their aim is in the sector. The diversity of the tools as well, ranging from educational programs to strict biosecurity protocols, underpin the complexity of the task at hand. It's not just about using antibiotics wisely, but it's about integrating a broad spectrum of practices across different contexts. Key areas of focus within these tools included education and communication, prudent use of antibiotics, and hygiene and biosecurity. But also many tools were collected that support surveillance and reporting, essential to adapt to fast-changing challenges at these times. For policymakers, the survey can offer crucial insights to further shape regulations, whereas for academics, it provides opportunities to further steer their research. We heard it already this morning. There is a lot of knowledge. There are a lot of guidelines. There are a lot of tools. The challenge lies in how to truly implement these effectively across a very diverse sector. One goal within our task in this project is to join or to create the EU-wide platform. And it's a platform, the word we heard in the other talk as well. A central hub for knowledge exchange and for sharing resources, for sharing best practices. And by doing so, professionals across Europe could work together to more efficiently implement AMS and IPC measures. But a digital platform alone is not enough. To ensure a meaningful impact, we need coordinated efforts, as we are doing today and need to continue to do, at the national levels, through European partnerships, but also through the support and input from professional associations in the field and industry representatives. Think also about the importance of public-private partnerships that can support building a framework that is accessible, adaptable, and impactful.
Our second cornerstone was to define core elements. So why did we do that? Well, it was basically one of the results of EU-JAMRAI 1, that despite all the guidelines and standards that there are, the member states, despite that, they were not uniform. So there was a gap that needed to be addressed. Those core elements are crucial for the effective implementation of AMS and IPC programs. And therefore, we started with a literature review done by the Federations of Veterinarians of Europe for AMS. And I can show you only a part of the results from their literature review, our literature review. So we started with a lot of publications, approximately 350 as a result. And there were three main core elements that came up. The first one is about education and communication. All the publications about raising awareness, but also sharing knowledge with each other. The second core element that came up the most was prudent use of antibiotics, which also includes guidelines regarding antimicrobial resistance and stewardship. And the last one, reporting, monitoring, and surveillance. And of course, yesterday in the workshop, more and more core elements came up, but they need to be analyzed, and we can see if they can be added or we need more core elements. And we would like to also show you the difference we analyzed between companion animals and food-producing animals. It's good to know that for the people from human and maybe environmental, that farm animals, we cannot compare them to companion animals, as they are housed in farms and treated, if necessary, at the farm, while companion animals you can compare more with human medicine, as they are treated in veterinary clinics. And with that in mind, you can see that the results from this literature review are as expected. You see that all the literature we found about housing is from food-producing animals. On the other way around, you see that for diagnostic tools, vaccinations, you see there are more publications from companion animals. But overall, we found more publications from food-producing animals compared to companion animals. And we also want to show you some of our results also from yesterday. because we already identified some barriers, but it was a lot. As I show you in one of the first slides, a lot of post-its, a lot of ideas. So we just want to show you some of them. One of them that really came up was the attitude of the veterinarian. A lot of time was saying, well, I'm just doing this already for years. How can we change it? So beliefs about consequences of the veterinarian. Another example was the lack of knowledge, not only from veterinarians, but farmers and all stakeholders, animal owners, feed advisors, etc. Working in silos, something we already discussed, that groups of people are working in their own island, in their own organization, and not outside, not thinking further abroad. And economic constraints, which also came up from someone from the audience in a question, financial funds. Some ideas for solutions that came up, feedback, self-reflection, to handle, to deal with the attitude of actors. Education and training for the lack of knowledge, which is the easiest example. But also we talked about access to diagnostic tools. And we think one of the solutions we talked about, and we liked, and that's why we want to mention it, it was the low-hanging fruit. Just to start small with small steps and make that successful and bring that along.
And to wrap up, I'd like to briefly highlight one of the last cornerstones, the development of that expert network. And I just mentioned a couple of stakeholders and networks here that play a vital role in the fight against antimicrobial resistance. There's many more across Europe and globally. And they each address a different facet of antimicrobial resistance. But for these networks to be truly effective and sustainable, they must be anchored in shared values. Imagine these networks as being trees in a forest, each tree representing a network and a stakeholder. Beneath the forest lies the mycorrhizal network. Do you know it? It's a fungal highway, allowing a seamless flow of information and data resources and energy resources to be exchanged between the different trees. So likewise, the foundation for sustainable networks on AMS and IPC lies in these shared values, in these anchors. It lies in that collaborative governance, in multidisciplinary expertise, and in effective communication. And it's through these values and building the networks, such as we heard this morning as well with surveillance data, that we can further improve data sharing, resource sharing, and engage with one another. Something that was mentioned this morning as well, and that we highlighted here, is the need for the integration of new technologies, as this is required to adapt to challenges in real time. But rather than building an entirely new network, the goal actually here is to develop an expert network that taps into the roots of the existing ones, the ones that are already in place, and connect and strengthening where we can, so we can further work towards a sustainable implementation of AMS and IPC in the sector. So as we look ahead, this is our roadmap, our joint roadmap, because we want to keep drinking coffee every week. All partners involved in the project, they will produce joint reports and publications, but we're looking for other ways to disseminate the information through the sector. Some of us will be working on farm level, roll out focus groups with some of these audiences that I mentioned in the beginning that are not represented here, but are essential for the implementation of IPC and AMS. We work jointly also on developing peer-to-peer programs and training programs for professionals in the field. And it's by working across the borders and across the disciplines that we reach the ultimate goal to create that core framework with standards that are lacking for AMS and IPC in animal health, and help further integrate these into the national action plans in Europe. As we take this forward, and we heard multiple times this morning, undoubtedly this afternoon, The fight against AMR extends far beyond animal health, yeah? And we envision a closer collaboration with our partners in the human health sector as well as in the environmental health sector. And I hope you see already that we have shared goals here. The platform, the collection of tools, the self-assessment system, peer-to-peer training programs. And after all, AMS and IPC are built on changing behaviors across the 3 sectors. To make this truly transformative, we also want to reach out to the teams working on sustainability, member state engagement, and awareness. It's only by aligning all these shared enablers across the sectors that can we turn the results into more impact. So together we are not just addressing AMR, we are really shaping a sustainable, unified future for human, animal, and environmental health, thereby also fulfilling the ambitious goals of the EU-JAMRAI 2 project. So thank you, Eskeri Casco, as they say here, thank you for your attention, and we're looking forward to further engage with you throughout the day. And to support that engagement, we have a QR code here, another one, to submit your questions if you have any, and please hold this code open, because we have a question for you as well. Thank you.
Really, really good job. And it also seems like the audience is suffering from a little bit of an energy lag after lunch. Once again, we don't have any questions on Mentimeter. Is there anybody who wants to quickly type in a question? Or is there somebody who might want to ask a question in the room, just to generate a quick conversation? If not, we're going to move on and we're going to enjoy the next presentation. So anybody who would like to make a comment? Yes, we have a comment, we have a question. Yes. Okay.
It's there. The question is on the screen.
No. Okay, all right. So here, they're going to ask you a question instead.
Can they still access the QR code? Yes. Okay. I'll leave it. Yeah. So when you scan the QR code now, there should be a question. What is considered your top 3 priorities? Okay. Okay, we see already a couple of answers popping up here. There's no wrong answer here. So,
I already like the first one about evidence-based guidelines.
I see another one, communication. Yeah, but did you see how many people are involved in, for example, implementing IPC in the animal health sector? The responsibility doesn't necessarily lie with the one who is trained and has the IPC certificate. Yeah? So we need very different strategies in there. Okay. Well, thank you for your input. We're going to work with that.
Yes. Yeah, they're still coming in. Well, we do see a lot of guidelines, and especially because we talk about in animal health. That's interesting. But maybe it just for fun, can you raise your hand if you, in your country, that evidence-based guidelines for animals are missing? And then I mean a clinical practice guidelines for specific diseases. So, yeah. I see sort of 10, maybe 12 persons. Thank you. Nice.
All right. Any other comments from the audience while you are looking at the answers you're all putting in? see a lot of discussions ongoing. That's good. All right. All right. Okay, with this, thank you very much. And I'd like to call on the stage the colleagues from Environmental Health, Rosemary and Annie.
Hello, we are Anne Leburo from the Spanish Agency of Medicine and Medical Devices, and me, Rosemary Luijken, from the Dutch National Institute for Public Health and the Environment. And we are going to present about AMS and IPC in the context of the environment and our joint approach. And to sort of stress this joint approach, we will be behind this desk with the two of us. Before we start with our presentation, we have a question for you. So please open Menti again. And as we would like to ask you, what comes to mind when you hear antimicrobial stewardship and infection prevention and control in the context of the environment? As these concepts are not or much less established in the context of the environment. So we are wondering what comes to mind for this audience and the people at home. And I can also suggest if nothing comes to mind, please write nothing, the word nothing. So we see
unknown there somewhere.
Yeah. We have water, surveillance, wastewater, spill out, treatment, planetary health, already biodegradable, and then it's moved, climate change, waste management is getting bigger and bigger. Thank you. Well, I think the audience is still awake. Yes. Thank you all for your input. And I think many of these concepts we will address in our presentation. So nice to know that there's already a lot of knowledge out there.
Yeah, we can go on if you want.
Can I go on to the... Yes, because this code is for open questions. During the presentation, you can type in an open question, just as the other presentations.
Good. So as we have seen in the cloud of responses, many ideas come up when we think about applying these strategies to environmental context. And this is partly because AMR in the environment is such a broad topic, but also because there may still be some uncertainty about how exactly the environment fits into this AMR issue. And the truth is that the environment can play a major role in both the spread and development of antimicrobial resistance. Let's see how. So if you take a look at this diagram, you will see that first, resistant bacteria, resistance genes, and antimicrobial residues, known as AMR determinants, are released into nature through different anthropogenic activities that serve as emission sources, such as effluents from healthcare settings or manure from animals, for example. Once in environmental matrices like water, soil, and air, these determinants are spread or can even mix, evolve, and contribute to the emergence of new resistance. And eventually, over time, AMR determinants can find their way back to humans and animals through different exposure routes, increasing the risk of transmission within these populations.
Yeah, so because these concepts are not so established or well known, we defined it for this project. And IPC, in the context of environment, we defined as activities that reduce the emission of AMR determinants resulting from human practices to the environment. And here you can see several important examples of activities and domains that we will be working on.
Good. When it comes to antimicrobial stewardship, traditionally, AMS has focused on the rational use of antimicrobials in humans and animals. However, our joint action spans this concept, understanding AMS as the responsible management of antimicrobials in a much broader sense, to consider the impact of prescriptions in the environment. So, as a result, EU-JAMRAI promotes a cross-sectoral approach moving beyond a purely clinical one, where prescribers, pharmacists, but also non-prescribing professionals all have a role to play in tackling AMR by bringing their specific expertise into action. Therefore, incorporating the environmental dimension into AMS strategies reinforces the One Health approach by offering the complete picture of the problem. And of course, this can help improve outcomes in both human and animal health, which eventually strengthens our health systems. And before moving on, I just want to emphasize that beyond the EU-JAMRAI, there is a growing tendency of other entities to contribute to the conceptual evolution of AMS, what has been supported, for instance, by the UNGA, from the political declaration by the UNGA. Yeah. That's yours. That's mine. Yeah, sorry, that's mine. So now that we all have a more solid understanding of AMS and IPC in the environment, it's easy to see that we share a common goal, which is to reduce the emissions of AMR determinants into the environment. If we go back to the diagram explained earlier, we can observe that environmental approaches in AMS and IPC follow an origin-based strategy. This means the aim is to tackle the problem right at the source, targeting the point where AMR determinants can be potentially released. And this is exactly what makes these environmental strategies so valuable and cost-effective, as they can help prevent the spread of resistance before it becomes a bigger issue in public health or animal health. Yeah, now this is yours.
Yes. So already introduced by Anne, we want to reduce emissions to protect, indeed, public and animal health by the reduction of exposure to AMR in the environment, for example, through bathing waters or through irrigation of crops, and by the reduction of selective pressure of antimicrobial residues and the effect on resistance developments in the environment. So, how are we tackling these goals in JAMRAI? Well, through several activities, and in line with Council recommendation on using practices that reduce environmental exposure and on education and training of professionals. Our first activity, our big goal, is to determine best practices for environmental IPC interventions that reduce emissions of AMR to the environment.
Yes, and then we will train professionals on the identified best practices to empower their environmental stewardship. And in the image, you can see people training. This is obviously a different kind of training from what we aim to implement. We will not involve any physical effort, by the way. In any case, it serves as a useful illustration and metaphor because we really want to capacity build that muscle, let's say, referring to strengthening the core elements that make up the environmental strategies for AMS and IPC, such as strategic planning, policy implementation, wastewater treatment and reuse, for example, among many others. Good. So here's how we plan to achieve this. First, we are putting together a training and assessment plan, which includes our target audiences, learning objectives, and the best educational approaches to use. Simultaneously, we are mapping out IPC interventions and will compile a document highlighting best practices on IPC actions in the environment. Next, this document will serve as a key resource for developing training contents in alignment with our previously defined learning objectives. And finally, we'll pilot test a training intervention to disseminate these best practices effectively. Well, about who will we train? What are our target audiences? We did an internal survey and examined cooperation frameworks and recommendations from the quadripartite and European agencies to create a comprehensive framework which included all cross-sectoral stakeholders involved in antimicrobial stewardship. But given the time and resource constraints of our work, we needed to refine this initial list. So we examined the role and competencies of each stakeholder in the list in relation to the environmental approach, of course. And what we identified were the main gaps and concerns affecting AMR in the environment today. So on the slide, you can see the top 5 concerns that we identified. And as a result, we concluded that we will focus our efforts on high-priority target audiences, such as policymakers, antimicrobial producers, health managers, food producers, and wastewater managers. But we'll also try to indirectly target secondary audiences like prescribers, dispensers, researchers and students, or the general public through the collaboration with other teams and colleagues in EU-JAMRAI that are more focused on these target audiences. So finally, we also created a network of representatives of these target groups with more than 80 people involved so far, because it was very important to us that everything from the needs assessment to the delivery of the trainings was a participatory process with the implication of our target audiences.
Yes, so what else we are doing is to determine these best practices. We first have to map all interventions that are currently out there in the countries, deliberately or not deliberately, aiming for reduction of AMR determinants to the environment. And that's why we are currently drafting a survey with our group that will be sent out to the countries involved. And 2 interesting things I want to stress, and challenging things and interesting things, is the diverse group of stakeholders, and also a bit different maybe than classical group of stakeholders, just like Ani already mentioned, but also this morning mentioned by Caroline Wally. We are talking maybe a different group than the human and veterinarians are spoken about this afternoon. And something else that I want to highlight is that because there's not one common approach, not one protocol, we are collecting information from maybe general practices, pilots, research, and, if present, full-scale national programs.
Okay. Thanks. At the same time, our team reviewed existing training materials on the topic to see what has already been done and what is still missing to be done. So we compiled over 600 scientific publications, 69 learning materials, 88 trainings, and 135 regulatory guidelines. And what we found was that most current AMS frameworks mainly focus on prescribing good practices. But there is a gap when it comes to providing guidance for implementing antimicrobial stewardship in environmental contexts. Also, AMS in the environmental framework is mostly about basic awareness, with limited legislation and a lack of detailed resources on best practices. Additionally, key stakeholders outside of prescribers are often overlooked, and face-to-face training opportunities are minimal, which restricts the transmission of practical knowledge. So the conclusion is that current opportunities to learn about AMS from an environmental perspective are critically limited. There is still a lot to do. We can't expect this edition of the joint action to fill all these gaps at once, but we must take on this challenge and start somewhere. So we followed the Council recommendation on AMR, the 22nd point about awareness, education, and training, which specifically calls for ensuring cooperation with professionals in education and pedagogy to train on IPC, environmental risks, and AMS. And according to this statement, 6 months ago, in collaboration with the communications team, we subcontracted a group of educational experts to explore the best methods for training professionals on AMR. Since then, we've been working closely together to develop a toolkit, which will be a step-by-step guide for implementing innovative training interventions in this area. And our goal is to better understand what each professional needs in terms of learning, so that we can tailor our approach and make a real lasting impact with our interventions. And of course, we also believe that this material will be valuable to any other team, project, or expert who wants to develop their own training on AMR within or beyond the EU-JAMRAI.
There was an animation in here, but well, now you get all the text at once. But I will talk you through it. So now to the practice. To make our aims and our work even more clear, we like to give an example of a project about responsible management, so AMS, and IPC in the environment. A project of which we will collect information through the survey and will help us draft best practices and training materials for professionals. In the Netherlands, there's a project with a chain approach, meaning including actors from industry through healthcare to wastewater treatment plants. And the aim of this project is to reduce residues of pharmaceuticals and micropollutants in treated wastewater, and ultimately in surface water, as too high concentrations of pharmaceuticals in surface water was the initial reason for the project. And for us, the IPC intervention of interest is advanced wastewater treatment. And this project is piloted on a scale of research, several research projects, and several demo treatment plant locations are implementing advanced wastewater treatment. There's a big group of stakeholders, several mentioned here, or not? Something with the slides. And of course, what is very important and what we also will research during the project is to assess the efficiency of the intervention. And in this case, this project assessed this through a removal efficiency of selected indicator substances, including some antimicrobials. And just as a side project, but luckily they had the side project, they also looked at antimicrobial resistance genes. And the results still need to be published.
Yeah. So going back to our calendar, from now until the end of the year, our key collaborative activities will include a focus group next week in Granada to validate the educational toolkit, then a survey to map environmental IPC interventions across the EU, and a second workshop on environmental stewardship in Athens in September. So please save this date, stay updated, and if you want to collaborate or participate in any of these activities, don't hesitate to contact us after the meeting. And we have a couple of questions now.
Let's go back to Menti again, because now we had this presentation, and we hopefully give you a nice overview of the work we are doing. So we have two questions, and the first one is multiple choice or a single choice. Do you see any connection between our work in AMS and IPC and your work? And it should be a yes, no, I don't know question. And I hope we can see the answer.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
That's good, actually.
Yes. How many answers? 70 answers. Well, that's great that many of you see this connection. Of course, now comes question 2. If so, could you specify which connections or synergies between our work and your work you consider most relevant? And this is an open text field, and hopefully the different answers will also show. See some similar answers. All these responses will also help us in the next 3 years, making the right connections with all the different domains, because as was said this morning, the environment is not an endpoint, is not a silo on itself. We really need the human and animal health connection. There's a lot of wastewater coming from all over the hospital, animal settings. Where is the connection? It's, I guess, somebody who chosen, I don't know. Still thinking about it. Manure control. Yeah, this is great. I think we will summarize it after the meeting.
Yeah, I think we need to take a look at all the responses, because they are so different and are covering so many different topics. Aquatic animals, yeah.
Yeah, so thank you. Are there other questions? We can repeat them if you just say them out loud.
There is one question from Anna Paula from WHO Europe. How are you planning to raise awareness of IPC, carbon footprint?
Yeah, so the question is, how are we going to raise awareness about the carbon footprint of IPC? Yes.
Do you want to go for that? Because IPC is yours, but well, I can try to respond as well. I think for now at least, we are not covering this in our activities. This is not part of our scope. We didn't include these concerns about the carbon footprint, and we will not be covering this for at least the next months. So this is not something that we are really working on, right?
No, we're not working on it, but I think we are aware of it, that of course in these interventions you have several things to consider. And one is the efficiency of removing pharmaceuticals and AMR, but also one is the carbon footprint of this all. So I think that's...
indirectly going to be covered, but
yes.
Indirectly. No.
Yeah.
Yes, one of the questions mentions, for example, from Els Bruins from Utrecht University. How should you consider the biodegradability in the environment of when we categorize antimicrobials? So
can you?
Yes.
So when antimicrobials,
it is on the biodegradability of antimicrobials, and I guess you are referring to the treatment choice.
Sure. Yeah.
And considering these aspects, so I'm not an expert on this. But I know that there have been some discussions on the topic, and actually we are coming from the Spanish Medicines Agency, and in this case, Ricardo Carapeto is working on these topics, so maybe he can answer this question afterwards and give a more complete answer by email. But yes, I know that there are some discussions. As long as I know, there is still no guidelines on this topic, at least at the national level, but we are working on that. And maybe not on antimicrobials, but I know that this is being really considered for other contaminants and pollutants. Yeah.
And one last question online from Cohen Mintians. Would it be possible to lay out a detailed risk pathway on the role of the environment in the spread of AMR to humans and animals? So I guess we will have to understand how we evaluate the risk, no, and what are the transmission pathways.
Yeah, I think there is research out there on this, and but there's also still a lot of unknowns, and we will not answer them all within JAMRAI. So we will go on what we know and try to collect as much evidence that is already out there. and also involve other experts that are working on it, sometimes not within JAMRAI, but we can invite them to think along. Yes.
And I'm very happy that they made this question because actually in Spain, from the National Action Plan, in this we have this third part for the National Action Plan for the section of the environment, and we are going to be focused on defining this framework for the evaluation of risk. So this is our next step.
Yeah, maybe also to go back to the presentation of this morning of environmental surveillance, it was also said there that it's not the answer to all risk questions, but at least we're collecting data that can feed into these assessments that will hopefully help to answer some of the questions.
Congratulations, ladies, because I remember when we were preparing, and you were saying that environment is new. And it definitely shows you had a very interactive session, and you got a lot of feedback from everybody and a lot of interest. So well done on your presentation. And how are you feeling? A little bit, do you want some rock and roll? Or are you ready to go on to the panel? Let's see, would anybody want to just stand up for a moment? I think just where you are. Okay, just where you are. Let's just get a little bit of movement because the after-lunch energy, it's sagging a little bit, you know, kind of just shake it out a little bit. We won't have music right now, but get a little bit of the blood moving, the oxygen going. Okay. There we go, stretch it out, feel good, and yeah, have a 2-minute natter to your neighbor, get that feeling going, all right. Oh, that feels good, doesn't it? No, oh, this is just what you needed. Look at you, all smiles. This was well needed, huh? They needed this. Okay. All right. Okay, now the energy is flowing, the brain is going, we're all feeling good, and I'm going to invite onto the stage our panelists for this afternoon's little discussion. Absolutely, there we go. So, all right, so our different panelists, we've got from the World Health Organization, we've got Anna Coutinho. Okay, Coutinho. I've got to get these O's and A's right. I've been told it's really, really important because one is masculine and one is feminine. All right, then we've got the WOAH, and we've got Anna Mateus. Okay. Then we've got the FAO, and it's Francesca Latronica. Got it right. And then we've got the EFA, Carolyn Wally. Second time today, huh? Third time. Let's see, okay. And then we've got the ESGAP, Lucy Cato, online. Lovely to have you online and to join us with such a big smile. All right, we're really looking forward to this conversation, and we have now a conversation about the interlinked impact on our One Health activities, AMS and IPC, from a joint perspective. Now, once again, similar to this morning's session, I've been asked to conduct a conversational panel where I have two questions that I'm going to be addressing. Each of you, I'm going to give you an opportunity to do a short answer, and then if you have an answer or a rebuttal on that answer, just indicate and I will give you the opportunity to speak. The question that we really want to know about is how do you integrate a One Health approach across human, animal, and environment? Yes.
You're looking at me, is that because... Okay, I'll start the ball rolling. WAR as part of the quadripartite, so we meet every 2 weeks as part of the Joint Secretariat for the quadripartite to discuss issues of antimicrobial resistance and how we can handle them from a One Health perspective. So therefore, during those meetings, we can actually share the issues of our different sectors because we all have different challenges. But we have common ground to work on. And therefore, we can see where we can work on the common ground. So that way, we can bring on what we're doing in terms of animal health that can have an impact on human health, but also the agricultural sector, and also the environmental sector, because since 2022, we also have UNEP. And that's really important because sometimes we tend to focus a lot on the impact of all we do on human health, and we forget to bring on the other sectors. So it's very important that we have everybody represented in the discussions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe also to complement. Okay. Well, indeed, so we meet like every week with Anna and also with other colleagues from like the WHO and also with UNEP, as she was saying. And I think that this has been beneficial. So you see, I think that if you have been like aware like of the progress, this has been, I mean, it has been a progressive improvement. Like because seeing a person like every week gives the possibility to really interact, to openly speak about what are the problems. I think that we have got a very good push, like also for this UN General Assembly, which had brought together all of us to discuss from the technical side, but also to interact with the member state and also with the different stakeholders. So also like to enlarge a bit more, so like I'm working for the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. So we are a UN technical specialized agency for food and agriculture. So we do take care actually from the food to fork, or if you would like to be more inclusive, from food to table, because I mean, not all people use fork around the world. But in any case, so I think that what also we support as a quadripartite is having discussion more open. So like we do have this multi-stakeholder and partnership platform, which is open for everyone that wanted to join. And it brings really people from all different sectors. So we do have government, we do have private people, we do have university, research, we do have civil society. So this is also the possibility to bring people from different sectors, but also from different background and also interests. So I think that, yeah, this is my ad.
Okay.
Hello. Okay. So the short answer, and come back later.
Yes, yes.
So as you can see by the large number of environmental representatives, we're quite new on the block here. So actually the engagement is actually to come to this sort of meeting where we can with the very limited resources and start learning and learning how to speak to each other and working with each other. And I think that's, this is where we are with the environment. I mean, we had a very nice presentation earlier on about what JAMRAI is going to do and, where we are at, really. Yeah, we're right at the start, really. So integrating One Health in the manner that's understood here, I think, is quite early days. But I can talk more about where we actually think we are doing some in the second turn.
Okay, all right. Just by the way, don't forget, if you have questions, because we might have a little bit more time available, don't forget, you can ask questions on the Menti for the panel. I might be able to include them, all right, depending on time. All right, and our online panelist.
So, hi everyone, good afternoon. So, I'm Ana Paula. I'm the one working for the WHO Regional Office for Europe. And I'm not the one who is joining the quadripartite meeting, right? Because I really work with infection prevention and control. And I think I just want to bring this a little bit in a different arrangement, because how we actually use this One Health approach approach in our day-to-day operations is that we have an AMR working group that exists since 2011. And we know that some relationships didn't last that long, right? We are, meeting, participating, collaborating, working together since 2011. And we have a very great and very diverse representation in this working group. So that we have people that are responsible for antimicrobial stewardship, about surveillance of antimicrobial resistance, antimicrobial consumption, environmental health, water sanitation and hygiene, the behavior. So we really have a very diverse working group, which is we consider colleagues from different divisions. And what I find that is very fulfilling of this exercise is that we truly walk the talk of the One Health approach, right? That we have different areas of work or different approaches to how we are tackling antimicrobial resistance to make sure that we have the best of our efforts, really synchronized. But you may be thinking, oh, she's so abstract. And then, being far away, on the screen, this sounds a lot of, very blah, blah, blah. But to be very, very specific, just like the last year, we were contacted by the European Commission, and I know that you have the wonderful opportunity together with Melina and Julia, and we are going to have specific areas of work under a new agreement with the Commission, where we are going to promote, the integration of infection prevention and control and antimicrobial stewardship. And to do that, how we do? We're not going to reinvent any tool. We are not going to create a new assessment. That's great. We are going to use that already exists and make sure that the activity is truly tailored to the needs of the teams on site. And for that, we need to make sure that we receive input from all these AMR working groups. And this, I think, it's a very dynamic exercise that we conduct every day for every activity. And for every time we are working on antimicrobial resistance. Sometimes the big flag is environment. Sometimes the big flag would be antimicrobial stewardship. And sometimes even the area of infection prevention and control, which is the area I am responsible for. But we have this saying, this working group, which I think it's pretty much, I hear this and I know it's true, that when you work with one of us from the AMR working group, you work with all of us. And this is pretty much the spirit of One Health approach, right? It's this true collaboration. It's not easy. We know that sometimes we need to accommodate different terminologies, different results from assessments that are not perhaps measuring something that we all, from our common starting point. But what is definitely true is that we have a common goal. And then I stopped here because I know I only had 2 minutes.
And that was the short answer? Okay. Well done. All right. That was a very, very lovely answer and full. Here you want to comment, yes?
So I would like to say that we don't only work on One Health as part of the quadripartite. So what we need to think is what we do as an organization or as a sector, how we impact the other sectors as well. So for instance, WOA has this list for antimicrobials of veterinary importance, where we have recommendations for the use of highest priority critically important antimicrobials, which are really important for human health. So that's fluoroquinolones, colistins, certain fourth generation cephalosporins, and others. This means that we are giving instructions to those working in the animal health sector, so the veterinary services, to make sure that we preserve the efficacy of these antimicrobials, which is important for antimicrobial stewardship. For instance, don't use these antimicrobials as growth promoters, because the reality is we work at a global level. We have 183 countries that are members, and therefore it's not like Europe, and we still have countries that use growth promoters. That's an example. The other thing is, for instance, we also have a list of priority diseases for which we are asking the countries to invest in research and development or implementing vaccination programs for diseases where there's high use of antimicrobials, which can be important for human health. Well, if you prevent animal diseases, you reduce the disease burden in animal populations, and you also reduce, therefore, the need for antimicrobials, but also not only antimicrobials, for instance, acaricides in the environment, and also the emission of resistance into the environment, into also humans and to other animals and wildlife. So that's the thing. So it's considering then, for instance, vaccination programs have a wide impact, and they cost much less than doing the treatment. And that's what we often forget. And I think that's where considering this is like a side effect that you have, a ripple effect that you have in the other sectors. And then we need to think then, who is going to fund all of this? Who is going to pay for this? Is it only responsibility of the animal health sector? The governments need to think about these kind of things, and this sometimes is missing. So that's the issues that we're dealing with.
And
Thank
I'm
you.
sure that tomorrow we're going to hear a little bit about that as well. Okay, into the. I saw, yes, Caroline, you seem to have something that you want to.
Yeah, thanks. So when we were talking about preparing this session, and I said, well, what is IPC? And I was told it was infection prevention and control. And I said, okay, so what's that got to do with me? All right. And then we had a conversation about this, and it was okay. Oh, so now what we're talking about, and this is where we're linking on to what you're saying there, is that actually in the environment, a lot of the measures that are taken to protect the environment have that knock-on effect or unintended positive side effect, which is that they're also reducing the amount of AMR or other pathogens getting to the environment. So if you think about the original Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive, which is 1991, the objective of that EU legislation was to prevent harm to the environment through adverse effects of sewage discharges, essentially wastewater. And what that meant was that basically in most places, at least biological treatment, secondary treatment of wastewater sewage has been undertaken as required in Europe. But that also helps reduce the pollution load and the pathogen load and the AMR load just by putting that treatment in place. Now what we can see, then similarly things under the Water Framework Directive to prevent nutrients and organic matter getting into surface waters and groundwater, that also, the similar thing, if you're preventing animals trampling in the water, you're preventing that route going into, so it prevents pollution, but it's also preventing AMR and pathogens getting in that way. So these treatment methods, which are there to protect the environment, have this knock-on effect. Coming up to speed now with the revised Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive, and that's just come into force in January. And one of the things that's very important there is it's going to deal with some of the residual treatment that the residual areas where there wasn't treatment. So, for example, ineffective septic tanks or sort of that treatment where you haven't got wastewater treatment plants, where you've got runoff or stormwater overflows. So if you've got intense rainfall and it goes into to prevent the sewers flooding, the water's just discharged. So along with untreated sewage, just goes straight out into the environment. Okay, so that anything untreated, so that's all your pathogens, that's your AMR, whatever you like, that's in there. And that's what the revised directive aims to address. But something that's really important to understand is that it's also going to require quaternary treatment, so treatment for micropollutants and upgrading of a lot of wastewater treatment plants. Now, the thing about that is it's really expensive. It's billions and billions of euros, all right? And it's going to be it takes decades to do this sort of work. And once that wastewater infrastructure is in place, it's going to be there for 40 or 50 years. So if the wastewater treatment plants are a source of AMR genes to the environment, we need to know that really quick so that plant designers can get that into their treatment plants and that the upgrades take that into account when they're being done. So for me, it's really important to very quickly know if wastewater treatment plant, that's a source to the environment that we need to deal with. All right, because that's got the implications that we can deal with that in the system that we've got set up, but it's happening now, it's happening fast.
Thank you, Francesca.
Yeah, just also to add, so as FAO, EU is a member, and also all the different other EU member countries. So, and in fact, I mean, they shape the resolution or the different document that they are put forward from the organization. We have, well, you might know that we had a different action plan. So now we are at the second action plan, but at the same time, so last year we have launched, we are trying to shift, let's say, the way in which we tackle the problem. So we have launched an initiative, which is a 10-year initiative, and it is reduce the need for antimicrobials on farms. And also these farms are not only the farms that produce the animal farms, but also the plant. So I think that this is something that has been, I've heard some speakers talking about plant, but not always. So I think that we also usually integrate plant only in the environment, while, well, it might have some specificity that does not need to be put as part of the wider environment. So one point, so it is we have now introduced this reduce the need for antimicrobials, and of course this is strictly linked to the antimicrobial stewardship and IPC, or how we call it the biosecurity in the farms. So that needs to be followed, and it is really to support in every corner of the world, all the different farmers that have to implement. So enabling them from different ways, which are from the regulatory aspect, which is also core of our mandate, but also with capacity building. And just also because it has been a lot of talking regarding behavioral science, so we have been already implementing from some years what we call the farm field school, and I think that the different experts also in the room have contributed in developing the training, but we have included social and behavioral science, so developing manual to integrate also the component of the antimicrobial stewardship and IPC, really with the aim to reduce antimicrobials to be used, but also to avoid that they are spilled over in the environment, in the farm environment where they are used. So yes, so just to add that, I mean, we are actually working on also including the plant sector more strongly. So please also consider this in your work more specifically.
Lovely. Anna, do you want to add something online, Anna?
Well, I think my colleagues gave a great idea, great perspective of how much we are really trying to coordinate this work amongst different technical agencies. And we know when it comes to the country level, sometimes this also, we are, working perhaps with different ministries or stakeholders. But what matters at the end of the day that, and I know that this is also practiced in the other UN agencies and other agencies that are, represented today in this meeting, is that, this value of when you work with one person in that organization, you really have the benefit of working with all of them. And sometimes even that our assessments and sometimes the terminology is a bit different, which is normal, right? We're talking about different areas of work. But I don't know in the audience how many of you are, familiar with the results of these tracking antimicrobial resistance systems that we have there is a platform that's called TRACS. And I've been following this platform since 2017. And then I saw when, there was a newcomer, right? It was initially tripartite, then quadripartite. And now, you see it's wonderful to see all these responses. And this is all in the public domain. So we also need to, make sure that we have this moment that we, as different technical agencies, we come together to gather all this information. This information has to be used by us and also by you.
I think that's really important, that the information, the terminology might be different, the methodologies might be different, but the outcome and the desired outcome remains the same. And so when you stay focused on the outcome, there are definite synergies in what you're doing. I'm going to move on to the second question at this particular point, and that is, do you have specific advice for EU-JAMRAI in the improving or the impact of interlinking animal, the human and environment. Okay, that was your second question. Do you have advice? I mean, you've added already some lovely little gems.
I think, well, I'm going to go a bit, as you know, many countries are working on implementation, the development and implementation of national plans on AMR, and that's where all should have multi-sectoral teams working together, representing the 4 sectors, so animals, humans, plants, and environment, and we should all bring together. But the thing is, there's issues in terms of resources for the different sectors. So when you look at the national action plans, you usually have very well represented the human sector, but then you don't have so much the other sectors. Maybe you have human and animal, but then the others, you don't see them. And we need to bring all the stakeholders together, but also bring resources to fund the activities across the sectors to ensure that we really have, not only on the paper, a One Health approach. And I think that's one of the issues that you said. Probably tomorrow there will be discussions on resource mobilization, and also considering that although it might not be your sector, but if it has an impact on your sector, and it's been, you identify a hotspot or a bottleneck in a sector that you're trying to address, should all the sectors be contributing because the impact is seen across? And I don't know, here, obviously in Europe, is very well organized. In low middle income countries, that's more difficult, but Europe is not separated from the other countries. We have international trade, so you have movement of people, and live animals and food, and therefore, some countries already are seeing that introduction of AMR coming from other sources. So think about that when you're doing an intervention in a sector, there's targeted intervention that you might have actually an impact on stopping the transmission, a pathway for transmission of AMR. And
a spin-off.
Yeah, a spillover. Yeah, a spin-off. So that's really important. But we need the resources. And that's where sometimes that becomes...
Well, I think at the moment EU-JAMRAI are well placed with all the generosity of the different organizations in bringing this together. How it gets used, obviously that needs to be defined, but certainly EU-JAMRAI is the right place to have these discussions.
Yes, so for me, 3 points. So first of all, I think that it is One Health. So I think that this is like, I don't think that still people understand what One Health is. So we often have this challenge. So I am a veterinarian as a background, and usually I think that I have to, so we do have this wonderful definition that it is interlinked, interconnected, but then when it comes for me to explain to a medical doctor that it is like also the animal health and not the animal, so the animal are useful, so they also have a right to the health. So it is not that they are only need to be seen as sources for food. So it's really like to shift. So it should be really be us having like not an anthropocentric One Health definition, but it is truly a One Health like understanding. Second point, it is that whenever, like I think that Europe is a place, I mean, it has a lot of resources, and of course, this is a privilege. But so whenever, like, you think on a solution or like developing something, will be useful if it is done if you think that could be done in a progressive way. So also in other part of the world, when this situation is a bit, there is less resources, but it may come in the future. If it is good to give a pathway, so like to give like a progressive way to reach, so to reach the final goal, but maybe people have to start from a lower situation, lower step. And then as a third point, please, be, as a UN organization, we really like listen to everyone, so you are also part of it. And then will be very useful like to have always you in the global discussion. So as I was saying that in this multi-stakeholder partnership platform, but also we have developed a document together with also experts from Europe, and those are useful for research, and I'm specifically referring to the AMR One Health Priority Research Agenda, in which there are pillars that they also speak directly to the surveillance, like the integrated surveillance, the transmission, the behavioral insight and change, and then we do have also intervention and economic and policy. And those have been identified 62 research areas that maybe can guide like also your research, or like your research can also provide a reply to a specific research question. And we are actually also working together with the Global AMR Research Development Hub also to track like fund and resources that goes, and research project that goes in filling this gap. So I think that, yeah, please be also aware like about what it is out there outside Europe that you can contribute, and we can also like get benefit from you. Thanks.
Thank you. Lucy.
Caroline.
Caroline.
It's okay.
It's getting to
a long
the end of the day, so sorry.
It's okay. So I think in most cases, the resources available to environmental projects, and we park urban wastewater slightly differently, orders lower than to medical or in sort of human or animal health kind of areas. The resources, you know, if you get €1 million to do something in the environment, right, that's a really big project. Okay, and so actually when I was thinking about this question, it's, you know, if JAMRAI could give us some of the economic value, the benefits, you know, of this prevention activity that actually we could use in an environmental context, so that helps us to protect the environment. Actually, that sort of information, if you know what I mean, so sort of whether it's dailies or qualies, that says, you know, actually by using this measure, you can prevent this much harm, and giving us some quantitative data in terms of value of that, that could be really useful, because actually, you know, it can be very difficult if you just like saying, oh, well, you know, the birds will come back, or we'll get some more fish, and people, yeah, that's nice. You know, but that actually, no, actually, if you're improving the biodiversity, that's got a value. And if you're improving the quality of life and you're reducing infection and that sort of thing, actually getting hard numbers there really can help improve the environmental case for doing work.
Thank you very much. And the last word for our panel today is Anna from online. Okay, if you can give a final word, we're about to close now.
Okay, so where were we 5 years ago? We were at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. And there were so many lessons identified, and we can't just ignore those. So my advice to the wonderful UJAMRAI family is, number one, continue exercising inclusion. I know you do. Continue. And I know it's difficult, and I applaud you for having the courage and never stop to try. The second thing is really, please try to strengthen collaboration between the different work packages. Your example will set the tone, will put the bar at the right height that we need. And the last, but not least important, is just to say that we can't never lose sight of our intended audience. Human health, animal health, environment, right? We always have to look always back, because this is what keeps us, you know, moving ahead in direction, because everything we do is to have an impact in that context. So congratulations all the EU-JAMRAI leaders. I think it's magical what you do. I had the opportunity to participate in the first EU-JAMRAI, and seeing now, you know, the amazing progress. It's wonderful. It's a privilege. Congratulations.
Whoa. Okay. All right, guys, let's get energy, because you're not only giving the panel a hand, but you're giving yourselves a hand. Let's get that energy going. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get movement. Yes. All right. All right, congratulations, ladies. Thank you for a lovely discussion, and I invite you now to leave the stage, and I am going to invite Brian. Brian would like to conclude, to wrap up the session for today. Thank you, Brian.
Yes, hello, Brian Christensen from Denmark, SSI, and on behalf of the wonderful people working with AMS and IPC, I would say thank you for for the panel will do very good input. And I hope you understand that we are trying really hard to work to enforce implementation of AMS and IPC by doing sharing knowledge, trying to update and create frameworks within AMS and IPC, and doing a lot of peer-to-peer programs within AMS and IPC. We had our first webinar, our first JAMRAI webinar on IPC 3 days ago, and to us it was a success. We have 400 persons being part of it, and it is more to come. And at last, I want to emphasize, most of us here are from governmental bodies and institutions, but do not forget that when we are talking about implementation, it is all what is going to happen at the hospital, at the vet clinics, at the long-term care facilities. It is actually your work translating what we are talking about today, what we do understand today, how to translate into practical dialogue and information and actions. I hope we will do well. I think we are doing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. Lovely. Well, I think we've made it to coffee, have we? Okay. Coffee, we'll see you after coffee for the final session of the day. Well done. Thank you.
No, no, está bien. Y ya solo nos queda una sesión. Es que sí, ya luego no. Vale, no es por mí, es por no venir otra vez. Mira, este es
¿Sabes que igual algunos lo cogerán y lo encenderán y lo apagan pensando que lo están encendiendo?
¿Qué crees? Pues
Algunos va a pasar eso, bueno, pues nada, ya está. No, pero la gente ya se ha acostumbrado a ver a la gente hacer.
How's everything?
Fine.
Let me see, I need to see it.
Yeah.
Belgium, Pascal Dagans, very good. He has a communication.
So you have a meeting.
No,
I don't want to disturb you.
No, we are those ones who are on the back always, ensuring that everything is okay on the streaming. No, we are here because we are the one making it to respond from driving a mess. And, taking advantage of the right. So we have the rules and also
Pero no sé qué fueron de veces ya esto para digo, aprovecho solo que sé y había un montón de cola. Coming from industry. Que aquí no estaría guay dejar el logo de Cofan.
Este le da muy
Como ya el está en la tribu.
totalmente.
Se vean ahí.
El patrocinador es Luis, porque este no es el que tiene nuestro logo, nuestro lema, ¿no?
El de Bleeding.
Sí. Pero si no sabía patrocinador ahí. De todas maneras, aquí porque hay tres. Los tres tienen que estar ahí. Uno, dos, pero y ahí. No sé.
Porque si no tendremos que tener una mesa en medio.
Organization, representing. No, es que de hecho, claro, hay
Quick announcement. You know that we need to leave immediately after the event tonight if you want to go to the Guggenheim Museum. However, there are a couple of you that have not yet taken your little document or your signed document that you're going to need for tonight. So please, if you haven't got what you need, please go and pick it up before you leave, okay? Otherwise, you may not be admitted to the Guggenheim Museum and all the other lovely goodies we're doing tonight. Okay, so it is my pleasure to introduce the last session of the day, but definitely not the least. I've seen some of it, and it's all about access. And this kind of is the glue that brings a lot of what we've been talking about together. How can we prevent AMR in future? So it is my pleasure, first of all, to start with a video, and then I am going to invite Sophia and later Christine to come to the stage and do the last session of the day. Can we have the video, please?
Why is EU-JAMRAI 2 focusing on access?
So that the patient receives the right antibiotic at the right dose, at the right time, and for the right duration.
When the right antibiotic is not available or reliably available, doctors, veterinarians, and other prescribers resort to treatment alternatives, which may be suboptimal and contribute to the development of resistance. So, sustainable access to effective antibiotics is vital to every health system and a cornerstone of containing antibiotic resistance.
So what are we doing in EU-JAMRAI to concretely strengthen access?
Firstly, we continuously gather the available evidence related to access to antibiotics, for instance regarding demand, supply, and possible strategies to strengthen access. We share these findings through webinars and other means to make sure we are up to date on what is going on in this field.
Secondly, we identified those products that we are focusing on. This interactive map on the EU-JAMRAI website, one of the first results of our work, shows with a simple click the focus products that each participating country have identified, together with their national experts and stakeholders.
These are antibiotics for human or veterinary use, or veterinary vaccines, that are of medical importance with vulnerable national supply. This could mean they are often in shortage, they were never marketed, or they are withdrawn from the market.
So as you heard in the video, in EU-JAMRAI 2, we are working on concretely strengthen access. Firstly, by gathering and sharing the available evidence in this field. And secondly, by identifying national focus products of medical importance and with a national vulnerable supply, an activity that was completed during last spring. And thirdly, which was not mentioned in the video, since last fall, countries have been working on analyzing the specific barriers to access for each focus product in the national context as well as from a European perspective. The barriers have been investigated from different perspectives to uncover, for example, economic, regulatory, supply chain, or usage-related barriers to sustainable and reliable access. And this analysis is now nearing completion and has been done with vital feedback from the pharmaceutical industry and in collaboration with national key stakeholders. A clear and detailed understanding of these barriers to sustainable access will help us to tailor interventions to strengthen access to the particular antibiotic in the specific country, which is our next main activity. These interventions can be national, multinational, regional, or European, and EU-JAMRAI 2 will develop and support implementation of these interventions. And throughout this process and through EU-JAMRAI 2, we are fostering strong collaboration and communication within and between national and regional stakeholders that are working on access to antibiotics. And to better understand EU-JAMRAI work on strengthening access, we have chosen to highlight 2 cases for you today. One from the veterinary and one from the human side. Each case introduced by a short presentation and then followed by a panel discussion. And we will start with the case of benzylpenicillin for veterinary use. So please welcome Cristina Munoz Madero on stage, who will explain to us why sustainable access to benzylpenicillin for veterinary use is a critical challenge. Welcome, Cristina.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I tried to highlight why benzylpenicillin is very important for the vet field in 2 minutes, because I know what it means to be the last session of the day, so don't worry about that. Why is important? Well, the first point is that benzylpenicillin is a narrow spectrum antibiotic, which means that is the first choice for the treatment. But I don't know if you are familiar with the antibiotic categorization that we have in the vet field, but we have 4 groups, from D to A, and D is the first choose antibiotic. So this benzylpenicillin belongs to the category D. So it's narrow spectrum, category D, 2 points in favor of this product. And this product has very good efficacy against different pathogens, and we have this product on the market for more or less all different species, because it's totally different. Human, 1 species, very easy, believe me. Veterinarian, a lot of different species, and we need to have included in the product all the different species, which is the case for this product. And the pharmaceutical form for this product is injectable. So all points are in favor of use this product. This is a graph from the SBAC report, last SBAC report, and is regarding the cells, not used cells, but is more or less the same. In relation with the benzylpenicillin, you can see different pharmaceutical form. Blue is light blue is related to benzylpenicillin, and as you can see, we have a lot of difference between different member states, and benzylpenicillin is most used in the north country than in the south. Different culture, you say. Well, now we have legislation in place, veterinary medicinal product legislation. This legislation including this article, 106.1, controversial article. Why? Because this article included that the veterinary medicinal product must be used following all indication included in the HPC. So now it's not possible to use the off-label use. Previously it was possible. It's not possible to change or to adapt the dose of the product to a specific clinical situation. Nevertheless, as was saying in the video, access means to have the right treatment, but with the right dose and with the right conditions. And now we are aware that we have a lot of veterinary medicinal products on the market that are underdosing. Why? Because the resistance profile has changed along the time. And these products are on the market for more than 50 years. So now the dose is not effective anymore. But because this article, we have to use this product even in the case that we know are underdosing. So now it's a problem. Well, because that, we have different ways to update this product, and one of them is a referral. I don't know if you are familiar with the referral process, but in summary, it means that we identify a risk for one veterinary medicinal product or for a group of medicinal products, and initiates a referral in order to update and to include measures in the product in order to avoid this risk. Well, in relation with this benzylpenicillin, procaine penicillin, it was identified that probably the dose regime was not the right one, so we initiate the referral process. We assess all information that we had at that time in relation with the different process, and the conclusion for this referral was that the dose rate and treatment duration for some of this product should be increased. So it was. Now the dose regime for this product has been updated, and now we are aware that these products are on the market in the right, with the right dose and the right treatment duration. But nevertheless, to use or to recommend this product have challenges, and the challenges is that this product is a globally critical medicine, so it's using a lot, and there are few EPI manufacturers for this product. So what is the results of this combination between the demand and the supply? Well, the result is that we have a lot of shortage about this product. So we are recommended one product, but at the same time we have problem with we have shortage with the product. So we are working on that in the frame of this working group 9, in order to try to avoid this problem and try to put on the market this product without any problem. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. So let's see. Now we've got a panel discussion. We're going to do things a bit different now. So people, you have questions about benzyl penicillin. So when you have a question, come up and stand over here or over here. Someone will come and give you a mic. So we really want to encourage questions from the audience. So I want to welcome the panel. We have Christina that you've already met. We have Pascal, Tita, and Anna. Great. I think I'm going to sit, if that's all right. Wonderful. So you see their information here, so we won't go through introductions, but we'll start with the very first question. And this is a question to all the panelists. From your perspectives, what do you see as the benefits and challenge to the revision of the benzyl penicillin treatment duration? And we'll start with Tita. I think you have a microphone.
Yes, thank you. Does it work? Yes. Benefits and challenges. I would say that if any of the use of broader spectrum antibiotics has been switched to use of penicillin due to this referral, then that would be a benefit indeed. And there were also some pathogens mentioned in some of the really old penicillin products where we didn't really see that there was any efficacy against, and those were deleted. That was a definite benefit. Salmonella, for example, was mentioned in some of the SBCs. It's not a place for salmonella. And also the very low dosages that Christina mentioned, they were deleted. That was a benefit. However, the challenge and our fear was that there would be a requirement to do new residue depletion studies, and those are very costly. And it was our great fear that due to this requirement, some of the products would have been withdrawn. Luckily, that didn't happen.
Christina, same question.
Well, I think that now we are happy because we have this product update product on the market, but nevertheless, there is still a problem in relation with the withdrawal period. In the vet field, it's very important, the withdrawal period, and if you have on the market one product with short withdrawal periods as cephalosporin, for instance, and you have this penicillin product with very long withdrawal period. Normally, people go to the cephalosporin before this product. Nevertheless, I think that the referral process was very good process, honestly, and I think that after this referral, people, for instance, in Spain, we know that the consumption increased after this referral process. So I think that we have very good advantage to use this product. The challenges I put on my presentation, there are different challenges, and the first one is that we have frequently a shorted age for this product.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. So from the procedural point of view, at EMA, I would like to highlight some challenges. So these are very old products. So when assessing this data, the committee faced the issues that there was not up-to-date data in line with current scientific knowledge, and this one was one of the challenges. And also another challenge that the committee faced is that in a referral procedure, you need to assess all available data, and you need to discuss and to reach a harmonized position across all EU member states. And this was a challenge because, of course, the national policies in the different member states are different, and trying to reach a common approach was really a challenge. But I would like to highlight that instead of focusing on these challenges, I would like to emphasize that it's important to focus also on the solution, the potential solutions for these situations. And I would like to take the opportunity today to mention an ongoing EMA CVMP initiative that is called the UJAMRAI project. That is the dosage review and adjustment of veterinary antimicrobials. And this would be performed by the Committee for Veterinary Medicinal Products. And the main idea is to, instead of requesting pharmaceutical industry to perform studies, that it was the case of is similar to the outcome of this referral. So instead of requesting companies to provide new data, it would be for the committee to follow this non-experimental approach. So in a way, it would be by modeling, PK/PD modeling or extrapolation of data. So the outcome is to review and adjust the dosages of the products, the antimicrobial products, but without costly procedures for the industry. Thank you.
So I think that leads well to you, Pascal. What do you
Good
think?
afternoon, everyone. So on behalf of the industry, we see a benefit that it brings harmonization in the market. And harmonization means that it gives clarity for the veterinarians and consistency for the market, and we see that as a major advantage. Another advantage is that we as an industry, we support the AMR, we support the responsible use of antibiotics. If I look to my company, I represent Kela, but also Access VetMed, so the industry of the manufacturers in Europe. We manufacture and we sell more than 70% of our sales is antibiotics. But in our mission vision, we stipulate that we strive for responsible use, yeah? And that One Health approach is key and is also in our mission and vision. So we have set up a Kela Academy where we teach the farmers, where we learn the veterinarians, yeah, how to use and how to implement antibiotics in the field. And we walked away from the mass consumption. And today we focus on individual treatment. That means if an animal is ill, yeah, we go for the individual treatment of the animal. So as the industry, we support of everything that we discussed and what was presented this morning. The challenges, I don't see a specific problem on the benzyl penicillin because there was a very pragmatic approach on this case. In general, of course, referrals could lead to high cost and that one or more manufacturers could withdraw a product, which is not the case on the benzyl penicillin.
Well, that's great. It's great that we've got the first one that seems to be successful. But Tita, 5 countries, most of the Nordic countries, selected procaine benzyl penicillin as a critical antibiotic with vulnerable supply. So why the Nordic focus?
Yes. Let me start with the antibiotic use guidelines in Finland. They have been in place for 30 years now. And if I had to tell you in 2 sentences what they contain, what is the essence of these guidelines? Do you really need to use an antibiotic? Do you really? And then if the answer is yes, I really, really need an antibiotic for this animal, then look at you must know the pathogen, what is its sensitivity, and treat the individual. Just like Pascal just said, treat the individual. And if the pathogen is sensitive to good old benzyl penicillin, it must always be used. It is the first line treatment. Well, how did we succeed with these guidelines then? If we look at numbers from ESVAC, the proportion of sales of injectable veterinary medicines of all antibiotics sold in Finland was over 60%. In Sweden, I think it's almost 80%. And if you look at the proportion of beta-lactamase sensitive penicillins of all antibiotic sales, it is approximately half in Finland, and I think 60% in Sweden maybe, which is in its own class. And when you look at the aggregated numbers for 31 countries, injectables 14%, and beta-lactamase sensitive 3% in the EU. So these numbers really tell us what it's all about. Injectable benzyl penicillin is the foundation and the cornerstone of treatment of production animals in the Nordic countries. And this explains why there was a complete panic in 2015 when there was a global shortage in penicillin. Because if we don't have penicillin, we have to use broader spectrum antibiotics.
I think that leads on to Christina then. And remember, people who have questions, please come over to the side of the room and so that you can ask a question to the panel. So Christina, and if there's any online, Luis, you'll tell us, I imagine. So Christina, because of this referral, you mentioned that Spain, it seems like consumption of benzyl penicillin has actually increased. Can you tell us more about that? Why is that?
Yeah, well, this is true. Nevertheless, we are still waiting for more, use of the benzyl penicillin injectable. But nevertheless, I would like to highlight that the production situation is totally different in different member states, different countries. So thinking about the production in Spain, for instance, pigs or poultry, it's really, really difficult to go for an individual treatment. It's more or less impossible in poultry. And in pigs, it's really, really different. So we still, even in the case that we have the first choose in Spain is still penicillins, but nevertheless still oral route, because it's more for mass medication, you know, and in a specific case is really difficult. But nevertheless, we are happy because we increased the use of benzylpenicillin in injectable benzylpenicillin, mainly in you know, small ruminant, which is easier to treat individual or other production where the individual treatment is possible. So we have the balance between the possibility to use this product in individual way and the other production where the injectable products are more or less difficult to use. And this is the situation right now.
I think I see a question.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Nancy de Brienne from the Federation of Veterinarians of Europe. And first of all, I must say I'm really happy that this issue has been discussed here and the issue has been put on the table. The problem with benzylpenicillin, but just more in general also the problem as veterinarians we have with Article 106.1. Because benzylpenicillin, yeah, the referral has been done, which is really fantastic, but the problem is we have many other products where the SPC is not any more up to date or where the SPC is different between different countries. And I think it's pretty difficult to do that for all these products. So a more sustainable solution should be found to address this. Another problem we have is that as veterinarians we always have to use the product authorized in the country, even if antimicrobial stewardship guidelines say you can use a more narrow spectrum one, or you see it in the diagnostic test, you can do it. We're not allowed if that one is not authorized and a more higher risk one is authorized. So there also I think veterinarians should be given the possibility to use antimicrobial stewardship guidelines and promote the decrease of resistance. Thank you.
I think that's a good one for you, Anna, about flexibilities. What kind of flexibilities are there with the 1061?
This is a very tricky question. I understand the concerns expressed both by veterinarians and industry, even by member states. But this is what the regulation says, and there is nothing we can do. This is coming from the Parliament, and this was a text agreed, and I mean, in a way, there is nothing we can do. The regulation says that the product needs to be used according to the terms of the marketing authorization, and unfortunately, there is nothing we can do regarding that.
Okay, that's Pascal, from your perspective, how do you see these flexibilities, or how does it impact industry?
Well, I think first of all, referrals are essential, yeah, and we support that because it ensures safety and efficacy. Yeah? But what is very important, if these referrals would lead to many tests, to a highly cost, to what I would say an administrative burden, then there is also a risk that companies start withdrawing the product from the market. And we believe that on the long run, and certainly for these benzylpenicillin, which is a first line product, that the products remain available, and hopefully more than one, so that the veterinarians have an option to choose for which product they would go. But we applaud very much the pragmatic approach of the authorities in this case, that no extra studies were needed. And because of this decision, the companies will keep the products on the market. So our conclusion would be, yes, referrals are absolutely needed, are essential, but that we have to find a very good balance between safety and efficacy. Yeah? And on the other hand, that most of the products would stay on the market, so that the products remain available and that the users, the end users, have choice between one to more than one product.
There's not a lot of new veterinary antibiotics coming out, are there? So, but have you, as industry, have you seen a positive result from the referral? Have you seen increase in sales?
No, not yet. I think for us it is more or less stable. So that means that we believe that none of the manufacturers so far have withdrawn the product.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Yes, question online.
Yes, oops. So we have a couple of questions. Two are coming from the Statum Serum Institute, one from Ute Wolf-Skansken and another from Signe. So they are happy to hear that they are updating the dossiers through the expert group at EMA. What are the expectations regarding the time frame for this? And why is data on 50 years use of penicillin not enough to update the dossiers? So maybe for EMA, Anna?
Yes, so for the first question, I guess they are asking about the ADRA project. This is a CVMP EMA initiative. It's ongoing. There has been a lot of discussions already, and this initiative that the main aim is to minimize the occurrence of resistance in the Union would be presented to industry, because those are the relevant stakeholders in this case, and it will be presented at the end of May, hopefully on the 22nd of May. So this event is already on the EMA website if they want to find more information.
Okay, because there was a comment also about the ADRA project from ANSES, that they say that we still need data to inform pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics modeling for the revision of the dosing regimens of antibiotics.
Yeah, to complement the answer, the objective is to use PKPD model and other mathematical model in the very pragmatic way in order to update the globally all class of antibiotic all together and a very pragmatic way, because we need this product on the market, because all of them are first-line product.
Maybe Tita, could you talk a little bit about, because it seems like decisions are being made based on Europe as a whole. Do you think that different parts of Europe perhaps use these antibiotics differently, and that should be taken account of in these referrals?
Well, this is obviously a very sensitive question, and let me just say that it is good that the industry remains positive towards harmonization, and it is good that we will harmonize all products. However, veterinarians they have given an oath when they start the profession that they will follow all the academic research in the field and use their best knowledge when treating each animal. So now we have this very rigid 106.1, which doesn't take into account that you will always have these animals that have a different metabolic state, for example. We will never, ever be able to harmonize all products to this degree that you would have a dose for a random animal that has this metabolic issue. So the veterinarian should be free to adapt the dose and the dosing length to the individual situation. So the problem is really not maybe the lack of harmonization, but the problem is 1061. Now I've said it. And and I also think that if the authorities in each country are wise, they will understand this. And they will not maybe, if it says in the SBC that you should use this with 20 mg per kg for 3 days, and the veterinarian sees that this animal needs it for 30 mg per kg for 4 days, where is the crime? This is something that I think that we should all think about. Because we also have EU legislation on animal welfare, and every veterinarian must take this legislation into account and treat the animal in the best way possible.
Thank you. So, one last question. Oh, you go. Okay.
There is one more question online from Animal Health Europe, from Diana Teixeira, who says that the vet market has specificities, being small, fragmented, and no public funds. How to build a business case and the risk critical medicine supply?
Anyone want to take that one? Go ahead, Christina.
No, thank you. Debate, have more comment on that.
This is for the panelists. Yeah?
Yes, so given the specificities of the vet market, how to build a business case and the risk critical medicine supply?
I think this ties in nicely to our last question, because I think another problem that we heard Pascal mention about benzyl penicillin is Christina mentioned in her presentation, few active pharmaceutical ingredient suppliers. And a lot of veterinary medicines were very dependent on very few suppliers, and many in Asia, as I understand it, although the data is not very clear. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
And we as an industry, we have to buy all our penicillin in Asia. There is no, for us, there is no penicillin available in Europe. Yes, there is a manufacturer, but it's not available for us. So all the penicillin from the industry is bought in Asia.
So the question that I was going to ask is, what can we do in EU-JAMRAI? We've got 3 years now. We've got generous financing from the European Commission. What can we do to help strengthen the access of narrow-spectrum old antibiotics like procaine benzyl penicillin for veterinary use? So whoever wants to start.
If the question is based on the API?
No, we've got 2 minutes.
Yeah?
2 minutes.
If the question is based for API?
Or more generally.
Yeah? On API, sorry, I don't see a solution, because building a plant manufacturing API, there is one manufacturer, but who doesn't give access to the industry. Yeah? So there is no option, and manufacturing, building a plant for API, it will take years with high environmental costs. Yeah? With a huge investment. So in the coming 3 years, I don't see a solution. The same also for manufacturing the finished product, the benzyl penicillin. If I look to the long-term future, you working into campaign, will be banned. Now, we have done an investment with dedicated lines, so we are well prepared for the future. Yeah? And I think which is absolutely necessary. So on the finished product, I don't see a problem. The main problem remains on the API. And come on, look to the news, also taken into account today's geopolitical situation.
Yep.
Yeah?
Okay, let's not go into that.
No, but
okay, next on the no, then everyone will start to cry. Go ahead.
Well, I guess the access to veterinary medicines is more related to both NCAs in the member states and industry, so the EMA has only a coordination role, so I don't really have something really important to mention here. Sorry.
That's okay. Christina.
Well, we try to work at national level in order to identify the potential shortage in advance in order to try to cover this problem. I fully agree with Pascal that in the next year it will be impossible to find a good solution, because the solution is on the AP manufacturers, so this is the big problem. But nevertheless, we try to take a solution in advance and recommended an alternative to this product. Nevertheless, the recommendation for the European Commission may be, if we need this product on the market, the recommendation from them is to use this product. Well, we have to work together in order to find the solution, for instance, flexibility to the 106-point article, in order to be sure that these products are used in proper way in the field. This is the most urgent issue for us.
And Tita, quickly, last word. Thank you.
Yeah, quickly. Something that I just came to think of, I don't know the recent developments, but a few years ago, the Commission was committed to try and incorporate emissions of active substance during production in the environment into GMP. So I wonder how this is going forward, because if this would happen, then I think that the emissions during production would be a real problem in the third world, and therefore maybe it would be more economical to transfer the API production into EU, get it back, maybe.
Maybe. There we go. That's the kind of positive we're looking for. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Oh, there's the slides. Okay, thank you so much to all of the experts in the panel for this interesting discussion. But now we move on to the other half of this session and to the human side, where we will focus our second case to highlight our work on WHO access antibiotics. And our efforts on strengthening access within EU-JAMRAI 2 are in line with several items that emphasize access to antimicrobials in the 2023 EU Council recommendation. For instance, that member states are encouraged to assess and address antibiotic supply chain vulnerabilities, improve the continuity of supply of antimicrobials, and promote in a coordinated way with national and multi-country initiatives the accessibility of antimicrobials. But for this session, we wanted to highlight one target in particular, which is this one, which has been shown before today, that member states are invited to take appropriate national measures aimed at ensuring that by 2030, at least 65% of the total consumption of antibiotics in humans belongs to the access group of antibiotics as defined in the AWARE classification of the WHO. And AWARE, of course, stands for Access, Watch, and Reserve. And the access group from the WHO AWARE classification, which you're probably aware of, consists of first or second choice antibiotics that offers the best therapeutic value while minimizing the potential for resistance. And the importance of using a higher proportion of antibiotics belonging to the access group when appropriate was also highlighted in the UN political commitments from last year. But to reach these targets, the antibiotics must be reliably available in the member states. And when they are available, they also need to be prescribed and used where appropriate. So working on increasing access to these antibiotics is, of course, closely linked to stewardship measures. And through EU-JAMRAI 2, countries are working towards
this target by having identified the need to strengthen national availability to 14 antibiotic substances belonging to the WHO access group. And you can see them here listed on the slide at the bottom. Quite small text, but it's there. And these are older antibiotics mainly, and we see products used in primary and in secondary care, and in different formulations and also strengths. And of course, potential interventions to strengthen access to these will differ depending on the type of product and also the national context, as well as the national barriers that the countries have identified. Some of these WHO access antibiotics are of common interest to several countries, and for these we see potential for multinational or regional interventions and collaboration to strengthen access. One example is phenoxymethylpenicillin that 11 countries are focusing their efforts on. We also see that many countries have a common interest in strengthening availability to WHO access penicillins for pediatric use. Let me see here. Yes, 85% of countries are focusing their EU-JAMRAI 2 efforts on strengthening access to pediatric formulation of penicillins, such as amoxicillin and phenoxymethylpenicillin. Pediatric formulations are mainly oral suspensions or oral solutions, so liquid dosage forms, but also smaller and lower strength tablets. And we're not surprised that this particular group of products are of interest to so many countries, as there are recurrent problems with reliable access to narrow-spectrum antibiotics for pediatric use. They are known to have frequent shortages, and they are at risk of market withdrawals. And of course, children are one of the most vulnerable patient groups where it can be hard to find treatment alternatives, since many children are unable to swallow pills. So our next panel of experts will delve into these access pediatric penicillins, specifically amoxicillin and phenoxymethylpenicillin, exploring why countries are focusing their EU-JAMRAI 2 efforts on these, as well as the main barriers to reliable and sustainable access and potential future interventions. And with that said, I invite Christine to moderate this panel discussion. Thank you.
Good job. Okay, so please, distinguished panelists, come take this stage. So, same discussion, same way as before. Please, if you've got questions, come to the sides and ask your questions. As you can see, we are focusing still, same topic, human side. Older, important, critical antibiotics that have access issues. So please look at the descriptions of the panel here so that you know who you're talking with. And I am going to start off with you, Emma, and Alban, and Michael. So your countries have prioritized strengthening access to pediatric penicillins within EU-JAMRAI. Why have your countries selected those antibiotics, and what are the main barriers to reliable access? So Emma, would you like to start first, please? Do you have your microphone next to you?
Dear Chairman, dear colleagues, phenoxymethylpenicillin is missing in Bulgaria since more than 5 to 6 years. Phenoxymethylpenicillin is used to treat infections by Streptococcus pyogenes. Maybe you remember that in the year 2023 there was a resurgence of cases of scarlet fever and Streptococcus pyogenes tonsillopharyngitis. Patients could not be treated by phenoxymethylpenicillin, and they were prescribed amoxicillin clavulanic acid. At that time, the lineage M1 UK was found for the first time in Bulgaria. It produces 9 times more of streptococcal pyrogenic exotoxins PA than the other Streptococcus pyogenes strains. The other antibiotic, amoxicillin, is available in Bulgaria. It is widely used by specialists in dental medicine. Majority of GPs, pediatricians, otorhinolaryngologists prefer to prescribe amoxicillin clavulanic acid. This is related to the higher levels of antibiotic resistance in Bulgaria. 50% of Haemophilus influenza are resistant to amoxicillin, and more than 20% are penicillin non-susceptible and amoxicillin resistant. Thank you.
Excellent. Let's go on to Michael.
Okay, so you asked why pediatric penicillins. Well, first of all, because we have a problem. And you always intervene when you have a problem. So if you look at our AWARE classification, Malta is around 56%. So we're way below the 65. And a substantial component of that is, or are, prescriptions for children. So clearly that is a very useful low-hanging fruit that we can address. Secondly, thankfully, our primary pathogens are still sensitive, so we still have 99% sensitivity in strep pyogenes and 98% sensitivity to strep pneumonia, so it's useful. Because if we did have lots of resistance, then it wouldn't be really worth the hassle. And finally, because we have a current situation where the alternatives that are being prescribed, primarily second-generation cephalosporins, amoxiclav, and especially the macrolides, the newer macrolides, they are driving resistance. So we're seeing, for example, macrolide resistance very much linked to consumption, and therefore that's something we want to address. So clearly those are the three main drivers for our intention. And finally, in the adult population, we already have reasonable, I wouldn't say extraordinary, but we have reasonable alternatives. In the pediatrics, we don't. So that's why we're moving in that direction.
So Alban, when it comes to France, France is one of the largest countries in Europe. It just seems very surprising that you have shortage problems with the antibiotics like amoxicillin. Can you tell us more about the barriers to access?
Yes, we had in the past two important shortages with penicillin for pediatric use, essentially due to the fact that during the winter season, we have a lot of prescription in children, but the problem is that we have only few actors, few pharmaceutical companies who can provide the pharmaceutical forms for children. So with high demand, but only few actors, few pharmaceutical companies available for this kind of product, therefore we faced in the past two important shortages. Without the possibility to have the adapted pharmaceutical form, essentially, for example, for oral suspension. Therefore, we proposed extemporaneous pharmaceutical forms, pharmaceutical preparation in pharmacists, with the pharmacist, in order to manage these shortages. So the problem is that for other antibiotics for children, especially for oral suspension, for example, we have selected for the work package names several products because there is only one MH for this kind of this kind of product for the children. So if there is a difficulty, if there are some difficulties to produce, to manufacture the products, therefore there is no other similar product. And then what we have seen, we have seen that the prescribers would like to prescribe other antibiotics, like macrolides, for example, because there are macrolides for oral suspension for children, but it is not systematically, it's not the good choice, because there are a resistance, and this kind of other antibiotics can produce more resistance, and then this is the problem that we have. So there is a need to maintain this kind of formulation because the population, the pediatric population is small comparing to adults, but the price of the oral suspension for children, the price is higher compared to tablets for the same antibiotic, for example. So I think that we have to create a framework sufficiently attractive for the companies to maintain this kind of formulation, because we know this is a general situation, not only for antibiotics. We know that we don't have sufficient pharmaceutical forms for children for many medicinal products. But this is the problem we have with this kind of product for children. So yes, it is very difficult to maintain this kind of medicinal product for children with only one MH, which can provide this kind of product.
I think Alon put it very nicely, which lays it over to you, Bo. Can you tell us a little bit about what are the challenges for industry, and what are some of the solutions that you're seeing for the pediatric penicillins?
Absolutely, more than happy to. Thanks, Christine. So look, I think we have to set the stage by saying when we talk about supply sustainability and responsible access of the pediatrics, but quite frankly speaking, generics as a whole, they face similar issues, and there's two major threats. The first one is antimicrobial resistance, which we all acknowledge, and the second has to do around the existing market framework that, quite frankly speaking, has its challenges. It also has its failures. It's not functioning the way it should. So when we talk about how can we improve it, it's important that we understand the challenges. Now, the challenges, the common denominator, whether we're talking about a pediatric or generic antibiotics as a whole, it's the same. Of course, we acknowledge that it's more exacerbated within the pediatrics, but fundamentally it's the same issue. So when we think about antibiotics, they're treated largely as commodities, right? So they are priced usually very low, and payers do not consider any other criteria other than cost, right? So no environmental criteria, no quality, nothing. And what happens then is, of course, the difference between a commodity and an antibiotic is suppliers have to manufacture at fixed price levels, regardless of external factors like inflation, complex regulatory pathways, or cost of good increases. And so I'd like to really give an example on what that does. It causes this downward pricing pressure. And so let me give a real clear and shocking example to all of you. I would like every single one of you, the next time you buy a coffee at your favorite coffee shop or your favorite barista, remember that cup of coffee is approximately 27 times more expensive than a daily treatment of amoxicillin. An essential antibiotic, an essential medicine, is 27 times cheaper. And this is simply not sustainable. On top of that, antibiotics particularly have huge volatilities, right? So you have pricing pressure from one side, and then on top of that, you have huge demand swings, right? Caused in part by, as we know, a strong respiratory season, which definitely infected all the population, but also pediatrics. And on the other side, you have one of the most unprecedented increases in inflation ever seen in a generation. And so you have things like, for example, raw material costs, things needed for the production of these essential medicines skyrocketed. If you compare prices of 2019 versus 2024, sugar, an essential raw material, went up over 130%. Energy, which is very intensive and needed for fermentation, which is the bulk of what's needed for penicillins, went up over 50%. And so when you have this pressure coming from both sides, downwards pricing pressure on one side and then cost of good increase, essentially what's going to happen is consolidation of the market. That means manufacturers drop out. You get into a situation potentially where you have one marketing authorization holder, and it's simply not sustainable. And you can see this if you look recently at shortages in the last year or so between 22 and 23. 2 out of 3 of these medicines had a low supplier count. So Clearly, this is something that must be addressed, and that's the real theme. It's how can we get to supply security? And what I really like to hear, we already heard it from the other panelists, but also we heard it from the panel before, there's so many similarities when it comes to the challenges also on the veterinary side of things. And I think there's a lot of learnings we can take from both sectors as well. Last thing I will say here, because I'm aware of time, is what was already mentioned very nicely on the presentation before, this dependency on foreign suppliers for APIs. We want to avoid at all costs being reliant on a single source supplier, especially if this is not sourced in Europe, because this can induce, and we've seen it in the past, longer shortages, right? Which ultimately does not benefit the patient, right? Because then, as we heard, other treatments have to be made there. So I'll pause there and happy to circle back if there's more time.
Great, thank you very much, Bo. Amelia, I think this tailors goes nicely over to, because the EMA has been doing a lot of work on shortages. Can you tell us a little bit about that and what you see as not only the challenges, but some of the solutions that you're looking towards?
Yes, absolutely, and thank you, Christina, and good afternoon, everyone. From the EMA side, we have actually been taking a lot of reactive action since global shortages of amoxicillin and amoxiclav in pediatric formulations that occurred in autumn and winter 2022 and 23. What we did at a time when we got the signals from the member states through our medicine shortages working party is we immediately looked at the extent of the situation. So what are the companies impacted, the root causes, whether it's a European issue, is it a global issue? And we engaged in discussions with the companies first to see whether they're able to increase production or if they need any regulatory support from the EMA or national competent authorities, and we were able to provide that at the time. At the time, we were also able to identify some additional smaller suppliers that had extra supplies available to member states that were in a really critical situation. And we also invited the companies to attend the meetings of the mentioned working party and also the executive group, which is a little bit above the working party, and it's composed of national competent authorities, representatives at the executive level, really to engage in productive discussions and agree on EU-level actions. Of course, we did a number of communication activities, but we knew that while we were able to address the solution and react to it when the shortages occurred, we knew that we had to be more proactive and we need to be much better prepared for the next winter. What we did then is we partnered with European Commission, with DG HERA, and we looked at the supply from industry and their supply forecasts for the next winter season. And we also looked at historical consumption and also the demand that the member states expect to have for a set of antibiotics. So we were not only limited to amoxicillin, but we went a little bit beyond that. Based then on the outcomes, we were able to see for which active substances, pharmaceutical forms, and strengths there could be a risk of a shortage. And we were able to issue recommendations through this executive group. And this was done in July 2023. But now, of course, a few years passed, but we have been continuously monitoring and continued our cooperation with industry. Even ahead of this autumn and winter season, we engaged in discussions to see if companies already see some constraints for any specific antibiotics so that we can also alert the member states that they need to prepare for that. I also want to mention the social media campaign. We have launched it now, I think, for the second year in a row. First, to highlight the prudent use of antibiotics and the need to avoid any stockpiling. And I think through all of these actions that we have taken in cooperation with the companies and also the member states, we went from critical shortages in, I think, almost the entire EU in autumn and winter 22-23 to critical shortages in a handful of member states last winter season, and now we have not received a critical shortage notification for amoxicillin and amoxiclav. So I think we're doing, the cooperation that we have has really given a positive impact on the situation.
Well, that's great to hear. You know, I'm curious about what Emma said and what I've heard Michael say before as well, is about a little bit about the demand, that GPs think amoxiclav is always going to be available, I'll just prescribe that, it'll work just as well. Do we have a demand problem for phenoxymethylpenicillin and for amoxicillin? Maybe Emma, you can start.
In Bulgaria, majority of GPs are not very well educated in antimicrobial stewardship. However, professional societies of pediatricians and otorhinolaryngologists follow the rules of antimicrobial stewardship. During the last 4 months, they organized 2 scientific workshops where both young doctors and experts presented really brilliant presentations on antibiotic use. Also, we performed an audit of pediatric antibiotic prescriptions in our ambulatory center, Lozenec Sofia. The most prescribed antibiotics for both upper respiratory tract infections and pneumonia were amoxicillin clavulanic acid and clarithromycin. Only the therapy of patients with bronchitis was not always in concordance with world recommendations, and sometimes these children received antibiotics. Thank you.
Okay. I think it's a bit more complex than that, Chris, and usually complex outcomes are driven by complex processes. So if I could just highlight our situation, you know, I just spent 10 minutes trying to convince you that behavior change is the way we have to go there, and of course, Dr. Heal Thyself. So that's how we've tried to look at our problem, and using the combi model that I mentioned. So it's a combination of all 3 elements. So you have the capability issues. So as Emma said, you know, you find lots of misconceptions amongst GPs. So we've run numerous national surveys, and they consistently come up with the same qualitative quote: oh, that's an old antibiotic, I'm pretty sure it's not effective anymore, and I'd like to use the newer ones. You know, so the first challenge is obviously to convince them otherwise. So that's the first. Then you have the opportunity issue, so the COM-B, so the O. And the opportunity is exactly what you're saying. And in our country, it's even more complex than that, because we have a really strange hybrid system in primary care, which is very different from the National Health Service in hospitals, where in primary care we have a dichotomy of governmental health centers and then private GPs who work on their own with practically no accountability or supervision, and they are responsible for about 80%, we estimate, of all antibiotics. So it's a chicken and egg scenario. One, we have the supply problems, but then when you try to convince companies to import the antibiotics and the pharmacies stock them, then doctors don't prescribe them, so they have a loss. And then they come back to us and say, don't ever tell us to get it again, because you've just cost me 50,000 euros of medicines I've thrown away. So that's another complex issue. And the third issue is the motivations, the M of the COM-B. And we know that the single factor that has been correlated with the wide variation of use of broad-spectrum antibiotics in Europe is uncertainty avoidance culture. So again, you know, uncertainty avoidance, the typical 3 words that describe it is just in case. And this is what drives, and we've done pretty, going to publish them through Erika Saliba Gustafsson, and that's the driver, you know. They're unsure that this is good enough, so they want to go for the big guns just to be safe, you know. And then, of course, well, we don't have time, but the interventions have to model the COM-B items. So capability, how are we going to go there? opportunity, what can we do, motivation, how can we motivate them. If there's time, I'm happy to drive on that.
We have already discussed this point, but the problem is that to follow the guidance, but I know it's difficult for the GP to follow the guidance for the proper use, the good use, proper use of antibiotics. And this is the problem because we have several antibiotics for the first line treatment, like amoxicillin alone. I think this is the same problem with Malta, we discussed with Michael. But we have too many prescriptions with amoxicillin and clavulanic acid in the first line treatment. But the first line is amoxicillin alone. So this is a problem because this is not in line with our national recommendation. If the prescribers would like to choose for the first line treatment amoxicillin and clavulanic acid. For the phenoxymethylpenicillin, we have different guidance. For example, in comparison with your country, Christine, because for the same pathology, for the same disease, in France, we prefer to have amoxicillin in first-line treatment. In your country, for the same disease, you would like to choose phenoxymethylpenicillin. This is a different approach, but so in France, we have only one MIH for phenoxymethylpenicillin and only for tablets, not other pharmaceutical forms available. But this is because the majority of our recommendation is for amoxicillin in first-line treatment. So for children, for example, two out of 3 prescriptions are amoxicillin for children in France. So this is a very high amount of prescription compared to other antibiotics. So yes, this is the problem that we have to try to explain, to follow the recommendation, because of course it is important to avoid resistance with other antibiotics which are not the first line treatment.
Thank you very much. Bo and Amelia, same question to both of you. Bo, maybe you can start off. Are there simple interventions that we're overlooking, simple things we should be doing?
I do want to mention one of the activities that actually we're now piloting at the EMA, and it's the shortage prevention and mitigation plans. So the proposal for industry to have shortage prevention plans was already included in the Good Practice Guide to Industry. I think it was published in May 2023. It's also included in the proposal for the new pharmaceutical legislation. And ultimately, the goal here is that we have 2 documents. So one is shortage prevention plans that really would serve as a tool for companies to look at their supply chain, see what the risks are, identify them, and come up with risk management measures. So we expect that this preventive document would already allow to identify some risk areas and hopefully prevent some shortages from occurring. Whereas shortage mitigation plan would then be used as a tool when the shortage occurs to give a proposal how to address the issue. So now we are piloting this for 4 products, and 2 of them are amoxicillin and another one is amoxicillin with clavulanic acid. It's a pilot, so the participation is completely voluntary, and we expect to finalize the pilot in the coming months. So hopefully we'll be able to share some results then. But of course, we also know that whenever there's critical shortages, countries have also used magistral preparations, and for example, EDQM has also done a lot of work on that for amoxicillin and amoxiclav with expert opinions. We know that countries can also use flexibilities in labeling and packaging requirements as some of the examples, and also extension of shelf life also when needed to address critical issues. Thank you.
I see the red cards, so I'll be very quick. Let me start on a positive note. The Critical Medicines Act proposal was released yesterday. They support the meat criteria, right? So the most economically advantageous tender criteria that goes beyond price, considers quality, and for us all in the room, we're here on One Health, considers also environment. Very good. Let's not overlook the importance of supply security. We need incentives and mechanisms in place, as was mentioned before, to bring API production in Europe. Regardless of the cost, it's being proactive. It will secure our future and secure the best treatment for patients. Let's not also overlook very quickly stockpiles, national stockpiling, right? This can easily turn, this needs more strategy, I think, and more control, because it can easily turn from stockpiling to hoarding. And I think industry needs to have the power to say, look, we can take a national stockpile and distribute it to any country in Europe that's experiencing a shortage. First, security, then we can talk about simplicity, like pack size harmonization or other things. So I think those would be the two priorities. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much to our panel. Big round of applause. And I will be very quick now. So just to give a little bit of a wrap up regarding access. So you've heard Sophia presented to you that we focused on identifying the products that we want to strengthen access to first, both on the human and the veterinary side. We've identified the barriers. We did all of that in the first year. So we have 3 years now to implement interventions and test these. You know, we've heard a lot of ideas from both the vet and the human side today. So we are super excited now. We're going to have a meeting, our second meeting in Copenhagen, May 7th through the 9th, where we will be working on interventions. How do we strengthen access to these products, these older, valuable products? And how do we do that in order to, in a European, national, and regional way? So that's the goal of what we're trying to do here. We're trying to actually strengthen the access to these medicines. So if you're interested to learn more about Copenhagen, let me know. We're also focusing on some innovations as well. So we've got, we're having a webinar that's coming up looking at gonorrhea. Potentially 2 new antibiotics coming. Yep, I think I have 4 minutes actually, according to my schedule. Okay, I think access always loses out, is what we're at. But just to finish up here, gonorrhea, we will be focusing on a webinar because is it now a new time to treat gonorrhea? We have 2 new antibiotics that are coming. We have 1 antibiotic that's not available in any European country. So we're going to be looking at diagnostics. So look for that webinar coming. And we're also focusing on regulatory approaches to bacteriophages, both for veterinary and human use. So if you're interested in any of those topics, let us know. Thank you very much. According to my timeline, 3 minutes early.
All right, well done. Thank you, everybody. I think that we have the wrap-up now, and that will be Benjamin. Okay, if you could just finalize so that we can get to the museum. Guys, if we don't get to the museum before 1:45, we don't get in. Therefore, there has to be a really, really quick wrap-up at this point.
I'm going to try to be as clear as possible, and also I'll try to be brief. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, it is an honor for me to be here and standing in front of you here in Bilbao for the first day of our General Assembly for this EU-JAMRAI second edition. On behalf of France, the coordinating country and its Ministry of Health, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for your active participation today and your insightful contribution. Today has been a testimony to our shared commitment, our collective expertise, and above all, our determination to combat AMR at our European level. As we know, AMR is a crucial and essential health threat weighing on our shoulders and generations to come. We are all aware that AMR goes beyond a medical challenge. It is a complex cross-border issue with political, economic, and social implications. Indeed, data are alarming, with an estimated 35,000 deaths annually in the European Union alone, with global projections threatening to reach up to 10 million deaths by year 2050 if we fail to act against this silent pandemic. Beyond the human cost, the economic impact also covers the environmental and animal health sectors. But you all know these figures too well. And your presence here today testifies to your awareness and commitment to a holistic approach to combating AMR. In addition, it also confirms that no action can be conducted alone. This is why coordination with the European action is essential. Our fight against AMR must be grounded in a One Health approach, recognizing the intertwinement of human, animal, and environmental health. Policies must strengthen sectors and borders, and this is precisely where the EU-JAMRAI 2 holds its greatest promise. EU-JAMRAI 2 is, of course, a continuation of previous efforts, but it is also a new opportunity to transform strategic ambition into lasting, impactful, and sustainable policies. We have the knowledge and I believe the energy to embrace all the efforts needed to make Europe a best practice region. But the real challenge and concerns lie in ensuring that our work extends beyond this joint action, shaping One Health national action plans and policy in a sustainable way. EU-JAMRAI 2's value lies in its ability to bridge gaps, and we'll talk about that tomorrow, between science and policies, between national priorities and European ambition, and between short-term actions and long-term sustainability. EU-JAMRAI 2 serves as a catalyst for change, fostering collaboration and mutual learning among member states and associated countries. To achieve this, today's discussion underlines three key pillars. The first one is the One Health integrated surveillance. Indeed, surveillance is the cornerstone of AMR control. Focusing exclusively on human health sector would be detrimental, as the fight against AMR requires an integrated One Health surveillance systems across sectors, considering their close interaction as shown today. Second, antimicrobial stewardship and infection prevention control, known as IPC. Antimicrobial stewardship in both community and healthcare settings, relying on optimized and prudent use of antibiotics in all sectors, is critical to preserve the effectiveness of the existing antibiotics. A joint perspective with the IPC programs will ensure that infections are contained at their lowest level, but also that antibiotic resistance remains limited, resulting in better clinical outcomes. Together, they represent cost-effective strategies that reduce the burden of AMR on all health systems. Third and last, access to antibiotics. Access is not only a matter of availability, but also equity and sustainability. We must ensure that current effective antibiotics remain accessible to all those who need them while preserving their efficacy, both for human and veterinary use. This requires strengthened supply chain, but also incentive for innovation of new drugs and affordable pricing models that do not compromise future access for the largest numbers of countries. Let us be clear. The fight against AMR requires a long-term commitment. EU-JAMRAI 2 offers a framework, but its impact will definitely depend on how we implement and adapt its outcome at national and EU levels. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking, and we have already devoted a quarter of the time allocated for this joint action ending in 2027. Therefore, we are urged to transform our discussion into concrete actions and our strategies into sustainable policies to reach the 2030 antimicrobial resistance targets set by the European Council. Indeed, today's sessions have already shed a light on what we are building together and what we must ultimately achieve. Ladies and gentlemen, as we close the first day of our General Assembly, let me remind you that every idea and every partnership forged here brings us one step closer to a future when we can expect a limited AMR burden. Together, through EU-JAMRAI 2, we can make AMR not just a challenge we face, but a crisis we overcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that lovely final day and final speech of the day. It is the moment. It is the moment to get up and move fast, 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 fast. Have a wonderful evening. Enjoy Guggenheim. Enjoy your sleep tonight. And remember, tomorrow morning, we are starting at 9 a.m. We are not arriving at 9 a.m. I look forward to seeing you. Have a wonderful evening.